Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Dark Star by Alan Furst, narrated by George Guidell. This book is copyrighted 1991 by Alan Furst. This recording is copyrighted 2004 by Recorded Books. Paris, Moscow, Berlin, and Prague, 1937. In the back alleys and glittering salons of Europe, there is a thin line between survival and betrayal as Soviet NKVD agents and the Nazi Gestapo confront each other in a brilliant duel of espionage. And now, Dark Star.
Silence in Prague. In the late autumn of 1937, in the steady beat of North Sea rain that comes with dawn in that season, the tramp freighter Nicaea stood at anchor off the Belgian city of Ostend. In the distance, a berthing tug made slow progress through the harbor swell, the rhythm of its engine distinct over the water, its amber running lights twin blurs in the darkness. The Nicaea, 6,320 gross tons of Maltese registry, had spent her first 30 years as a coastal steamer in the eastern Mediterranean, hauling every imaginable cargo from Latakia to Famagusta, back to Iskenderun, down to Beirut, north to Smyrna, then south to Sidon and Jaffa. 30 years of blistering summers and drizzling winters, trading and smuggling in equal proportion, occasionally enriching, more typically ruining, a succession of owner syndicates as she herself was slowly ruined by salt, rust, and a long line of engineers whose enthusiasm far exceeded their skill. Now, in her final years, she was chartered to Exportchleb, the Soviet Union's grain trading bureau, and she creaked and groaned sorrowfully to lie at anchor in such cold northern seas. Riding low in the water, she bore her cargo gracelessly, principally Anatolian wheat bound for the Black Sea port of Odessa, a city that had not seen imported grains for more than a century. She carried, as well, several small consignments: flaxseed loaded in Istanbul, dried figs from Limassol, a steel drum of ammonal, a mining explosive made of TNT and powdered aluminum, en route to a sabotage cell in Hamburg, a metal trunk of engineering blueprints for an Italian submarine torpedo, deftly copied at a naval research station in Brindisi, and 2 passengers, a senior Comintern official using a Dutch passport with the alias Van Doorn, and a foreign correspondent of the newspaper Pravda, traveling under his true name, André Szara. Szara, hands thrust deep in pockets, hair blown about by the offshore gale, stood in the shelter of a passageway and silently cursed the Belgian tug captain, who, from the methodical chug of the engine, was taking his own sweet time attending to the Nicaea. Szara knew harbour men in this part of the world, stolid, reflective pipe smokers who were never far from the coffee pot and the evening paper. Unshakable in crisis, they spent the rest of their days making the world wait on their pleasure. Szara shifted his weight with the roll of the ship, turned his back to the wind, and lit a cigarette. He had boarded the freighter 19 days earlier, in Piraeus, having been assigned a story on the struggle of the Belgian dockworkers. That was one assignment. There was another. Killing time in a dockside tavern as the Nicaea was eased into moorage, he had been approached by the world's plainest man. Where, he wondered, did they find them? Russia marked people, deformed most, made some exquisite, at the very least burned itself deep into the eyes. But not this one. His mother was water, his father a wall. "A small favour," said the world's plainest man. "You'll have a fellow passenger. He is travelling on Comintern business. Perhaps you will find out where he is stopping in Ostend. "If I can," Szara had said. The word "if" could not really be used between them, but Szara pretended it could be, and the NKVD operative, or GRU, or whatever he was, graciously conceded his right to suggest he had a choice in the matter. Szara, after all, was an important correspondent. "Yes, if you can," he'd said, then added, "Leave us a little note at the desk of your hotel, to Monsieur Brun." Szara spelled it to make sure he'd got it right. Defiance was over for the day. "Just so," said the man. There was ample time to do the small favor. The Nicaea had been at sea for 19 days, an eternity of icy, seawater showers, salt cod for dinner, and the smell of coal fumes from the freighter's rusting stack as she butted through the October seas. Squinting through the darkness at the lights of the wallowing tug, Szara ached for something sweet, sugar after salt, a cream cake, rain in a pine forest, a woman's perfume. He had, he thought, been too long at sea. An ironist, he heard the theatrical echo of the phrase and grinned privately. La mélancolie des paquebots. That said it better. He'd come across the phrase in Flaubert, and it had stayed with him. It was all in those 4 words, the narrow cabin with a light bulb swaying on a cord, the seaweed reek of harbors, slanting rains, a column of black smoke from a funnel on the horizon. The ship's bell sounded once, 4:30. The tug's amber lights grew brighter. The Comintern man known as Van Doorn stepped from his cabin carrying a leather valise and joined Szara at the railing. He was swaddled in clothing like a child dressed for a winter day, woolen muffler crossed precisely at his throat, cap set low on his head, overcoat buttoned to the very top. "1 hour, eh? And we'll be down the gangplank. What is your view, André Aronovich?" Van Doorn was, as always, wryly deferential toward the famous journalist, Szara. "If the port officer makes no difficulties, I would agree," Szara said. "That will not happen. He is Nash." The word meant ours. We own him. And the tone suggested Szara's great fortune in having such iron-fisted types as Van Doorn to watch out for him in the real world. "Well, then," Szara said, acknowledging superior strength. It happened that Szara knew who Van Doorn was. One of his friends in the foreign department of the NKVD had once pointed him out with a sneer at a party in Moscow. Szara's NKVD friends were, like himself, Russified Polish Jews or Latvians, Ukrainians, Germans, all sorts, and typically intellectuals. They constituted his chvost. The word fell somewhere between clique and gang. Van Doorn, in fact, Grigory Khelidze, was from a different crowd. Georgians, Armenians, Russified Greeks and Turks, a chvost with roots in the southeast corner of the empire, led by Beria, Dekhanosov, and Alexei Agayan. It was a smaller group than the Poles and Ukrainians, but easily its equal in power. Stalin came from down there. They knew what he liked and how he thought. From the tugboat's silhouette, a high shape against the rain-softened glow of the city, a blinkered signal light began to operate. This was progress. Khelidze rubbed his hands to warm them up. "Not long now," he said merrily. He gave Szara a lecher's grin. In no time at all, he'd be with his perfect dumpling. Thank heaven for the dumpling, Szara thought. Without her he might never have managed the small favor. Khelidze wasn't much to look at, a fattish man in his 40s with pale hair worn well brushed and pomaded. His hands were small and chubby, endlessly fussing with a pair of silver-rimmed spectacles of which he was very proud. But he fancied himself a ladies' man. "I envy you, André Aronovitch," he'd said one night when they were alone in the ship's wardroom after dinner. "You move in exalted circles. The way it is with my job, well, the best I can hope for is the Frau of some German shop steward, a big Inga with red hands, and then, likely as not, all a man gets is an extra potato and a stolen cuddle in the kitchen. Ah, but a man in your position, for you it's professors' daughters and lawyers' wives, those hot, skinny bitches that can't leave a journalist alone, isn't it so?" Szara had brought vodka to the feast, also brandy. The vast green ocean rolled beneath them. The Nicaea's engines coughed and grumbled. Khalidze rested his elbows on the faded oilcloth and leaned forward in expectation, a man who wanted to hear every detail. Szara obliged. His talent, set alight by alcohol, burned and flamed. A certain lady in, Budapest. Gold earrings, like a gypsy. But no gypsy, an aristocrat, who affected British tweeds and wore a silk scarf the color of a cloud, knotted at her throat. Hair dark red like autumn. Magyar cheekbones, long, delicate fingers. Szara, a good storyteller, took his time. He cast about for a name, came up with Magda, thought it commonplace, but could do no better. Magda, then. The husband was a lout, ignorant, naskulturny, a man of no culture who exported wool. So Szara had the wife. Where? In the stables? On straw? No, in the apartment. A 5-à-7 affair by lamplight. The husband was hunting wild boar. Szara watched the level in the brandy bottle on the table as it descended. So did the pants, and there the most delicate little triangle, also dark red, like autumn, and fine blue veins beneath the milky skin. The green silk divan was ruined. Khalidze's ears were scarlet. Later it came to Szara that he'd been describing his private musings on a particular secretary he sometimes encountered at the Yugoslav Ministry of Posts and Telegraph. Khalidze was drunk. He polished his glasses with a handkerchief, his eyes watery and vague. "Yes, well," he said, "one sometimes imagined." For himself, well, it was all a matter of taste in this life, wasn't it? He had, in all confidence, a perfect dumpling in Ostend, resident at the Hotel Grünendahl in the street of the same name. A fat little thing. They dress her up like a child with a bow and a party dress of white satin. My God, André Aronovitch, how we carry on! Such a grand little actress she is, pouting, sulking, tossing her curls about, whining for cookies and milk, but she can't have them. No, definitely not, because, well, there's something she must do first. Oh, no, she wails. Oh, yes. Khalidze sat back in his chair, put his glasses on, and sighed. A marvel, he said. She'll suck 10 years off a man's life. By the time they went singing off to bed, holding each other upright in the passageway that rolled with the motion of the ship, the dark surface of the sea was turning grey with dawn. Szara's hotel in Ostend was all flowers. On the wallpaper, heavy cabbage roses on a sombre field, on the bedspread a jungle of vines and geraniums, and in the park below his window frost-bitten asters, dusty purple and faded pink. And the place was called the Hotel Blommen. Ignore this stern northern Flemish light. Here we have flowers. Szara stood at the window and listened to the foghorns from the harbour and the rattle of dead leaves as the wind swept them through the deserted park. He folded the note and creased it between thumb and index finger. Monsieur Van Dorn will be visiting the Hotel Grunendal. He put it in an envelope, licked and sealed it, and wrote Monsieur Brunn on the front. He didn't know what it meant, why a journalist was asked to report on a Comintern operative. But there was a reason, a single reason that lately explained anything you wanted explained. The purge had shuddered to a halt in 36, now another had begun. The first had taken politicians, Stalin's opposition, and more than a few journalists. This one, it was said, had gone to work on the intelligence services themselves. Szara, beginning in 1934, had learned to live with it. He was careful what he wrote, what he said, who he saw. Not yet what he thought. Not yet, he told himself now and then, as though it needed to be said. He took the note down to the reception desk and handed it to the old man behind the counter. The knock on the door was discreet, 2 taps with a knuckle. Szara had fallen asleep, still wearing shirt and trousers on top of the bedspread. He sat up and pulled the damp shirt away from his back. It was a grey dawn outside the window, fog hanging in the tree branches. He looked at his watch, a little after 6. The polite knock came a second time, and Szara felt his heart accelerate. A knock at the door meant too much. Nobody did that in Moscow anymore. They phoned first. "Yes, a moment," he said. Somewhere within, a small, urgent voice, "Out of the window." He took a breath, staggered to his feet, and opened the door. It was the old man from the hotel desk, holding a coffee and a newspaper. Had he left a call to be woken up? No. "Good morning, said the old man tartly. It never really was, but one had to pretend. "Your friend was kind enough to leave you the newspaper," he added, putting it at the foot of the bed. Szara fumbled for change and handed over a few coins. Drachmas, he thought. He'd bought Belgian francs in Athens. Where were they? But the old man seemed happy enough, thanked him, and left. The coffee was cooler than he would have liked, the boiled milk a little sour, but he was grateful for it. The front page of the newspaper was devoted to anti-Jewish riots that had broken out in Danzig, with a photo of shouting black-shirted Nazis. In Spain, the Republican government, under pressure from Franco's columns, had fled from Valencia to Barcelona. On page 6, the misfortunes of Ostend's soccer team. Printed down the margin in pen, in a fine Cyrillic hand, were detailed instructions for a noon meeting. The small favor had started to grow. Szara walked down the hall, locked the door of the bathroom, and started to wash. The instructions in the newspaper frightened him. He was afraid of being forced into a car and taken away. The purge sometimes worked like that. The security apparat worked quietly when it took public figures. Senior NKVD officers were called to meetings in small towns just outside Moscow, then arrested as they got off the train, a tactic that kept friends and family from trying to intervene. A foreign country, he reasoned, would be even more convenient. Should he run? Was now the time? There was a part of him that thought so. "Go to the British consulate," it said. "Fly for your life. Call the friends in Moscow who protect you. Buy a gun." Meanwhile he shaved. Then he sat in the park, where a nursemaid with a baby carriage flirted with him. "Go with her," he told himself. "Hide in her bed. She will do anything you want." Perhaps it was true. He very well knew at the age of 40, somewhat past illusion, what she saw. The longish black hair he combed back with his fingers, the tight line of the jaw, a concentration of personality in the eyes. These were hooded, knowing of a grey-green sea-colour that women had more than once called strange, and often read as both expectant and sorrowful, like dogs' eyes. His features were delicate, skin colourless, made to seem pallid by a permanent beard shadow. It was, taken altogether, a sad, attentive presence, anxious for happiness, certain of disappointment. He dressed the role of worldly intellectual, favoring soft clothing, thick grey cotton shirts, monochromatic ties in the sombre tones of basic colours. He was, in the world's mirror, a man you could take seriously, at least for a time. Then, later, there would be affection or intense dislike, a strong reaction whichever way it went. The nursemaid, in a starched cap, plain, hand mindlessly rocking the carriage where some other woman's baby slept, had no doubts at all. He need only rescue her from boredom, servitude, chapped hands, and she would do whatever was necessary. Below a broad forehead her eyes were frank. "Don't be frightened. I can fix anything." Just before 10:30 he stood, pulled his raincoat tightly about him, and walked away. Glancing back, he easily read her expression. Then no? Stupid man. A series of tram lines took him to a neighborhood of worker tenements. The narrow streets smelled like fish, urine, fried onions. The November day was cool in the shadow of the buildings. Was he followed? He thought not. They had something better, a kind of invisible cable. The method the psychologist Pavlov used with laboratory animals. It was called, he had to look for the word, conditioning. His last day on Earth, yet he did what he was told. His mind stood off and watched the scene, a man of intellect, independence, delivering himself to the apparat. Pitiful. Contemptible. Szara glanced at his watch. He didn't want to be late. At a small market he stopped and bought fruit, then paid a few sous extra for a paper bag. The market woman wore a shawl over her head. Her glance was suspicious. What was he, a foreigner, doing in this part of the city? Szara walked another block, made sure nobody was watching, and left most of the fruit in an alley. He watched the street behind him in a shop window where wooden soldiers were for sale. Then he moved off again, entering a small square lined by plane trees, cut back to rounded pollard shapes for the coming winter. A driver slept in a parked taxi. A man in bleu de travail sat on a bench and stared at his feet. The war memorial fountain was dry. The square at the end of the world. A small brasserie, Le Terminus, had no patrons on its glassed-in terrace. Szara, more and more now the critic of his own abduction, was struck by the normalcy of the scene. What a placid, ordinary place they'd chosen. Perhaps they liked the name of the brasserie, Le Terminus, the terminal, the end of the line. Was the choice ironic? Were they that clever? Perhaps Pavlov was not, after all, the day's guiding spirit. Perhaps that honor belonged to Chekhov or Gorky. He searched for a terminal, for tram tracks, a railroad station. But there was nothing he could see. Suddenly he was in a hurry. Whatever this was, he wanted it over and done with. The interior of the brasserie was enormous and silent. Szara stood in the foyer as the door behind him bumped back and forth until it came to rest. Behind the zinc bar, a man in a white shirt with cuffs turned back was aimlessly stirring a coffee. A few patrons sat quietly with a glass of beer. One or two were eating. Szara felt himself swept by intuition, a sense of loss, a conviction that this still life of a brasserie in Ostend was a frozen image of what had been and would now vanish forever. Amber walls, marble tables, a wooden fan slowly turning on the smoke-darkened ceiling, a florid-faced man with a handlebar moustache who rattled his newspaper into place, the scrape of a chair on the tile floor, the cry of a seagull from the square, the sound of a ship's horn from the harbor. There was an old weather glass on one wall. Beneath it sat a woman in a brown belted raincoat with buttoned epaulets on the shoulders. She glanced at him, then went back to eating, a plate of eels and pommes frites. Szara could smell the horse fat the Belgians used for frying. A red wool scarf was looped over the top of an adjacent chair. The glass and the scarf were the recognition signals described in the margin of the newspaper. The woman was perhaps in her late 30s. She had strong hands with long fingers. The knife and fork moved gracefully as she ate. She wore her chestnut hair cut close and short. A strand or two of gray caught the light when she moved. Her skin was pale, with the slight reddening at the cheekbones of a delicate complexion chapped by a sea breeze. An aristocrat, he thought, once upon a time. Something fine and elegant in her had been discouraged. She wished to be plain, and almost was. Russian she was not, he thought. German, perhaps, or Czech. When he sat down across from her, he saw that her eyes were gray and serious, with dark blushes of fatigue beneath them. The nonsense greetings of the parole, the confirmation passwords, were exchanged, and she lowered the edge of the paper bag he'd carried to make sure there was an orange inside. Isn't this all absurd? I mean, oranges, and a red scarf, and... But these were words he never got to say. Just as he leaned toward her to make contact, to let her know that they were the sort of people who could easily bridge the nonsense a foolish world imposed on them, she stopped him with a look. It made him swallow. "I am called Renate Braun," she said. Called meant what? An alias? Or simply a formal way of speaking? "I know who you are," she added. The notion, and that will suffice, was unstated, but clear. Szara liked women, and they knew it. All he wanted to do, as the tension left him, was chatter, maybe make her laugh. They were just people, a man and a woman. But she wasn't buying. Whatever this was, he thought, it was not an arrest. Very well, then a continuation of the business he did with the NKVD from time to time. Every journalist, every citizen outside the Soviet Union had to do that. But why make it into a funeral? Internally he shrugged. She was German, he thought, or Swiss, or Austrian, one of those places where position, station in life, excluded informality. She put a few francs on the waiter's saucer, retrieved her scarf, and they went outside into a hard, bright sky and a stiff wind. A boxy Simca sedan was now parked by the brasserie. Szara was certain it hadn't been there when he'd gone into the place. She directed him into the passenger seat and positioned herself directly behind him. If she shot him in the back of the neck, he thought, his dying words would be, "Why did you go to all this trouble?" Unfortunately, that particular wound didn't allow for last words, and Szara, who had been on battlefields in the civil war that followed the revolution, knew it. All he'd managed was, "Why?" "Za što?" What for? But everyone, all the victims of the purge, said that. The driver turned on the ignition, and they drove away from the square. "Heschel," said the woman behind him. "Did it?" "Yes, missus," the driver said. Szara studied the driver as they wound through the cobbled streets of the city. He knew the type, to be found among the mud lanes in any of the ghettos in Poland or Russia. The body of a gnome, not much over 5 feet tall, thick lips, prominent nose, small, clever eyes. He wore a tweed worker's cap with a short brim tilted down over one eyebrow, and the collar of his old suit jacket was turned up. The man was ageless, and his expression, cold and humorous at once, Szara understood perfectly. It was the face of the survivor. Whatever survival meant that day, invisibility, guile, abasement, brutality, anything at all. They drove for 15 minutes, then rolled to a stop in a crooked street where narrow hotels were jammed side by side and women in net stockings smoked lazily in doorways. Renate Braun climbed out. Heschel waited. "Come with me," she said. Szara followed her into the hotel. There was no desk clerk to be seen. The lobby was empty except for a Belgian sailor sitting on the staircase with his head in his hands, a sailor cap balanced on his knee. The stairway was steep and narrow, the wooden steps dotted with cigarette burns. They walked down a long corridor, then stopped in front of a door with 26 written on it in pencil. Szara noticed a tiny smudge of blue chalk at eye level on the doorframe. The woman opened her shoulder bag and withdrew a ring of keys. Szara thought he saw the cross-hatched grain of an automatic pistol grip as she snapped the bag closed. The keys were masters, with long shanks for leverage when the fit wasn't precise. She unlocked the door and pushed it open. The air smelled like overripe fruit cut with ammonia. Khalidze stared at them from the bed, his back resting against the headboard, his pants and underpants bunched around his knees. His face was spotted with yellow stains, and his mouth frozen in the shape of a luxurious yawn. Wound within the sheets was a large, humped mass. A waxy leg had ripped through the sheet. Its foot, rigid as if to dance on point, had toenails painted baby pink. Szara could hear a fly buzzing against the window-pane, and the sound of bicycle bells in the street. "You confirm it is the man from the ship?" she said. Yes. This was, he knew, an NKVD killing. A signed NKVD killing. The yellow stains meant hydrocyanic acid used as a spray, a method known to be employed by the Soviet services. She opened her bag, put the keys inside, and took out a white cotton handkerchief scented with cologne. Holding it over her nose and mouth, she pulled a corner of the sheet free and looked underneath. Szara could see curly blonde hair and part of a ribbon. The woman dropped the sheet and rubbed her hand against the side of her raincoat. Then she put the handkerchief away and began to go through Khalidze's pants pockets, tossing the contents onto the end of the bed. Coins, rumpled notes of various currencies, a squeezed-out tube of medication, the soft cloth he'd used to polish his glasses, and a Dutch passport. Next, she searched the coat and jacket, hung carefully in a battered armoire, finding a pencil and a small address book that she added to the pile. She took the pencil and poked through the items on the bed, sighed with irritation, and searched in her bag until she found a razor blade with tape along both edges. She peeled off one of the tapes and went to work on the jacket and the coat, slicing open the seams and splitting the pads in the shoulders. This yielded a Soviet passport, which she put in her bag. Taking hold of the cuffs, she removed the trousers and methodically took them apart. When she let out the second cuff, a folded square of paper was revealed. She opened it, then handed it to Szara. "What is it, please?" "The printing is Czech. A form of some kind." "Yes?" He studied the paper for a moment. "I think it is a baggage receipt from a shipping company. No, for the railway station, in Prague." She looked the room over carefully, then walked to the tiny yellowed sink in the corner and began to wash her hands. "You will collect the parcel," she said, drying herself with her handkerchief. "It is for you." They left the room together. She did not bother to lock the door. In the lobby she turned to him and said, "Of course you'll be leaving Ostend immediately." He nodded that he would. "Your work is appreciated," she said. He followed her out of the hotel and watched her get into the Simca. He crossed the narrow street and turned to look back. Heschel was watching him through the window of the car and smiled thinly as their eyes met. "Here is the world," said the smile, "and here we are, in it." Arriving in Antwerp at dusk, and adding 2 hours to local time for Moscow, he called his editor at home. From Nezhenko, who handled foreign assignments, he expected no trouble. This would not normally be the case, given a 3-week lapse in communication. But when he was asked to do favors for the apparat, someone stopped by the Pravda office for a cup of tea. "That André Aronovitch, what fine work he does," He must take endless time and pains in writing his dispatches. Your patience is admirable." Enough said. And just as well, for Viktor Nezyenko smoked 60 cigarettes every day and had a savage temper. He could, if he chose, make life miserable for his staff. Szara booked his call from a hotel room. It went through an hour later. Nezyenko's wife answered the phone, her voice bright and shrill with feigned insouciance. When Nezyenko came to the phone, he offered no patronymic and no greeting. Just, "Where have you been?" "I'm in Antwerp." "Where?" Szara repeated himself. Something had gone wrong. Nezyenko had not been advised of his assignment. "So good of you to call," Nezyenko said. Szara hunted desperately for water to put out the fire. "I'm doing a piece on dock workers up here." "Yes? That will be interesting. I'll wire it tomorrow. Send it by mail if you like, 3rd class. Did Pavel Mikhailovich cover for me?" "Pavel Mikhailovich isn't here anymore." Szara was stunned. "He isn't here anymore" was code. When heard from friends, family, landladies, it meant that the person had been taken away. And Pavel Mikhailovich had been, a decent little man without enemies. But none of Szara's reactions, to ask questions, to show even the most civilized grief, was permissible on a telephone line. "And people have been asking for you," Nezyenko added. This, too, was code. It meant the apparat was looking for him. Szara felt as though he'd walked into a wall. Why were they looking for him? They knew very well where he was and what he was doing. The world's plainest man had not been a mirage, and Renata Braun and her helper were realer yet. "It's all a misunderstanding," he said after a moment. "The right hand doesn't tell the left hand." "No doubt," Nezyenko said. Szara could hear him lighting a cigarette. "I want to go down to Prague after I finish the piece on the dock workers. There's the reaction to the Anti-Comintern Pact, views on the Sudetenland, all sorts of things. What do you think?" "What do I think?" "Yes." "Do as you like, André Aronovich. You must please yourself in all things." "I'll file on the dock workers tomorrow," Szara said. Nezyenko hung up. Writing the story of the Belgian dock workers was like eating sand. Once upon a time he'd persuaded himself that technical facility was its own reward. A sentence singing hymns to the attainment of coal production norms in the Donetsk basin was nonetheless a sentence, and could be well rendered. It was the writer's responsibility in a progressive society to inform and uplift the toiling masses. Word had, in fact, reached him that the #1 toiler himself had an eye for his byline. So when some demon within wanted to write dark fables of an absurd universe, he knew enough to keep that imp well bottled up. To stay alive, Szara had taught himself discretion before the apparat had a chance to do the job for him. And if by chance an intransigent pen stubbornly produced Commissar wolves guarding flocks of worker sheep or Parisian girls in silk underwear, well, then the great characteristic of paper was the ease with which it burned. And these had to be, private fires. The world didn't want to know about your soul. It took you for who you said you were. The workers in the dark little hiring hall by the Antwerp docks were impressed that anybody cared enough to come around and ask them how they felt. "Stalin is our great hope," one of them said. And Szara sent his voice around the world. He sat in yet one more hotel room as the Atlantic fog came curling up the streets and wrote these men into the brutal drama being played out in Europe. He caught the strength in their rounded shoulders and brawlers' hands, the way they quietly took care of one another, the granite decency of them. But for the wives and children who depended on them, they would fight in Spain. Some of the younger ones, in fact, were there, would fight in the worker suburbs of Berlin, would yet, families or not, fight from behind the cranes and sheds of their own docks. It was true, and Szara found a way to make it true on the page. Stalin was their great hope. And if Khalidze mocked this with the yawn on his yellow-stained face, that was Szara's private problem. And if the small favor was now a large favor, that, too, was Szara's private problem. And if all that made it hard to write made writing the story like eating sand, who really could he blame? He could always say no and take the consequences. The Russian proverb had it just right. You said you were a mushroom. Now jump into the basket. And people have been asking for you. Nijenko's phrase rode the cadence of the train over the rails from Antwerp all the way to Paris. Much for the best, he calculated, to rush into their arms and find out what they wanted. He hadn't the courage to stand coolly apart from it all, whatever it was, so he did the next best thing. Checked in with the large Pravda bureau in Paris and asked the secretary to book him on the Paris-Prague Express for the following day. He looked into her eyes, saw ball bearings, swore he could hear her lift the phone before the door was properly latched. He stopped back that evening, picked up the ticket and drew both salary and expense funds, then went early to the Gare d'Austerlitz the following day in case they wanted to talk to him there. He did not precisely fear abduction. He was simply more comfortable in an open, public space with crowds of people about. He dawdled over coffee at a café by the departure platform, gazed mindlessly at the sullen Parisian sky above the glass roof on its vast iron fretwork, read Le Temps, found himself quoted in the communist daily L'Humanité. As Pravda correspondent André Szara has pointed out, bilateral relations between France and the USSR can only proceed once the Czechoslovakian question has been... and watched the appetizing French women sweep past, their heels clattering on the cement, their animation seemingly inspired by a grave sense of mission. He had made himself available, but no contact was made. When his train was announced and the engine vented plumes of white steam on the platform, he climbed aboard and found himself alone in a first-class compartment. Pravda did not buy whole compartments. Only the apparat did that. Clearly something was planned. Perhaps in Nancy, he thought. He was wrong. Spent the afternoon staring through the rain at the low hills of eastern France, and watching the names of battlefields glide past on the railroad stations. At the Strasbourg border control, just on the other side of the Rhine, a trio of German passport officials, 2 soldiers and a civilian in streaming black rubber raincoats, entered the compartment. They were cold-eyed and courteous, and his Soviet passport produced no evident reaction. They asked him a question or two, apparently just to hear his voice. Szara's German was that of someone who'd spoken Yiddish as a child, and the civilian, a security type, made clear that he knew Szara was a Jew, a Polish Jew, a Soviet Bolshevik Jew of Polish origin. He probed efficiently through Szara's traveling bag without removing his black gloves, then examined press and travel documents, and, when he was done, stamped the passport with a fat swastika in a circle, and handed it back, politely. Their eyes met for just a moment, as if to say this business they had with each other would be seen to in the future. That far they could agree. But Szara traveled too much to take the hostility of border police to heart, and as they gained speed leaving Stuttgart station, he fell into the rhythm of the tracks and the dense twilight of Germany. Smoking factories on the horizon, fields left to the November frost. He touched the baggage receipt in the inside pocket of his jacket for the 10th time that day. He might have taken yet one more look at the thing, but the sound of the train was suddenly amplified as the door to his compartment swung open. On first glance, an ordinary businessman of Central Europe in dark overcoat and soft-brimmed hat, carrying a buckled briefcase of the kind that is held under one arm. Then, recognition. This was a man to whom he had been briefly introduced, perhaps a year earlier, at some Moscow function he couldn't recall. His name was Bloch, a lieutenant general of the GRU, military intelligence. And recently, according to rumor, the illegal, clandestine, resident operating GRU and NKVD networks based in Tarragona. Thus a very senior member of the Soviet cadre involved in the Spanish Civil War. Szara was immediately on his guard. Powerful people in Moscow were afraid of this man. It was nothing specific. Those who knew the details didn't tell war stories, but they veered away from his name when it came up in conversation, looked around to see who might be listening, made a certain gesture of the face that meant stay away. What little was said about Bloch implied an insatiable appetite for success, an appetite gratified by means of ferocious tyranny. Life for those assigned to work for him was said to be a nightmare. Yashyeritsa, they called him behind his back, a kind of lizard, because he had the look of the basilisk, a sharp triangular face, stiff hair combed back flat from the forehead, thin eyebrows angled steeply toward the inner corners of his eyes, which, long and narrow, were set above hard cheekbones that slanted upward. André Szara, like everyone who moved in those circles known as the nomenclatura, the elite, was an adroit reader of faces. You had to know who you were dealing with. A Belarusian? An Armenian? A native Russian? With Jews it was often difficult, because Jewish women had for centuries borne the children of their tormentors, and thus carried the genes of many races. God only knew, Szara thought, what brutal band of marauders had forced themselves on Bloch's female ancestor to make him look as he did. Did evil, he wondered, travel in the blood as well? Bloch nodded a greeting, sat down across from Szara, leaned over and locked the compartment door, then turned off the lamps on the wall around the window. The train was moving slowly through a village, and from the darkened compartment they could see that a local festival was in progress. A bonfire in the public square, cattle wearing garlands. Hitler Youth, in shorts holding swastika banners, hung lengthwise down long poles like Roman fasces. Bloch stared intently at the scene. "At last," he said pensively, "they are back in the Middle Ages." He turned his attention to Szara. "Forgive me, comrade journalist, I am General Y.I. Bloch. I don't think we've ever spoken, but I read your work when I have a moment, so I know who you are. Do I need to tell you who I am?" "No, Comrade General. I know you are with the Special Services." Bloch acknowledged Szara's awareness as a compliment, a knowing smile, a brief inclination of the head, "At your service." "Tell me," the general said, "is it true you've been away from Moscow for a time? Several months?" "Since late August," Szara said. "No easy life. Trains and hotel rooms, slow steamships. But foreign capitals are certainly more amusing than Moscow, so there are compensations. No?" This was a trap. There was a doctrinal answer, something to do with building socialism, but Bloch was no fool, and Szara suspected a pious response would embarrass them both. "It's true," he said, adding, though one gets tired of being the eternal stranger, just in case. "Do you hear the Moscow gossip?" "Very little," Szara said. A loner, he tended to avoid the TASS and Pravda crowd on the circuit of European capitals. Bloch's face darkened. "This has been a troubled autumn for the services. Surely you've heard that much." "Of course, I see the newspapers." "There's more, much more. We've had defections, serious ones. In the last few weeks, Colonel Alexander Orlov and Colonel Walter Krivitsky, who is called general in the European press, have left the service and sought refuge in the West. The Krivitsky matter has been made public, also the flight of the operative Rice. As for Orlov, we'll keep that to ourselves." Szara nodded obediently. This had quickly become a very sensitive conversation. Orlov, A cover name within the service, he was in fact Leon Lazarevich Feldbin, and Krivitsky, Samuel Ginsberg were important men, respectively NKVD and GRU officials of senior status. The Ignaz Reiss affair had shocked him when he read about it. Reiss, murdered in Switzerland as he attempted to flee, had been a fervent idealist, a Marxist-Leninist in his bones. "Friends?" Bloch raised an eyebrow. "I knew Reiss to say hello to. No more than that." "And you? How does it go with you?" Bloch was concerned, almost fatherly. Szara wanted to laugh. Had the services been panicked into kindness? "My work is difficult, Comrade General, but less difficult than that of many others, and I am content to be what I am." Bloch absorbed his answer and nodded to himself. "So you march along," he said. "There are some," he continued pensively, "who find themselves deeply disturbed by the arrests, the trials. We cannot deny it." "Oh, cannot we?" he thought. "We've always had enemies, within and without. I served in the Civil War from 1918 to 1920, and fought against the Poles. It isn't for me to judge the operations of state security forces." Bloch sat back in his seat. "Very well put," he said after a time. Then his voice softened, just barely audible above the steady rumble of the train. "And should it come your turn, then what?" Szara could not quite see Bloch's face in the shadow of the seat across from him. The countryside was dark, the light from the corridor dim. "Then that is how it will be," Szara said. "You are a fatalist." "What else?" They lingered there a moment too long for Szara. "I have no family," he added. Bloch seemed to nod at that, a gesture of agreement with a point made or a confirmation of something he believed. "Not married," he mused. "I would have guessed otherwise." "I am a widower, Comrade General. My wife died in the Civil War. She was a nurse in Berdichev." "So you are alone," Bloch said. "Some men in such circumstances might be careless of their lives, since nothing holds them to the world. Unconcerned with consequence, such men rise to an opportunity, sacrifice themselves, perhaps to cure their nation of a great evil. And then we have, why not say it, a hero. Do I have it right? Is this your view?" A man and a woman, she had just said something that made him laugh, went by in the corridor. Szara waited until they passed. "I am like everybody else," he said. "No," Bloch said, "you are not." He leaned forward, his face taut, concentrated. "To be a writer, that requires work and sacrifice, and the determination to follow a certain road, wherever it may lead. Remember that, comrade journalist, whatever might happen in the days ahead." Szara started to reply, to fend off a version of himself he found grandiose, but Bloch raised a hand for silence. The gesture was casual enough, but it struck Szara dumb. The general stood and unlatched the door, stared at Szara a moment, a look that openly weighed and calculated, then left the compartment abruptly, closing the door firmly behind him, and disappearing down the passageway. Some time later the train halted at Ulm. The station platform was a lacework of shadows, and raindrops refracted trails of light as they rolled down the compartment window. A figure with a hat and an underarm briefcase hurried across the platform and entered the passenger door of a black Grosser Mercedes, an automobile often used by Reich officials, which sped away from the railroad station and was soon lost in the darkness. A hero? No, Szara thought. He knew better. He'd learned that lesson in war. At the age of 23 in 1920, He had campaigned with Marshal Tukhachevsky, writing dispatches and inspirational stories for the home front, much as the writer Babel, a Jew who rode with Cossack cavalry, had served General Budyeni. In the midst of the war against Poland, the Soviet forces had been driven back from Warsaw, from the banks of the Vistula, by an army commanded by General Piłsudski and his adviser, the French General Weygand. Szara's squadron, during the retreat, had been set upon by Ukrainian bandits, a remnant of the Petlura army that had occupied Kiev. Attacked from the ridge of a hillside and outnumbered, they had fought like men possessed, all of them, cooks, clerks, wagon masters, and military correspondents. For the previous day they'd come upon the body of a Polish colonel, stripped bare, tied by one foot to a high tree branch, the impaling stake protruding from between his legs. The Ukrainian bands fought both sides, Poles and Russians, and God help anyone they took alive. From horseback, Szara had ridden down one man, slashed at another with his saber. In the next instant he and his horse were down in the dust, the horse whinnying in pain and terror, its legs thrashing. Szara rolled frantically away from the animal. Then a smiling man walked toward him, a small dagger in his hand. Horses galloped past them. There were shots and screams and pointless shouted commands, but this man, in cap and overcoat, never stopped smiling. Szara crawled on all fours. A horse leaped over him, and its rider cursed, but he could gain no ground. The battle that raged around them mattered not to Szara, nor, apparently, to his good-humoured pursuer. The smile was meant, he understood, to be reassuring, as though he were a pig in a sty. As the man closed on him, he made a cooing sound, and Szara came suddenly to his senses, fumbled his revolver loose of its holster, and fired wildly. Nothing happened. The smile broadened. Then Szara took hold of his fear, as though he could squeeze it in his fist, aimed like a marksman on a target range, and shot the man in the eye. What he remembered later was not that he had fought bravely. He had simply decided that life mattered more than anything else in the world, and had contrived to cling to it. In those years he had seen heroes, and how they went about their work, how they did what had to be done, and he knew he was not one of them. The train was late getting into Prague. A Jewish family had attempted to board at Nuremberg, the last stop on German soil. Jews had been strongly encouraged to emigrate from Germany, not least by 135 racial decrees, together entitled The Law for the Protection of German Blood and German Honor, to whatever country would accept them. But the situation, Szara knew, was not unlike that under the Tsar, a bureaucratic spiderweb. While you could get paper A stamped at the local police station, the stamp on paper B, received from the economic ministry, was now out of date, and would have to be applied for all over again. Meanwhile, paper A ran its term and automatically revoked itself. The Jewish family at Nuremberg simply attempted to board the train, a pointless act of desperation. Thus young children, grandparents, mother and father, scampered in terror all around the station, while policemen in leather coats chased them down, shouting and blowing whistles. Meanwhile, the passengers peered curiously from the train windows. Some, excited by the chase, tried to help, calling out, "There, under the baggage cart," or "She's crossed the tracks." Just after midnight, it was cold in Prague. There were frost flowers on the paving stones, but the hotel was not far from the station, and Szara was soon settled in his room. He stayed up for hours, smoking, writing notes on the margin of Le Temps, studying the baggage ticket he'd been given. He was being drawn into something he did not understand, but he had a strong intuition about what awaited him at the end of it. This extramarital affair with the services had been simple in the beginning, 5 or 6 years earlier, for they'd used him as an intellectual, an agent of influence, and he liked it, found it flattering to be trusted. Now he had gotten in over his head, and he had no doubt it would kill him. They were using him for something important, an official operation of the apparat, or and here was the death sentence, the plotting of a cabal within it. He only knew it was very dark and very serious. Soviet generals of military intelligence did not board German trains to chat with writers. Nonetheless, he refused to blind himself to the possibility of exits. He would die, he thought, but did not want to discover, as he died, that there had been, after all, a way out. That is the difference, Comrade General, between the hero and the survivor. The hours of reflection revealed nothing, but did serve to dissipate tension and tire him out. He crawled into bed and slept without dreams. He woke to a day of light snow and subtle terror in Prague. He saw nothing, felt everything. On the 5th of November, Hitler had made a speech once again declaring the urgency for Germany of Lebensraum, the acquisition of new territory for German growth and expansion, literally room to live. Like an operatic tenor singing counterpoint to Hitler's bass, Henlein, the leader of the Sudeten Germans, pleaded publicly in an open letter carried by Czech newspapers the following day for a halt to check persecution of German minorities in the Sudetenland, the area bordering southern Germany. On November 12th, the countertenor, Reich Interior Minister Wilhelm Frick, said on the radio, "Race and nationality, blood and soil are the principles of National Socialist thought. We would be acting in contradiction if we attempted to assimilate a foreign nationality by force." This may have sounded warm and comforting in France, but the Sudeten Germans were not a foreign nationality, and neither were the Austrians, not according to German diplomatic definitions. Sudeten German representatives next staged a mass exodus from Parliament, informing reporters waiting outside that they had been physically abused by Czech police. Everybody in Prague knew this game. Incidents, provocations, speeches. It meant that the German tank divisions sitting up on the border were coming down. Today, tomorrow, when? Soon. On the surface there was nothing to see, but what they felt here made itself known in subtle ways, the way people looked at each other, a note in a voice, the unfinished sentence. Szara took the receipt he'd been given in Ostend to the Central Railroad station. The baggage master shook his head. This was from a smaller station, and gestured toward the edge of the city. He took a taxi, but by the time he arrived, the baggage room of the outlying station was closed for lunch. He found himself in a strange, silent neighborhood with signs in Polish and Ukrainian, boarded windows, groups of tireless men with buttoned collars gathered on street corners. He walked along empty streets swept by wind-driven swirls of dust. The women were hidden in black shawls, children held hands and kept close to the buildings. He heard a bell, looked down a steep lane, and saw a Jewish peddler with a slumped, starved horse, plumes of breath streaming from its nostrils as it attempted to pull a cart up a hill. Szara found a tiny cafe. Conversation stopped when he walked in. He drank a cup of tea. There was no sugar. He could hear a clock ticking behind a curtained doorway. What was it in this place? A demon lived here. Szara struggled to breathe. His persona flowed away like mist, and left a dull and anxious man sitting at a table. The clock behind the curtain chimed 3, and he walked quickly to the station. The baggage-master limped painfully and wore a blue railroad uniform with a war medal pinned on the lapel. He took the receipt silently, and after a moment of study, nodded to himself. He disappeared for a long time, then returned with a leather satchel. Szara asked if a taxi could be called. "No," the man said. Szara waited for more, for an explanation, something. But that was it. No. So he walked, for miles, through zigzag streets clogged with Saturday life, where every ancient stone leaned or sagged, past crowds of Orthodox Jews in kaftans and curling sidelocks gossiping in front of tiny synagogues, past Czech housewives in their print dresses carrying home black breads and garlic sausages from the street markets, past children and dogs playing soccer on the cobblestones, and old men who leaned their elbows on the windowsills and smoked their pipes and stared at the life in the street below. It was every quarter in every city in Europe, in the cold, smoky days of November. But to Szara it was like being trapped in the dream where some terrifying thing was happening, but the world ignored it and went blindly about its business. Reaching the hotel, he trudged upstairs and hurled the satchel onto the bed. Then he collapsed in a chair and closed his eyes in order to concentrate. Certain instincts flared to life. He must write about what he'd felt, must describe the haunting of this place. Done well, he knew, such stories spread, took on a life of their own. The politicians would do what they did, but the readers, the people, would understand, care, be animated by pity to speak out for the Czech Republic. How to do it? What to select? Which fact really spoke so that the writer could step aside and allow the story to tell itself? And if his own dispatch did not appear in other countries, it most certainly would run in the Communist Party press in many languages, and more foreign journalists than cared to admit it had a glance at such newspapers. Editorial policy said, anything to keep the peace. But let the correspondents come here and see it for themselves. Then the satchel reminded him of its presence. He examined it and realized he'd never seen one like it. The leather was dense, pebbled, the hide of a powerful unknown animal. It was covered with a thick, fine dust, so he wet his index finger and drew a line through it, revealing a color that had once been that of bitter chocolate, but was now faded by sun and time. Next he saw that the seams were hand-sewn. Fine, sturdy work, using a thread he suspected was also handmade. The satchel was of the portmanteau style, like a doctor's bag. The two sides opened evenly and were held together by a brass lock. Using a damp towel, he cleaned the lock and found a reddish tracery etched into the metal surface. This was vaguely familiar. Where had he seen it? In a moment it came to him. Such work adorned brass bowls and vases made in Western and Central Asia, India, Afghanistan, Turkestan. He tried to depress the lever on the underside of the device, but it was locked. The hand grip bore half a tag tied on with string. Peering closely, he was able to make out the date the satchel had been deposited as left luggage. February 8th, 1935. He swore softly with amazement. Almost 3 years. He put one finger on the lock. It was ingenious, a perfectly circular opening that did not suggest the shape of its key. He probed gently with a match. It seemed to want a round shaft with squared ridges at the very end. Hopefully, he jiggled the match about, but of course nothing happened. From another time, the locksmith, perhaps an artisan who sat cross-legged in a market stall in some souk, laughed at him. The device he'd fashioned would not yield to a wooden match. Szara went downstairs to the hotel desk and explained to the young clerk on duty. A lost key, a satchel that couldn't be opened, important papers for a meeting on Monday. What could be done? The clerk nodded sympathetically and spoke soothingly. Not to worry, this happens here every day. A boy was sent off and returned an hour later with a locksmith in tow. In the room the locksmith, a serious man who spoke German and wore a stiff, formal suit, cleared his throat politely. One didn't see this sort of mechanism. But Szara was too impatient to make up answers to unasked questions and simply urged the man to proceed. After a few minutes of meditation, the locksmith reluctantly folded up his leather tool-case, put it away, and, reddening slightly, drew a set of finely made burglar's picks from the interior pocket of his jacket. Now the battle between the two technicians commenced. Not that the Tadzik, the Kirghiz, the craftsman of the Bokhara market, whoever he'd been, didn't resist. He did. But in the event he was no match for the modern Czech and his shining steel picks. With the emphatic snick of the truly well-made device, the lock opened, and the locksmith stood back and applied an immaculate grey cloth to his sweaty forehead. "So beautifully work," he said, mostly to himself. So beautiful a bill as well. But Szara paid it, and tipped handsomely besides, for he knew the apparat could eventually find out anything, and he might have signed this man's death warrant. At dusk, André Szara sat in his unlit room with the remnants of a man's life spread out around him. There wasn't a writer in the world who could resist attributing a melancholy romance to these artifacts, but he argued to his critical self that did not diminish their eloquence. For if the satchel itself spoke of Bukhara, Samarkand, or the oasis towns of the Karakum Desert, its contents said something very different, about a European Russian who had traveled, served, hidden, died in those regions, about the sort of man he was, about pride itself. The objects laid out on the hotel desk and bureau made up an estate. Some clothing, a few books, a revolver, and the humble tools, thread and needle, digestive tea, well-creased maps, of a man on the run. On the run, for there was equal clarity, equal eloquence, in the items not found. There were no photographs, no letters, no address book, no traveller's journal. This had been a man who understood the people he fled from and protected the vulnerability of those who may have loved him. The clothing had been packed on top, folded loosely but perfectly, as though by someone with a long history of military service, someone to whom the ordered neatness of a footlocker was second nature. It was good clothing, carefully preserved, often mended but terribly worn, its wear the result of repeated washings and long use in hard country. Cotton underdrawers and wool shirts, a thick sailor's sweater darned at the elbows, heavy wool socks with virtually transparent heels. The service revolver dated from pre-revolutionary days, a Nagant, the double-action officer's model, 7.62 millimeters from a design of 1895. It was well-oiled and fully loaded. From certain characteristics, Szara determined that the sidearm had had a long and very active life. The lanyard ring at the base of the grip had been removed and the surface filed flat, and the metal at the edges of the sharp angles, barrel opening, cylinder, the trigger itself, was silvery and smooth. A look down the barrel showed it to be immaculate, cleaned not with the usual brick dust, an almost religious, and thereby ruinous, obsession with the peasant infantry of the Great War, but with a scouring brush of British manufacture folded in a square of paper. Not newspaper, for that told of where you had been, and when you were there. Plain paper. A careful man. The books were also from the time before the Revolution. The latest printing date 1915, and Szara handled them with reverence, for they were no longer to be had. Dobrilov's lovely essays on noble estates, Ivan Krug's poems at harvest, Gletkin's tales of travel among the Kivani, Pushkin, of course, and a collection by one Chernyansky, letters from a distant village, which Szara had never heard of. These were companions of journey, books to be read and read again, books for a man who lived in places where books could not be found. Eagerly, Szara paged through them, looking for commentary, for at least an underlined passage. But there was, as he'd expected, not a mark to be found. Yet the most curious offering of the opened satchel was its odor. Szara could not really pin it down, though he held the sweater to his face and breathed in it. He could identify a hint of mildew, wood smoke, the sweetish smell of pack animals, and something else. A spice, perhaps, cloves or cardamom, that suggested the Central Asian marketplace. It had been carried in the satchel for a long time, for its presence touched the books and the clothing and the leather itself. Why? Perhaps to make spoiled food more palatable. Perhaps to add an ingredient of civilization to life in general. On this point he could make no decision. Szara was sufficiently familiar with the practices of intelligence services to know that chronology meant everything. "May God protect and keep the Tsar" at the end of a letter meant one thing in 1916, quite another in 1918. With regard to the time of the officer, for Szara discovered himself using that term, the satchel's contents offered an Austrian map of the southern borders of the Caspian Sea, dated 1919. The cartography had certainly begun earlier. Honorary Bolshevik names were missing, but the printing date allowed Szara to write on a piece of hotel stationery, "Alive in 1919. Checking the baggage tag once again, he noted, "Tentative terminal date, February 8th, 1935. A curious date, following by 2 months and some days the assassination of Sergei Kirov at the Smolny Institute in St. Petersburg, December 1st, 1934, which led to the first round of purges under Yagoda." A terminal date? Yes, Szara thought. This man is dead. He simply knew it. And, he felt, much earlier than 1935. Somehow, another hand had recovered the satchel and moved it to the left luggage room of a remote Prague railway station that winter. Infinite permutations were, of course, possible, but Szara suspected that a life played out in the southern extremity of the Soviet Empire had ended there. The Red Army had suppressed the Pasha's risings in 1923. If the officer, perhaps a military adviser to one of the local rulers, had survived those wars, he had not left the region. There was nothing of Europe that had not been packed on some night in, Szara guessed, 1920. That the satchel itself had survived was a kind of miracle, though presently Szara came upon a rather more concrete possibility, the stitching on the bottom lining. This was not the same hand that had lovingly and expertly crafted the seams. The reattachment had been managed as best it could be done, with waxed threads sewn into a cruciform shape anchoring each corner. So, the officer carried more than books and clothes. Szara remembered what Renata Braun had said in the lobby of Chelidze's hotel. "It is for you." Not old maps, books, and clothing, certainly, and not a Nagant pistol. What was now his lay beneath the satchel's false bottom in a secret compartment. Szara called the desk and had a bottle of vodka sent up. He sensed a long, difficult night ahead of him. The city of Prague was bad enough. The officer's doomed attempt to survive history didn't make things any better. He must, Szara reasoned, have been a loyal soldier in the Tsar's service, thus fugitive after the revolution in 1917. Perhaps he'd fought alongside white Guardist elements in the Civil War, then flight always southeast into Central Asia as the Red Army advanced. The history of that place and time was as evil as any Szara knew. Basmachi, the marauding bandits of the region, Baron Ungarn Sternberg, a sadist and a madman, General Ma and his Muslim army, rape, murder, pillage, captives thrown into locomotive boilers to die in the steam. He suspected that this man, who carried a civilized little library and carefully darned the elbows of his sweater, had died in some unremembered minor skirmish during those years. There were times when a bullet was the best of all solutions. Szara found himself hoping it had been that way for the officer. The vodka helped. Szara was humming a song by the time he had his razor out, sawing away at the thick bands of criss-crossed thread. The officer was no fool. Who, Szara wondered, did he think to deceive with this only too evident false bottom contrivance? Perhaps the very densest border patrolman or the most slow-witted customs guard. The NKVD workshops did this sort of thing quite well, leaving only the slimmest margin for secreting documents and disguising the false bottom so that you really could not tell. On the other hand, the officer had likely done what he could, used the only available hiding place, and hoped for the best. Yes, Szara understood him now better and better. The sewn-down corners revealed a sort of determination in the face of hopeless circumstances, a quality Szara admired above all others. Having cut loose the final corner, he had to use a nail file to pry up the leather flap. What had he hoped to find? Not this. A thick stack of greyish paper, frayed at the edges, covered with a careful pen scrawl of stiff Russian phrases, the poetry of bureaucrats. It was official paper, a bluntly printed letterhead announcing its origin as Bureau of Information, 3rd Section, Department of State Protection, Okhranoye Oddelenie, Ministry of the Interior, Transcaucasian District, with a street address in Tbilisi, the Georgian city of Tiflis. A slow, sullen disappointment drifted over Szara's mood. He carried the vodka bottle over to the window and watched as a freight train crawled slowly away from the railway station, its couplings clanking and rattling as the cars jerked into motion. The officer was not a noble colonel or a captain of cavalry, but a slow-footed policeman. No doubt a cog in the Tsar's vast but inefficient secret police gendarmerie, the Okhrana. And this sheaf of misery on the hotel desk apparently represented a succession of cases, a record of agents provocateurs, payments to petty informers, and solemn physical descriptions of social revolutionary party workers in the early days of the century. He'd seen this kind of report from time to time. Soul-destroying stuff it was. Humanity seen through a window by the dim glow of a street lamp, sad and mean, and obsessed with endless conspiracies. The thought of it made you want to retire to the countryside with a milk cow and a vegetable patch. Not a military officer, a police officer. Poor man, he had carried this catalogue of small deceits over mountain and across desert, apparently certain of its value once the counter-revolution had succeeded and some surviving spawn of the Romanovs once again sat upon the throne of all the Russias. In sorrow more than anger, Szara soothed his frustrated imagination with 2 tiltings of the vodka bottle. A paper creature, he thought, a uniform with a man in it. He walked back to the desk and adjusted the gooseneck lamp. The organization Mesame Dasi, 3rd Group, had been founded in 1893, of social democratic origin and purpose, in political opposition to Miori Dasi, 2nd Group. Szara sighed at such grotesque hair-splitting, and made its views known in pamphlets and the newspaper Kvali, the Furrow. Known principals of the organization included N.K. Jordania, K.K. Morige, G.M. Tseretelli. The informant, Dubak, it meant Little Oak and had gone on to become the name for a dead drop of any kind, enrolled and became active in 1898 at age 19. Szara flipped through the stack of pages, his eye falling randomly on summaries of interviews, memoranda, alterations in handwriting as other officers contributed to the record, receipts for informer payments signed with cover names, not code names like Dubak. One never knew one's code name. That belonged to the masters of the file. A change to typewriter as the case spanned the years, and reports were sent travelling upward from district to region to central bureau to ministry to Tsar Nicholas and perhaps to God himself. Szara's temples throbbed. Serves you right. What in the name of heaven had he expected? Swiss francs? Perhaps he had, deep down. Those exquisitely printed passports to anywhere and everything. Idiot. Maybe gold coins? The molten rubies of children's books, or a single pressed rose, its last dying fragrance only just discernible. Yes, any or all of it. His eye fell in misery on the false plate lying on the floor amid a tangle of cut-up thread. He'd learned to sew as a child in Odessa, but this was not the sort of job he could do. How was he to put all this back together again? By employment of the hotel seamstress? The guest in room 35 requires the false bottom sewed back on his suitcase. Hurry, woman, he must cross the Polish frontier tonight. A victim of betrayed imagination, Szara cursed and mentally called down the apparat as though summoning evil spirits. He willed Heschel with his sad little smile, or Renata Braun with her purse full of skeleton keys, or any of them, grey shapes or cold-eyed intellectuals, to come and take this inhuman pettifoggery away from him before he hurled it out the window. In fact, where were they? He glanced at the bottom of the door, expecting a slip of paper to come sliding underneath at that very moment. But all he saw was worn carpet. The world suddenly felt very silent to him, and another visit with the vodka did not change that. In desperation, he shoved the paper to one side and replaced it with sheets of hotel stationery from the desk drawer. If, in the final analysis, the officer did not deserve this vodka-driven storm in the emotional latitudes, the anguished people of Prague most assuredly did. It was midnight when he finished, and his back hurt like a bastard. But he'd gotten it. The reader would find himself, his street, his neighborhood, his nation. And the hysteria, the nightmare, was where it belonged, just below the horizon, so you felt it more than saw it. To balance a story on the people, he'd have to do one on the ministry. Quote from Benish, quote from General Vlasy, something vicious from Henlein, and the slant, since the country had been created a parliamentary democracy in 1918 and showed no sign of yearning to become a socialist republic, would have to serve Soviet diplomatic interests by fervid anti-Hitlerism. No problem there. He could file on ministries with one eye shut and the pencil in his ear, and it would mean just about that much. Politicians were like talking dogs in a circus. The fact that they existed was uncommonly interesting, but no sane person would actually believe what they said. Then, as always happened after he wrote something he liked, the room began to shrink. He stuffed some money in his pocket, pulled up his tie, threw on his jacket, and made his escape. He tried walking, but the wind blowing down from Poland was fierce, and the air had the smell of winter. So he waved down a taxi and gave the address of the Luxuria, a Nachtlokal where the cabaret was foul and the audience worse, thus exactly where he belonged in his present frame of mind. Nor was he disappointed. Sitting alone at a tiny table, a glass of flat champagne at his elbow, he smoked steadily and lost himself in the mindless fog of the place, content beneath the soiled cutout of yellow paper pinned to a velvet curtain that served as the luxurious moon, a thin slice, a weary old moon, for nights when nothing mattered. Momo Zippler and his Wienerwald companions, 5 of them, including the oldest cellist in captivity, a death-eyed drummer called Rex, and Momo himself, one of those dark celebrities nourished by the shadows east of the Rhine, a Viennese Hungarian in a green tuxedo with a voice full of tears that neither he nor anyone else had ever cried. "Noch einmal als Abschied dein Händchen mir gib," sang Momo as the cello sobbed. "Just once again give me your hand to press." The interior, Szara, was overjoyed. This horrid syrup was delicious. A wicked joke on itself, an anthem to Viennese love gone wrong. The title of the song was perfect. There Are Things We Must All Forget. The violinist had fluffy white hair that stood out in wings, and he smiled like Satan himself as he played. The companions of the Wienerwald then took up a kind of drunken elephant theme for the evening's main attraction, the enormous Motel Motkevich, who staggered into the spotlight to a series of rimshots from the drummer and began his famous one-word routine. At first, His body told the story. I just woke up in the maid's bed with the world's worst hangover, and someone pushed me out onto the stage of a nightclub in Prague. What am I doing here? What are you doing here? His flabby face sweated in the purple lights. For 20 years he'd looked like he was going to die next week. Then he shaded his eyes and peered around the room. Slowly, recognition took hold. He knew what sort of swine had come out to the Nachtlokal tonight. Ah, yes, he knew them all too well. "Ja," he said, confirming the very worst, his thick lips pressed together with grim disapproval. He began to nod, confirming his observation. Drunkards and perverts, dissolution and depravity. He put his hands on his broad hips and stared out at a Yugoslav colonel accompanied by a well-rouged girl in a shiny feather hat that hugged her head tightly. "Ja," said Motto Motkevich. "There's no doubt about you two, likewise to a pair of pretty English boys in +4s, then to a captain of industry caught in the act of schnozzling a sort of teenage dairymaid by his side." Suddenly, a voice from the shadows in the back of the room, "But, Muttle, why not?" Quickly the audience began to shout back at the comedian in a stew of European languages. "Is it bad? Why shouldn't we? What can be so wrong?" The fat man recoiled, grasped the velvet curtain with one hand, eyes and mouth widening with new understanding. "Ja? You mean it's really all right after all, to do just every sort of thing we all know about and some we haven't figured out yet?" Now came the audience's great moment. "Ja!" they cried out again and again. Even the waiters joined in. Poor Muttle actually crumpled under the assault. A world he presumed to love, of order and rectitude, had been torn to shreds before his very eyes, and now the truth lay bare. With regret, he bid all that fatuous old nonsense adieu. "Ja, ja," he admitted ruefully. "So it has always been. So it will always be. So, particularly so will it be tonight." Just then, something extremely interesting caught his eye. Something going on behind the curtain to his right, and, eyes glittering like a love-maddened satyr, he bequeathed his audience one final drawn-out "Ja!", then stomped off the stage to applause as the companions struck up a circus melody and the zebras ran out from behind the curtain, bucking and neighing, pawing their little fore-hooves in the air. Naked girls in papier-mâché zebra masks, actually, prancing and jiggling among the tables, stopping now and again to stick their bottoms out at the customers, then taking off again with a leap. After a few minutes, they galloped away into the wings, the companions swung into a sedate waltz, and the dancers soon reappeared without masks and wearing gowns, as Annemierdamen who were to flirt with the customers, sit on their laps, and tickle them into buying champagne by the bottle. Szara's was heavy-hipped, with hair dyed a lustrous, sinister black. "Can you guess which zebra was me? I was so very close to you." Later he went with her to a secret room at the top of a cold house, where you walked upstairs, then downstairs, across 2 courtyards where cats lived, finally to climb again past blind turns and dark passageways until you came to a low corridor under the roof gables. Zebra, he called her. It made things simpler. He doubted he was the originator of the idea, for she seemed quite comfortable with it. She cantered and whinnied, and shook her little white tummy, all for him. His spirit soared. At last he'd found an island of pleasure in his particular sea of troubles. There were those, he knew, who would have found such sport sorrowful and mean. But what furies did they know? What waited for them on the other sides of doors? The zebra owned a little radio. It played static, and also a station that stayed on the air all night long, playing scratchy recordings of Schumann and Chopin from somewhere in the darkness of Central Europe, where insomnia had become something of a religion. To this accompaniment, they made great progress, and delighted themselves by feigning shock at having tumbled into such depths where anything at all may be found to swim. "Ah, yes?" cried the zebra, as though they'd happened on some new and complex amusement, never before attempted in the secret rooms of these cities, as though their daring to play the devil's own games might stay his hand from that which they knew, by whatever obscure prescience, he meant to do to them all. Worn and exhausted at last, they dozed off in the smoky room, while the radio crackled, faded in and out, voices sometimes whispering to them in unknown languages. The leaders of the Georgian Furst of the NKVD usually met for an hour or two on Sunday mornings in Alexei Agayan's apartment on Tverskaya Street. Beria himself never came. He was, in some sense, a conspiracy of one, but made his wishes known through Dershani, Agayan, or one of the others. Typically, only the Moscow-based officers attended the meeting, though comrades from the southeast republics stopped by from time to time. They met in Agayan's kitchen, large, dilapidated, and very warm, on November 21st at 11:30 in the morning. Agayan, a short, dark-skinned man with a thick head of curly grey hair and an unruly moustache, wore an old cardigan sweater in keeping with the air of informality. Ismailov, a Russified Turk, and Zakhariev, an Assit, the Farsi-speaking tribe of the North Caucasus, from whom Stalin's mother was said to be descended, were red-eyed and a little tender from Saturday night excesses. Terunyan, from the city of Yerevan in Armenia, offered a small burlap sack of ripe pears brought to Moscow by his cousin, a locomotive engineer. These were laid out on the table by Stasha, Agayan's young Russian wife, along with bowls of salted and sugared almonds, pine nuts, and a plate of Smyrna raisins. Agayan's wife also served an endless succession of tiny cups of Turkish coffee, shekerli, the sweetest variety, throughout the meeting. Dershani, a Georgian, the most important among equals, was also the last to arrive. Such traditions were important to the Furst, and they observed them scrupulously. It was altogether a traditional sort of gathering, as though in a coffee-house in Baku or Tashkent. They sat in their shirt-sleeves and smoked, ate and drank their coffees, and took turns to speak, in Russian, their only common language, with respect for one another and with a sense of ceremony. What was said mattered, that was understood. They would have to stand by it. Agayan, squinting in the rising smoke of a cigarette held in the center of his lips, spoke solemnly of comrades disappeared in the purges. The Ukrainian and Polish Yidge, he admitted, were getting much the worst of it, but many Georgians and Armenians and their allies from all over, some Yids of their own, for that matter, had also vanished into the Lubyanka and the Lefortovo. Agayan sighed mournfully when he finished his report, all the eulogy many of them would ever have. "One can only wonder," Zakhariev said. Agayan's shrug was eloquent. "It's what he wants. As for me, I was not asked." The nameless he in these conversations was always Stalin. "Still," Zakhariev said, "Yasin Feremovich was a superb officer." "And loyal," Terunyan added. At 35, he was by far the youngest man in the room. Agayan lit a new cigarette from the stub of the old one. "Nonetheless," he said, "you have heard what he said to Yezhov in the matter of interrogation. Beat and beat and beat." Terunyan paused to let the felicity of that phrasing hang in the air to make sure everyone understood he honored it. "Thus anyone will admit anything, will surely name his own mother." "Yours too," Ismailov said. Dershani raised his right hand a few inches off the table. The gesture meant enough, and stopped Ismailov dead in his tracks. Dershani had the face of a hawk, sharp beak, glittering, lifeless eyes, thin lips, high forehead, hair that had gone grey when he was young, some said in a single night when he was sentenced to die. But he lived, changed, into something not quite a man. a specialist at obtaining confessions, a man whose hand was rumored to have actually held the pliers. Ismailov's tone of voice was clearly not to his taste. "His thinking is very broad," Dershani said. "We are not meant to understand it. We are not meant to comment upon it." He paused for coffee, to permit the atmosphere in the room to rise to his level, then took a few pine nuts. "These are delicious," he said. "If you look at our history, the history of our service, I mean, his hand may be seen to have grasped the tiller just at the crucial moment. We began with Dzerzhinsky, a Pole of aristocratic background from Vilna. Catholic by birth, he shows early in life a great affection for Jews. He comes to speak perfect Yiddish. His first lover is one Julia Goldman, the sister of his best friend. She dies of tuberculosis in Switzerland, where he had placed her in a sanatorium, and his sorrow is soothed by a love affair with a comrade called Sabina Feinstein. Eventually he marries a Polish Jewess from the Warsaw intelligentsia named Sophie Mushkat. His deputy, the man he depends on, is Unschlicht, also a Polish Jew, also an intellectual, from Muava. When Dzerzhinsky dies, his other deputy, Menjinsky, takes over. No Jew, Menjinsky, but an artiste, a man who speaks Chinese, Persian, Japanese, in all 12 languages, and who, while doing our work in Paris, is a poet one day, a painter the next, and lies around in silk pajamas, smoking a perfumed cigarette in an ivory holder, the leader of a salon. Lenin dies. This young state, troubled, gravely threatened, thrusts itself at our leader, and he agrees to take its burdens upon his shoulders. He seeks only to continue the work of Lenin, but in 1934 the Trotskyite center begins to gather power. Something must be done. In Lenin's tradition he turns to Yagoda, a Polish Jew from Lodz, a poisoner who eliminates the writer Gorky through seemingly natural means. But he is too clever, keeps his own counsel, and by 1936 he is no longer the right sort of person for the job. Now what is the answer? Perhaps the dwarf, Yezhov, called familiarly the blackberry, which his name suggests. But this one is no better than the other. Not a Jew this time, but a madman, truly, and malicious, like a child of the slum who soaks cat's tails in paraffin and sets them alight. Dershani stopped dead, tapping 4 fingers on the kitchen table. A glance at Agayan's wife, standing at the stove in the far part of the kitchen, brought her swiftly with a fresh little cup of coffee. "Tell us, Efim Alexandrovitch, what will happen next?" Ismailov thus declared himself suitably chastened, symbolically sought Dershani's pardon for his momentary flippancy. Dershani closed his eyes politely as he drank off his coffee, smacked his lips politely in appreciation. "Stasya Marievna, you are a jewel," he said. She nodded silently to acknowledge the compliment. It evolves, Dershani said. "It is beautiful history, after all, and guided now by genius. But he must move at the proper speed. Certain matters must be allowed to play themselves out. And I tell you in confidence, there are many considerations that may elude our vision. These Yidge from Poland cannot just be swept away wholesale. Such cleaning, no matter how appropriate, would draw unwelcome attention, might alienate the Jews of America, for instance, who are great idealists and do our special work in their country. Thus Russians and Ukrainians, yes, and even Georgians and Armenians, must leave the stage along with the others. This is necessity, historical necessity, a stratagem worthy of Lenin." "Then tell us, Efim Alexandrovitch," said Agayan, not unconsciously echoing Ismailov's phrasing, "if today we are not in fact privileged to hear the views of our comrade in Tbilisi." He referred to Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, presently first secretary of the Georgian Communist Party and previously head of the Georgian NKVD. The modest bite in the question suggested that Dershani should perhaps not call his wife a jewel in front of his colleagues. Dershani took only the smallest step backward. Lavrenti Pavlovich might not disagree with the drift of what I am saying. We both believe, I can say, that we will win this battle, though there are actions which must be taken if we intend to do so. Most important, however, to perceive his wishes, and to act upon them with all possible measures. This opened a door. Agayan tapped his cup on the saucer, and his wife brought him a fresh coffee. Yershany had cited all possible measures, and form now decreed that Agayan seek to discover what they were. Once described, they had to be undertaken. Yershany glanced at his watch. Agayan leaped at the possibility. "Please, Efim Alexandrovich, do not permit us to detain you if duty calls elsewhere." No, Yershany said dismissively. "I'm simply wondering what's become of Grigory Petrovich. He was specifically to join us this morning." "You refer to Khelidze?" Ismailov asked. "Yes." "I'll call his apartment," Agayan said, rising quickly, delighted with the interruption. "His wife will know where he's gotten to." Zakhalyev snickered briefly. "Not likely," he said. Monday morning. Striding through a fine wet mist that made the streets of Prague even greyer than usual, Szara went early to the Sov Press Bureau, which handled all Soviet dispatches, and filed the story he'd written on Saturday night. It had taken him some 28 tries to get a title that settled properly on the piece. His initial instinct led down a path marked Prague, city in blank. He tried peril, sorrow, waiting, despair, and at last, in fury that it wouldn't work, Czechoslovakia. At the end of patience, the rather literal silence in Prague took the prize, a title, on reflection, that turned out to be a message from the deep interior where all the work really went on. For those who read with both eyes, the melodramatic heading would imply a subtle alteration of preposition so that the sharper and truer message would concern silence about Prague. Not the anguished silence of a city under political siege, but the cowardly silence of European statesmen. A silence filled with diplomatic bluster that nobody took seriously. A silence that could be broken only by the sputter of tank ignitions as armored columns moved to reposition themselves on the borders of Germany. There was, in fact, another zone of silence on the subject of Prague to the east of Czechoslovakia, where Stalin's Franco-Russian alliance specified that the USSR would come to the aid of the Czechs if Hitler attacked them, but only after the French did. Thus the USSR had positioned itself to hide behind the promises of a regime in Paris that compromised on every issue and staggered from scandal to catastrophe and back again. Yes, Stalin's Red Army was in bloody disarray from the purges of June 37, but it was sorrowful, Szara thought, that the Czechs would get the bill for that. And there was, unknown to Szara, some further silence to come. The dispatch clerk at the bureau near the Yaroskov Bridge, a stern, full-breasted matron with mounds of pinned-up grey hair, read Silence in Prague, sitting in front of her typewriter. "Yes, Comrade Szara," she breathed. "You have told the truth here. This is just the way this city feels." He accepted the compliment, and more than a little adoration in her eyes, with a deflective mumble. It wouldn't do to let her know just how much such praise meant to him. He saw the story off, then wandered along the streets that ran next to the Vltava, and watched the barges moving slowly up the steel-colored November River. Szara returned to the press bureau on Tuesday morning, meaning to wire Moscow his intention to travel up to Paris. There was always a story to be found in Paris, and he badly needed to breathe the unhealthy, healing air of that city. What he got instead as he came through the door was a pitying stare from the maternal transmission clerk. "A message for the comrade," she said, shaking her head in sympathy. She handed him a telegram, in from Moscow an hour earlier. Cannot accept silence/Prague in present form. Stop. By 25 November, develop information for profile of Dr. Julius Baumann, Salzbrunner 8, Berlin. Successful industrialist. Stop. Submit all material directly to Sov Press Supervisor, Berlin. Stop. Signed, Nezhenko. He saw that the clerk was waiting for him to explode, but he shut his emotions down at once. He was, he told himself, a big boy, and shifts of party line were nothing new. His success as a correspondent and the considerable freedom he enjoyed were based equally on ability and a sensitivity to what could and could not be written at any given moment. He was annoyed with himself for getting it wrong, but something was brewing in Moscow, and it was not the moment for indignation. It was the moment for understanding that political developments excluded stories on Prague. For the clerk's benefit he nodded in acceptance. Soviet journalism worker accepts criticism and forges ahead to build socialism. Yes, there was an overflowing wastebasket at his feet, and yes, he yearned to give it a mighty kick that would send it skittering into the wall. But no, he could not do it. "Then it's to be Berlin," he said calmly. He folded the telegram and slid it into the pocket of his jacket, said goodbye to the clerk, smiled brightly, and left, closing the door behind him so softly it made not a sound. That night he was early for the Berlin express, and decided to have a sandwich and coffee at the railway station buffet. He noticed a group of men gathered around a radio in one corner of the room and wandered over to see what was so interesting. It was, as he'd supposed, a political speech, but not in Czech, in German. Szara recognized the voice immediately. Adolf Hitler was born to speak on the radio. He was a brilliant orator to begin with. And somehow the dynamics of wireless transmission, static, the light hiss of silence, added power to his voice. Hitler teased his audience, tiptoeing up to a dramatic point, then hammering it home. The audience, tens of thousands by the sound of it, cheered itself hoarse, swept by political ecstasy, ready to die then and there for German honor. Szara stood at the outer fringe of the group and listened without expression or reaction, pointedly ignoring an unpleasant glance of warning from one of the Czechs. Slovakians, Sudeten Germans, gathered around the radio. The voice, working toward a conclusion, was level and sensible to begin with. "Then the final aim of our whole party is quite clear for all of us. Always I am concerned only that I do not take any step from which I will have to retreat, and not to take any step that will harm us. I tell you that I always go to the outermost limits of risk, but never beyond. For this you need to have a nose." Laughter. Szara could imagine the gesture. "A nose to smell out, more or less, what can I still do? Also, in a struggle against an enemy, I do not summon an enemy backed by a fighting force. I do not say, 'Fight because I want to fight.' Instead I say, 'I will destroy you.'" A swell of voices here, but Hitler spoke through it. "And now, wisdom, help me to maneuver you into a corner where you cannot fight back. And then you get the blow right in the heart. That's it." The crowd roared in triumph, and Szara felt his blood chill. As he turned to walk away, there was a blur of motion to his right. The side of his head exploded, then he found himself sprawled on the filthy tiles of the restaurant floor. Looking up, he saw a man with a twisted mouth, his upper body coiled like a spring, his right fist drawn back over his left shoulder in order to hit a second time. The man spoke German. "Jew shit," he said. Szara started to get up, but the man took a step toward him, so he stayed where he was, on hands and knees. He looked around the restaurant. People were eating soup, blowing on their spoons before sipping it up. On the radio, a commentator's voice sounded measured and serious. The other men around the radio did not look at him, only the man with his fist drawn back, young, ordinary, broad, in a cheap suit and a loud tie. Szara's position seemed to mollify the man, who pulled a chair toward him and sat back down with his friends. He placed a metal salt shaker next to the pepper. Slowly Szara climbed to his feet. His ear was on fire. It throbbed and buzzed, and he could hear nothing on that side. His vision was a little fuzzy, and he blinked to clear it. As he walked away, he realized that there were tears in his eyes. Physical, he told himself. But he was in many kinds of pain, and he couldn't sort it out at all. The Prague-Berlin night express left the central station at 9:03 p.m., due in at Berlin's Bahnhof am Zoo station at 11:51, stopping only at the Aussig border control post on the east bank of the Elbe. Szara now travelled with 2 bags, his own and the leather satchel. The train was cold and crowded and smoky. Szara shared a compartment with 2 middle-aged women he took to be sisters and 2 teenage boys whose wind-burned faces and khaki shorts suggested they'd been on a weekend mountain-climbing holiday in Czechoslovakia and had stayed on until Tuesday before returning to school in Germany. Szara had some anxiety about the German customs inspection, but the officer's revolver now lay at the bottom of the Vltava, and he doubted that a file written in Russian, something it would be normal for him to have, would cause any difficulty. Border inspections concentrated on guns, explosives, large amounts of currency, and seditious literature, the revolutionary toolkit. Beyond that, the inspectors were not very interested. He was taking perhaps a small chance that a Gestapo officer would be in attendance, not unlikely, and that he would know enough Russian to recognize what he was looking at, very unlikely. In fact, Szara realized he didn't have much of a choice. The file was his, but not his to dispose of. Sooner or later, they would want to know what had become of it. As the train wound through the pine forests of northern Czechoslovakia, Szara's hand rose continually to his ear, slightly red and swollen and warm to the touch. He'd been hit, apparently, with the end of a metal salt shaker enclosed in a fist. As for other damage, heart, spirit, dignity, he'd had a lot of names. He finally managed to stand off from it and bring himself under control. No, he told himself again and again, you shouldn't have fought back. The men listening to the radio would have done far worse. The border control at Aussig was uneventful. The train slowly gained speed, ran briefly beside the Elbe, shallow and still in the late autumn, and soon after passed the brown-brick porcelain factories of Dresden, red shadows from the heating kilns flickering on the train windows. The track descended gradually from the high plain of Czechoslovakia to sea-level Germany, to flat fields and small, orderly towns, a station-master with a lantern standing on the platform at every village. The train slowed to a crawl. Szara glanced at his watch. It was a few minutes after 10, then stopped with a loud hiss of decompression. The passengers in his compartment stirred about irritably, said "Vus," and peered out the windows, but there was nothing to see, only farm fields edged by woodland. Presently a conductor appeared at the door to the compartment. An old gentleman with a hat a size too large for him. He licked his lips nervously and said, "Herr Szara?" His eye roamed among the passengers, but there was really only one possible candidate. "Well," Szara said, "now what?" "Would you be so kind as to accompany me? It's just—" Entirely without menace, Szara considered outrage, then sensed the weight of Teutonic railroad bureaucracy standing behind this request, sighed with irritation, and stood up. "Please, your baggage," the conductor said. Szara snatched the handles and followed the man down the corridor to the end of the car. A chief conductor awaited him there. "I am sorry, Herr Szara, but you must leave the train here." Szara stiffened. "I will not," he said. "Please," said the man nervously. Szara stared at him for a moment, utterly confounded. There was nothing outside the open door but dark fields. "I demand an explanation," he said. The man peered over Szara's shoulder, and Szara turned his head. Two men in suits stood at the end of the corridor. Szara said, "Am I to walk to Berlin?" He laughed, inviting them to consider the absurdity of the situation, but it sounded false and shrill. The supervisor placed a tentative hand above his elbow. Szara jerked away from him. "Take your hands off me," he said. The conductor was now very formal. "You must leave." He realized he was going to be thrown off if he didn't move, so he took his baggage and descended the iron stairway to the cinder bed on which the rails lay. The conductor leaned out, was handed a red lantern from within, and swung it twice toward the engine. Szara stepped away from the train as it jerked into motion. He watched it gather momentum as it rolled past him, a series of white faces framed by windows, then saw it off into the distance, two red lamps at the back of the caboose, fading slowly, then blackness. The change was sudden and complete. Civilization had simply vanished. He felt a light wind against his face. The faint rime of frost on a furrowed field sparkled in the light of the quarter moon, and the silence was punctuated by the sound of a night bird, a high, low call that seemed very far away. He stood quietly for a time, watched the slice of moon that dimmed and sharpened as haze banks drifted across it in a starless sky. Then, from the woodland at the near horizon, a pair of headlights moved very slowly toward a point some 50 yards up the track. He could see strands of ground mist rising into the illumination of the beams. Ah! With a sigh, Szara hefted the two bags and trudged toward the lights, discovering, as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, a narrow country lane that crossed the railroad tracks. General Bloch, he thought, doing tricks with the German rail system. The car reached the crossing before he did and rolled gently to a stop. Somehow, he'd missed a signal. This meeting had the distinct feel of an improvised fallback. He was, on balance, relieved. The heart of the apparat had skipped a beat but now returned to form and required the parcel from Prague. Well, thank God he had it. As he approached the car, its outline took shape in the ambient glow of the headlamps. It was not the same grosser Mercedes that had carried General Bloch away from the station at Ulm. But the monarchs of the apparat changed cars about as casually as they changed mistresses, and tonight had selected something small and anonymous for the treff, clandestine meeting, in a German beet field. The middle-aged sisters in the train compartment that Szara had recently occupied were amused, rather sentimentally amused, at the argument that now began between the two students returning from their mountain-climbing exertions in the Tatra. Sentiment was inspired by the recollection of their own sons, wholesome Nordic youths quite like these, who had from time to time gone absolutely mulish over some foolery or other, as boys will, and come nearly to blows over it. The sisters could barely keep from smiling. The dispute began genially enough, a discussion of the quality of check matches made for woodcutters and others who needed to make outdoor fires. One of the lads was quite delighted with the brand they'd purchased. The other had reservations. Yes, he'd agreed that they struck consistently even when wet, but they burned for only a few seconds and then went out, with damp kindling clearly a liability. The other boy was robust in defense. Was his friend blind and senseless? The matches burned for a long time. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. Just like miniature versions of their papas, weren't they? disputing some point in politics or machinery or dogs. As the train approached the tiny station at Feldhausen, where the track crosses a bridge and then swings away from the River Elster, a bet of a few groschen was struck and an experiment undertaken. The defender of the matches lit one and held it high while the other boy counted out the seconds. The sisters pretended not to notice, but they'd been drawn inexorably into the argument and silently counted right along. The first boy was an easy winner, and the groschen were duly handed over. Offered cheerfully and accepted humbly, the sisters noted with approval. The match had burned for more than 38 seconds, from a point just outside Feldhausen to the other end of the station platform and even a little way out into the countryside. The point was made. Those were excellent matches. Just the thing for woodsmen, mountain climbers, and any others who might need to light a fire. As Szara approached the car, the man next to the driver climbed out, held the back door open, and said, "Change of travel plans," with a smile of regret. His Russian was elementary but clear, phrased in the slow cadence characteristic of the southeastern reaches of the country near the Turkish border. "It won't be so inconvenient." He was a dark man with a great belly. Szara could make out a whitening moustache and thinning grey hair spread carefully over a bald head. The driver was young, a relative, perhaps even a son of the passenger. For the moment he was bulky and thick, the extra chin just beginning, the hair at the crown of his head growing sparse. Szara settled himself in the back seat, and the car moved forward cautiously through the night mist. "You tried to contact me in Prague?" he asked. "Couldn't get your attention, but no matter. Which one do we want?" Szara handed the satchel over the seat. "Handsome old thing, isn't it?" said the man, running an appreciative hand over the pebbled hide. "Yes," Szara said. "All here?" "Except for a pistol. That I dared not take through German border control. It's at the bottom of the river." "No matter, it's not pistols we need." Szara relaxed. Wondered where and how he'd be put back on his way to Berlin. Knew enough about such treffs not to bother asking. The great hand moved everyone about as it would. "Must keep to form," said the man, reaching inside his coat. He brought out a pair of handcuffs and held them out to Szara over the back of the seat. The car entered a farming village, every window dark, thatched roof stone barns. Then they were again among the fields. Szara's heart pumped hard. He willed his hand not to rise and press against his chest. "What?" he said. "Rules, rules," said the fat man disconsolately. Then, a bit annoyed, "Always something." He shook the handcuffs impatiently. "Come, then. For what?" "За что?" "It isn't for anything, comrade." The man made a sucking noise against his tooth. He tossed the handcuffs into Szara's lap. "Now don't make me irritable." Szara held the cuffs in his hand. The metal was unpolished, faintly oily. "You better do what we say," the young driver threatened, his voice uncertain, querulous. Clearly he wanted to give orders, but was afraid that nobody would obey him. "Am I arrested?" "Arrested? Arrested?" The fat man had a big laugh. "He thinks we're arresting him." The driver tried to laugh like the other man, but he didn't have the voice for it. The fat man pointed a blunt index finger at him and partly closed one eye. "You put those on now. That's plenty of discussion." Szara held his wrist up to the faint moonlight in the back window. "In back! Don't you know anything?" He sighed heavily and shook his head. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. It's just one of those things that has to be done. You're certainly aware, comrade, of the many things we all must do. So, humor me, will you?" He turned back around in his seat, dismissively, and peered through the ground mist rising from the road. As he turned, Szara could hear the whisper of his woolen coat against the car upholstery. Szara clicked the handcuff around his left wrist, then put it behind his back and held the other cuff in his right hand. For a time the men in the front seat were silent. The road moved uphill into a wood where it was very dark. The fat man leaned forward and peered through the window. "Take care," he said. "We don't want to hit an animal." Then, without turning around, "I'm waiting." Szara closed the cuff on his right wrist. The car left the forest and headed down a hill. "Stop here," the fat man said. "Turn on the light." The driver stared at the dashboard, twisted a button. A windshield wiper scraped across the dry glass. Both men laughed, and the driver turned it off. Another button did nothing at all. Then the dome light went on. The fat man leaned over and rummaged through the open satchel between his feet. He drew out a sheet of paper and squinted at it. "I'm told you're sly as a snake," he said to Szara. "Haven't been hiding anything, have you?" "No," Szara said. "If I have to, I'll make you tell." "You have all of it." "Don't sound so miserable. You'll have me weeping in a minute." Szara said nothing. He shifted in the seat to make his hands more comfortable and looked out the side window at the cloudy silhouette of the moon. "Well," the fat man said at last, "this is just the way life is." A shrill whine reached them from around a bend in the road, and the single light of a motorcycle appeared. It shot past them at great speed, a passenger hanging on to the waist of the driver. "Crazy fools," the young man said. "These Germans love their machines," the fat man said. "Drive on." They went around the bend where the motorcycle had come from. Szara could see more woodland on the horizon. "Slowly now," said the fat man. He reached over and turned off the dome light, then stared out the side window with great concentration. "I wonder if it's come time for eyeglasses." "Not you," the driver said. "It's the mist." They drove on, very slowly. A dirt track for farm machines broke away from the road into a field that had been harvested to low stubble. "Ah," the fat man said, "you better back up." He looked over the seat at Szara as the car reversed. "Let's see those hands." Szara twisted around and showed him. "Not too tight, are they?" "No." "How far?" said the driver. "Just a little. I'm not pushing this thing if we get stuck in a hole." The car inched forward down the dirt path. "All right," said the fat man. "This will do." He struggled out of the car, walked a few feet, turned his back, and urinated. Still buttoning his fly, he walked to Szara's door and opened it. "Please," he said, indicating that Szara should get out. Then to the driver, "You stay here and keep the car running." Szara shifted himself along the seat, swung his legs out, and leaning forward in a crouch, managed to stand upright. "Let's walk a little," said the fat man, positioning himself just behind Szara and a little to his right. Szara walked a few paces. As the car idled, he could hear that one cylinder was mistimed and fired out of rhythm. "Very well," said the fat man. He took a small automatic pistol from the pocket of his coat. "Is there anything you would like to say? Perhaps a prayer?" Szara didn't answer. "Jews have prayers for everything, certainly for this." "There's money," Szara said. "Money and gold jewelry." "In your valise?" "No, in Russia." "Ah," said the fat man sorrowfully. "We're not in Russia." He armed the automatic with a practiced hand. The wind gusted suddenly and raised a few strands of stiff hair so that they stood up straight. Carefully he smoothed them back into place. "So," he said. The whine of the motorcycle reached them again, growing quickly in volume. The fat man swore softly in a language Szara didn't know and lowered the pistol by the side of his leg so that it was hidden from the road. Almost on top of him, the cyclist executed a grinding speed shift and swung onto the farm track in a shower of dirt, the light sweeping across Szara and the fat man, whose mouth opened in surprise. From somewhere near the car, an urgent voice called out, "Ismailov!" The fat man was astonished, for a moment speechless. Then he said, What is it? Who are you?" The muzzle flare was like orange lightning. It turned the fat man into a photographic negative. Arms spread like the wings of a bird as a wind swept him into the air, while down below a shoe flew away. He landed like a sack and hummed, as though he'd hit his thumb with a hammer. Szara threw himself onto the ground. From the car, the young driver cried out for his father amid the flat reports of a pistol fired in the open air. "Are you hurt?" Szara looked up. The little gnome, called Heschel, stood over him, eyes glittering in the moonlight above his hooked nose, and knowing smile. His cap was pulled down ridiculously over his ears, and a great shawl was wound around his neck and stuffed into his buttoned jacket. 3 shotgun shells were thrust between the fingers of his right hand. He broke the barrel and loaded both sides. A voice from near the car said, "Who's humming?" "Ismailov. Heshi, please." Heschel snapped the shotgun back together and walked toward the fat man. He fired both barrels simultaneously, and the humming stopped. He returned to Szara, reached down, thrust a small hand into Szara's armpit, and tugged. "Come on," he said. "You got to get up." Szara managed to scramble to his feet. At the car, the second man was hauling the driver out by his ankles. He flopped onto the ground. "Look," said the man who had pulled him out. "It's the sun." "Ismailov's son?" Heschel asked. "I think so." Heschel walked over and stared down. "From this you can tell?" The other man didn't answer. "Maybe you better start the machine." While Heschel retrieved the key and unlocked the handcuffs, the other man took a crank that clamped behind the rider's seat and locked it onto a nut on the side of the engine. He turned it hard a few times, and the motorcycle coughed, then sputtered to life. Heschel made a hurry-up motion with his hand. The man climbed on the motorcycle and rode away. As the noise faded, they could hear dogs barking. Heschel stood silently for a moment and stared at the front seat of the car. "Look in the trunk," he told Szara. "Maybe there's a rag." In Berlin, it was raining, and it was going to rain. A slow, sad, persistent business, shining black on the bare trees and polishing the soot-colored roof tiles. Szara stared out a high window, watching umbrellas moving down the street like phantoms. It seemed to him the city's very own private weather. For Berliners lived deep inside themselves, it could be felt, where they nourished old insults and humiliated ambitions of every sort. All of it locked up within a courtesy like forged metal, and an acid wit that never seemed meant to hurt. It just, apparently by accident, left a little bruise. Late Tuesday night, Heschel had driven Szara to the terminus of a suburban feeder line where he'd caught a morning train into Berlin. Once aboard, he'd trudged to the WC and, numb with resignation, forced himself to look in the mirror. But his hair was as it had always been, and he'd barked a humorless laugh at his own image. Still vanity, always, forever, despite anything. What he'd feared was something he had seen, and more than once, during the Civil War and the campaign against Poland. Men of all ages, even in their teens, sentenced to die at night, then the next morning marched to the wall of a school or post office with hair turned, in the course of one night, a grayish-white. He took a taxi to an address Heschel had given him, a tall, narrow private house on the Nollendorfplatz, in the western part of Berlin, not far from the Holländische Taverne, where he'd been told he could take his meals. A silent woman in black silks had answered his knock, shown him to a cot in a gabled attic, and left him alone. He supposed it to be a safe house, used by the Renata Braun faction, but the ride in Ismailov's car and a few, apparently final moments in a stubbled wheat field had dislocated him from a normal sense of the world, and he was no longer sure precisely what he knew. Heschel, driving fast and peering through the steering wheel — there were bullet holes in the driver's side of the window, and the glass had fractured into frosted lace around each of them — had signaled with his headlights to 2 cars and another motorcycle racing down the narrow road. so Szara gained at least a notion of the sheer breadth of the operation. Yet Heschel seemed not to know or care why Szara was headed into Berlin. And when Szara offered him the satchel, he simply laughed. "Me?" he'd said, heeling the car through a double S curve in the road. "I don't take nothing. What's yours is yours." What did they want? To use the material in the satchel that rested between his feet. To discredit the Georgians. Ismailov and Khalidze had only that connection as far as he knew. And they were not his friends in the Foreign Department. Who then? He did not know. He only knew they'd stuck him with the hot potato. The kids in the Jewish towns of Poland and Russia played the game with a stone. If the count reached 50 and you had it, well, too bad. You might have to eat a morsel of dirt or horse pie. The forfeit varied, but the principle never did. And there was always some tough little bastard like Heschel around to play enforcer. Heschel was a type he'd always known, what they called in Yiddish a Luftmensch. These Luftmenschen, it meant men of the air, or men without substance, could be seen every morning but the Sabbath, standing around in front of the local synagogue, hands in pockets, waiting for a day's work, an errand, whatever might come their way. They were men who seemed to have no family or village, a restless population of day laborers that moved through eastern Poland, the Ukraine, Bielorussia, all over the Jewish districts, available to whoever had a few kopecks to pay them. The word had a second, ironic meaning that, like many Yiddish expressions, embellished its literal translation. Luftmenschen were also eternal students. Lost souls, young people who spent their lives arguing politics in cafes and drifting through the student communities of Europe, gifted, bright, but never truly finding themselves. Yet Szara knew that he and Heschel were perhaps more similar than he wanted to admit. They were both citizens of a mythical country, a place not here and not there, where national borders expanded and contracted but changed nothing. A world where everyone was a Luftmensch of one kind or another. The Pale of Settlement, 15 provinces in southwest Russia, until 1918, when Poland sprang back into national existence, ran from Kovno in the north, almost on the shores of the Baltic, to Odessa and Simferopol in the south on the Black Sea. From Poltava in the east, historic Russia, to Częstochowa and Warsaw in the west, historic Poland. One had also to include Krakow, Lvov, Ternopil, and such places, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire until 1918. Add to this the towns of other off-and-on countries, Vilna in Lithuania and Jelgava in Latvia. Throw in the fact that people thought of themselves as having regional affiliations, believing they lived in Bessarabia, Galicia, named for the Galicia in Spain from which the Jews were expelled in 1492, Kurland, or Volhynia, and what did you have? You had a political landscape best understood by intelligence services and revolutionary cadres. Fertile recruiting either way it went, and often enough, both. And why not? What can be so bad about a cover name, or a nom de révolution if your own name never particularly meant anything? The Austro-Hungarian bureaucracy in the 19th century gave the Jews the right to call themselves whatever they liked. Most chose German names, thinking to endear themselves to their German-speaking neighbors. These names were often transliterated back into, for example, Polish. Thus, some version of the German for Scherer, and why that nobody knew, became Szara, the Polish SZ standing in for the German S, which was sounded sh. Eventually, with time and politics and migration, it changed again, this time to the Russian. And when Szara was born, his mother wanted to emphasize some quietly cherished claim to a distant relation in France, so named him not the Polish André or the Russian Andrei, but André. A man invented, a man of the air. Just how would such a man's allegiance be determined? In a land of, at best, shifting political loyalties, often well leavened with fumes of Hasidic mysticism. A land where the name Poland was believed by many to be a version of the Hebrew expression Polin, which meant, here ye shall remain. and was thus taken to be good news direct from heaven. The Tsar's Okhrana was recruiting in the Pale as early as 1878, seeking infiltrators. Jews did wander, turning up as peddlers, merchants, auction buyers, and what have you, just about anywhere, recruiting for their war against Turkey. Thus, when the operatives of the Okhrana and the Bolshevik faction went at each other after 1903, there were often Jews on both sides, men of both worlds and none, always alien, therefore never suspected of being so. They tended to show up somewhere with a business in one pocket. Szara's father grew up in Austro-Hungarian Ternopil, where he learned the trade of watchmaker, eventually becoming nearly blind from close work in bad light. As a young man seeking a better economic climate in which to raise his family, he moved to the town of Kishinev, where he survived the pogrom of 1903, then fled to the city of Odessa just in time for the pogrom of 1905, which he did not survive. By then, all he could see were gray shadows, and was perhaps briefly surprised at just how hard shadows punched and kicked. His death left Szara and his mother and an older brother and sister to get along as best they could. Szara was, in 1905, 8 years old. He learned to sew after a fashion, as did his brother and sister, and they survived. Sewing was a Jewish tradition. It took patience, discipline, and a kind of self-hypnosis, and it provided money sufficient to eat once a day and to heat a house for some of the winter. Later, Szara learned to steal. Then, soon after, to sell stolen goods, first in Odessa's Moldovanka market, then on the docks where foreign ships berthed. Odessa was famous for its Jewish thieves and its visiting sailors. Szara learned to sell stolen goods to sailors who told him stories, and he grew to like stories more than almost anything else. By 1917, when he was 20 years old, and had attended 3 years of university in Krakow, he was a confirmed writer of stories, one of many who came from Odessa. It had something to do with seaports, strange languages, exotic travelers, night bells in the harbor, waves pounding into foam on the rocks, and always distance, horizon, the line where sky met water, and just beyond your vision people were doing things you couldn't imagine. By the time he left Krakow, he'd been a socialist, a radical socialist, a communist, a Bolshevik, and a revolutionary in all things, whatever one might become to oppose the Tsar, for that mattered above all else. After Kishinev, where as a 6-year-old he'd heard the local citizens beating their whip handles on the cobblestones, preparing their victims for a pogrom, after Odessa, where he'd found his father half buried in a mud street, a pig's tail stuffed in his mouth, thus we deal with Jews too good to eat pork. What else? For the pogroms were the Tsar's gift to his peasants. There was little else he could give them, so when they were pressed too hard by misery, when they could no longer bear their fate in the muddy villages and towns at the tattered edges of the empire, they were encouraged to seek out the Christ-killers and kill a few in return. Pogroms were announced by posters. The police paid the printing bills, and the money came from the Interior Ministry, which acted at the Tsar's direction. A pogrom released tension and, in general, evened things up. A redistribution of wealth. A primitive exercise in population control. Thus the Pale of Settlement produced a great number of Szaras. Intellectuals, they knew the capitals of Europe and spoke their languages, wrote fiercely and well, and had a great taste and talent for clandestine life. To survive as Jews in a hostile world, they'd learned duplicity and disguise, not to show anger, for it made the Jew-baiters angry, even less to show joy, for it made the Jew-baiters even angrier. They concealed success so they would not be seen to succeed, and learned soon enough how not to be seen at all. How to walk down a street, the wrong street, in the wrong part of town, in broad daylight, invisible. The Tsar was in much more trouble than he ever understood. And when his time came, the man in charge was one Yakov Yurovsky, a Jew from Tomsk, at the head of a Cheka squad. Yurovsky, who, while an émigré in Berlin, had declared himself a Lutheran, though the Tsar was in no position to appreciate such ironies. Having lived in a mythical country, a place neither here nor there, these intellectuals from Vilna and Gomiel helped to create another, and called it the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Such a name. It was hardly a union. The Soviets, workers' councils, ruled it for about 6 weeks. Socialism impoverished everybody, and only machine guns kept the republics from turning into nations. But to Szara and the rest, it didn't matter. He'd put his life on the line, preferring simply to die at the wrong end of a gun rather than the wrong end of a club. And for 12 years, until 1929, when Stalin finally took over, he lived in a kind of dream world, a mythical country where idealistic, intellectual Jews actually ran things, quite literally a country of the mind. Theories failed, peasants died, the land itself dried up in despair. Still they worked 20 hours a day and swore they had the answer. It could not last. Who were these people? These Poles and Lithuanians, Latvians and Ukrainians, these people with little beards and eyeglasses who spoke French down their big noses and read books, asked Stalin. And all the little Stalins answered, "We were wondering that very thing." Only nobody wanted to say it out loud. The steady rain beat down on Berlin. Somewhere in the house, the landlady's radio played German opera, the curtains hung limp by the window and smelled of the dead air in a disused attic room. Szara put on his belted raincoat and walked through the wet streets until he found a telephone box. He called Dr. Julius Baumann and managed to get himself invited to dinner. Baumann sounded suspicious and distant, but Nizhenko's telegram had been specific. The information was wanted by November 25th. There was no Soviet press bureau in Berlin. He'd have to file through the press office at the embassy. And November 25th was the next day. So he'd given Baumann a bit of a push. Sometimes finesse was a luxury. He walked slowly back to the tall house and spent the afternoon with the Okhrana, Dubok, the Caspian Oil Company, and 30-year-old Trefs in the back streets of Tbilisi, Baku, and Batum. They wanted him to be an intelligence officer, and so he was. Fearless, heroic, jaw set with determination. He read reports for 5 hours in an anonymous room while the rain drummed down, and he never once dozed off. The Villa Baumann stood behind a high wall at the edge of the western suburbs, in a neighborhood where gardeners pruned the shrubbery to sheer walls and flat tabletops, and architects dazzled their clients with turrets and gables and gingerbread that made mansions seem colossal dollhouses. A yank at the rope of a ship's bell by the gate produced a servant, a stubby man with immense red hands and sloping shoulders, who wore an emerald-green velvet smoking jacket. Mumbling in a dialect Szara could barely understand, he led the way down a path that skirted the Villa Baumann and ended at a servant's cottage at the rear of the property, then tramped off, leaving Szara to knock at the door. "I take it Manfred showed you the way," Baumann said dryly. "Of course this used to be his." The cottage was small and plain, quite pleasant for a servant. But the new regime has effected a more, even-handed approach to domicile. Who shall live where? Baumann was tall and spare, with thin, colourless lips, and the face ascetic, humorless, of a medieval prince or monastic scholar. His skin was white, as though wind or sun had never touched it. Perhaps 50, he was hairless from forehead to crown, which drew attention to his eyes, cold and green. The eyes of a man who saw what others did not, yet did not choose to say what he saw. Whatever it was, however, faintly displeased him, that much he showed. To Szara, German Jew meant mostly German, a position of significant hauteur in the Central European scheme of things. a culture wherein precise courtesies, intellectual sophistication, and quiet wealth all blended to create a great distance from Russian Jews and, it was never exactly expressed, most Christians. Yet Szara liked him, even as the object of that jellyfish stare down a long, fine, princely nose, as if to say, "Who are you?" Even so. They were four for dinner: Herr Doktor and Frau Baumann, a young woman introduced as Fräulein Hecht, and Szara. They ate in the kitchen, there was no dining room, at a rickety table covered by a dazzling white damask cloth embroidered with blue and silver thread. The porcelain service showed Indian princes and thick-lipped, gold-earringed princesses boating on a mountain lake, colored tomato red and glossy black, with gold filigree on the rims. At one point, the tines of Szara's fork scraped across the scene, and Frau Baumann closed her eyes to shut out the sound. She was a busy little pudding of a woman. A princess with a dowry? Szara thought so. They ate poached salmon fillets, and a rice and mushroom mixture in a jellied ring. "My old shop still serves me," Frau Baumann explained, the unspoken "of course" perfectly audible. "During the hours of closing, you understand, Herr Szara, at the door in the alley, but they still do it. And they do cook the most lovely things, and I am enough the domestic to reheat them." "A small premium is entailed," Baumann added. He had a deep, hollow voice that would have been appropriate for the delivery of sermons. "Naturally," Frau Baumann admitted, "but our cook—" "A rare patriot," said Baumann, "and a memorable exit. One would never have supposed that Hertha was capable of giving a speech." "We were so good to her," said Frau Baumann. Szara sensed the onset of an emotional flood, and rushed to cut it off. "But you are doing so very well. I haven't eaten like this." "You are not wrong," said Baumann quietly. "There are bad moments, too many, and one misses friends. That more than anything. But we, my family, came to Germany over 300 years ago, before there was even such a thing as Germany, and we have lived here in good times and bad ever since. We are German, is what it amounts to, and proud to be. That we proved in peace and war. So these people can make life difficult for us, Jews and others also, but they cannot break our spirit." "Just so," Szara said. Did they believe it? Perhaps Frau Doktor did. Had they ever seen a spirit broken? "Your decision to stay on is, if I may say it, courageous." Baumann laughed by blowing air through his nose, his mouth deformed by irony. "Actually, we haven't the choice. You see before you the Gesellschaft Baumann, declared a strategically necessary enterprise." Szara's interest showed. Baumann waved off dinner-time discussion of such matters. "You shall come and see us tomorrow. The grand tour." "Thank you," Szara said. There went filing on time. "The editors at Pravda have asked for material that could become a story. Would it be wise for a Jew to have attention called to him in that way, in a Soviet publication?" Baumann thought for a moment. "You are frank, Herr Szara, and it is appreciated. Perhaps you will allow me to postpone my answer until tomorrow." "Why am I here?" Szara thought. "Of course, I understand perfectly," he said. Frau Baumann was breathless. "We must stay, you see, Herr Szara, and our position is difficult enough as it is. One hears frightful things. One sees things on the street." Baumann cut his wife off. "Herr Szara has kindly consented to do as we wish." Szara realized why he liked Baumann. He was drawn to bravery. "Surely, Herr Szara, a little more rice and mushroom ring?" This from his left, Fräulein Hecht, obviously invited to balance the table. At first In the little whirlpool of turmoil that surrounds the entry of a guest, her presence had floated by him. A handshake, a polite greeting. Obviously she was nobody to be interested in. A young woman with downcast eyes, whose role it was to sit in the fourth chair and offer him rice and mushroom ring. Hair drawn back in a maiden's bun, wearing a horrid sort of blue wool dress with long sleeves, somehow shapeless and stiff at once, with a tiny lace collar tight at the throat. She was the perennial niece or cousin, invisible. But now he saw that she had eyes, large and soft and brown, liquid and intense. He knew her inquiring look to be a device, worked out, practiced at length in front of a dressing-table mirror, and meant to be the single instant of the evening she would claim for herself. Said Frau Baumann, "Oh, yes, please do." He reached for the platter, held delicately in a small hand with bitten nails, set it beside him, and served himself food he didn't want. When he looked up, she was gone, back into cover. It was the sort of skin, olive-toned, that didn't exactly color, yet he thought he saw a shadow darken above the lace collar. "Just the other day. The British newspapers simply cannot continue friends in Holland." Frau Baumann was well launched into an emotional appraisal of the German political situation. Meanwhile, Szara thought, "How old are you? 25? He couldn't remember her name. He said, nodding vigorously at his hostess. How true that was. "And one does hear such excellent news of Russia, of how it is being built by the workers. War would be such a waste." He smiled with enthusiasm. The workers. Finished eating, the Fräulein folded her little hands in her lap and stared at her plate. "It cannot be permitted to happen. Not again," said the Herr Doctor. "I believe that support for the present regime in the senior civil service and the army is not at all firm. That man does not necessarily speak for all of Germany, yet the European press seems blind to the possibility that—" "And now," the Frau Doctor cried out and clapped her hands, "there is crème bavarienne." The girl stood up quickly and assisted in clearing the table and making coffee, while the Herr Doctor rumbled on. The blue dress descended to mid-calf. White-ribbed stockings rose to meet it. Szara could see her lace-up shoes had gotten wet in the evening rain. The situation in Austria is also difficult, very complex. If not handled with delicacy, there could be instability. By a cupboard in the far corner of the kitchen, Frau Baumann laughed theatrically to cover embarrassment. "Why, no, my dearest Martha, the willow pattern for our guest." "Martha, there must be rapprochement and there must be peace. We are neighbors, all of us here. There is no denying it. The Poles, the Czechs, the Serbs, they wish only peace. Can the Western democracies be blind to this? Yet they give in at every opportunity." He shook his head in sorrow. "Hitler marched into the Rhineland in 1936, and the French sat behind their Maginot Line and did nothing. Why? We cannot understand it. A single determined advance by a French company of infantry, that's all it would have taken. Yet it didn't happen. I believe, no, frankly, I know, that our generals were astounded. Hitler told them how it would be, and then it was as he said, and then, suddenly, they began to believe in miracles." "And now this terrible politics must be put aside, Herr Szara," said Frau Baumann, "for it is time to be naughty." The Bavarian cream, a velvety mocha pond quivering in a soup plate, appeared before him. As the evening wore on, with cognac served in the cramped parlor, Dr. Julius Baumann became reflective and nostalgic. Recalled his student days at Tübingen, where the Jewish student societies had taken enthusiastically to beer-drinking and fencing in the fashion of the times. "I became a fine swordsman. Can you imagine such a thing, Herr Szara? But we were obsessed with honor, and so we practiced until we could barely stand up, but at least one could then answer an insult by challenging the offender to a match, as all the other students did. I was tall, so our president, he is now in Argentina, living God only knows how, prevailed on me to take up the saber. This I declined. I most certainly did not want one of these. He drew the traditional saber scar down his cheek. No, I wore the padded vest and the full mask, not the one that bears the cheek, and practiced the art of the épée, lunge, guard, lunge, guard. One winter's day I scored 2 touches on the mighty Kiko Bettendorf himself, who went to the Olympic Games the following year. Ah, those were wonderful days. Baumann told also of how he'd studied, often from midnight to dawn, to maintain the family honor and to prepare himself to accept the responsibility that would be passed down to him by his father, who owned the Baumann Iron Works. Graduating with a degree in metallurgical engineering, he'd gone on to convert the family business, once his father retired, to a wire mill. I believed that German industry had to specialize in order to compete, and so I took up that challenge. He had always seen his life in terms of challenge, Szara realized. First at Tübingen, then as an artillery lieutenant fighting on the Western Front, wounded near Ypres and decorated for bravery, next in the conversion of the Baumann business, then survival during the frightful inflations of the Weimar period. We paid our workers with potatoes. My chief engineer and I drove trucks to Holland to buy them. And now he found himself meeting the challenge of remaining in Germany when so many 150,000 of the Jewish population of 500,000 had abandoned everything and started all over as immigrants in distant lands. So many of our friends gone away, he said sorrowfully. We are so isolated now. Frau Baumann sat attentively silent during the discourse, her smile, in time, becoming a bit frozen. As if to say, Julius, my dearest husband, how I love and honor you, but how you do go on. But Szara heard what she did not. He listened with great care and studied every gesture, every tone of voice. And a certain profile emerged, like secret writing when blank paper is treated with chemicals. A courageous and independent man, a man of position and influence, and a patriot, suddenly finds himself bitterly opposed to his government in a time of political crisis. A man whose business, whatever it really was, has been officially designated a strategically necessary enterprise, who now declares himself, to a semi-official individual of his nation's avowed enemy, to be so isolated. This added up to only one thing, Szara knew, and a rather dubious assignment telegram from Nezyenko began to make sense. What he'd written off as a manifestation of some new, hopelessly convoluted political line being pursued in Moscow now told another story. The moment of revelation would come, he was virtually certain, during his grand tour of the Baumann wire mill. The dance of departure began at 10 o'clock precisely, as Frau Baumann accepted with courteous despair the inevitability of Szara's return to his lodgings and instructed her husband to walk Fräulein Hecht back to her family's house. Ah, but no, Szara fought back. Herr Doctor must in no way discommode himself. This was an obligation he insisted on assuming. What? No, it was unthinkable. They could not let him do that. Why not? Of course, they must allow him to do that very thing. No, yes, no, yes, it went on while the girl sat quietly and stared at her knees as they fought over her. Szara finally prevailed, becoming emotional and Russian in the process. To dine so splendidly, then drive one's host out into the night? Never. What he needed was a good long walk to punctuate the pleasure of the meal. This proved to be an unanswerable attack and carried the day. Arrangements to meet the following morning were duly made, and Szara and Fräulein Hecht were ceremoniously walked to the gate and waved out into the night. The night made over into something very different. Sometime after dusk, the rain of the afternoon had turned to snow. Soft, feathery stuff, nighttime snow, that floated down slowly from a low, windless sky. They were startled. It simply wasn't the same city. They laughed in amazement. The snow crunched beneath their shoes, covered tree branches and rooftops and hedges, changed the streets into white meadows or into silvered crystal where street lamps broke the shadow. Suddenly the night was immensely silent, immensely private. The snow clung to their hair and made their breaths into mist, surrounded them, muffled the world, cleaned it, buried it. He had no idea where she lived, and she never suggested one street or another, so they simply wandered. Walking together made it easy to talk, easy to confide, easy to say whatever came to you, because the silence and the snow made careful words seem empty. In such a moment one couldn't be hurt. The storm promised that, among other things. Some of what she said surprised him. For instance, she was not, as he'd thought, a cousin or a niece. She was the daughter of Baumann's chief engineer and longtime friend. Szara had wondered why she'd remained in Germany, but this was simply answered. She was not Jewish. Thus her father would, she explained, almost certainly become the Aryan owner of the business. New laws decreed that. But he had already arranged for Baumann's interest to be secretly protected until such time as events restored them all to sanity. Was her father, then, a progressive? A man of the left? No, not at all, simply a man of great decency. And her mother? Distant and dreamy, lived in her own world. Who could blame her these days? She was Austrian, Catholic from the South Tyrol, down near Italy. Perhaps the family on that side had been sometime in the past Italian. She looked, she thought, a little Italian. What did he think? Yes, he thought so. That pleased her. She liked being so black-haired and olive-skinned in a nation that fancied itself frightfully Nordic and blonde. She belonged to the Italian side of Germany, perhaps where romance had more to do with Puccini than Wagner, where romance meant sentiment and delicacy, not fiery Valhalla. Such private thoughts. She hoped he didn't mind her rambling. No, he didn't. She knew who he was, of course. When Frau Baumann had asked her to make a fourth for dinner, she hadn't let on, but she'd read some of his stories when they were translated into German. She very much wanted to meet the person who wrote those words, yet she'd been certain that she never would. That the dinner would be called off, that something would go wrong at the last minute. Generally, she wasn't lucky that way. It was people who didn't care much who were lucky, she thought. She was 28, though she knew she seemed younger. The Baumanns had known her as a little girl, and for them she had never grown up, but she had. After all, one did. One wound up working for Phoenix, helping the art director of a little magazine. Wretched things they printed now, but it was that or shut the doors. Not like him. Yes, she had a little envy, how he went the world over and wrote of the people he found and told their stories. She took his hand, leather glove in leather glove, down some deserted street where a crust of snow glittered on a wall. He wanted, now and then, to cry out that he was 40 years old and scarred so badly he could not feel, and that snow melted or changed back to rain. But of course he didn't. He knew every bad thing about the Szaras of the world, their belted raincoats and reputations, and their need to plunder innocents and girls like this. For 28 or lying, she was innocent. They walked endlessly, miles in the snow, and when he thought he recognized the name of a street near the house where he was staying, he told her. She looked at him for the first time in a long while, her face lit up by walking in the night. Wisps of hair escaped from the dreadful bun and took off her glove, so he took his off, and they froze in order to touch. She told him he mustn't worry. Her parents thought she was staying with a girlfriend. Later they kissed, dry and cold. and he felt a taut back beneath the damp wool of her coat. In his room she was suddenly subdued, almost shy. Perhaps it was the room itself, he thought. Perhaps to her it seemed mean and anonymous, not the surroundings she would have imagined for him. Understanding, he smiled and shrugged. "Yes, it's how my life is lived. I don't apologize." Hung up their coats, put the wet shoes by the hissing radiator. The room was dark, lit only by a small lamp, and they sat on the edge of the bed and talked in low voices and, in time, recaptured some part of the nameless grace they had discovered in the falling snow. He took her hands and said that their lives were different, very different. He'd be leaving Berlin almost immediately, was never in one place for very long, might not come back for a long time. Soon, even writing to someone in Germany might be difficult for somebody like him. It was a magic night, yes, he would never forget it. But they'd stolen it from a twilight world, and soon it would be dark. He meant he would walk her home now. It might be better. She shook her head stubbornly, not meeting his eyes, and held his hands tightly. In the silence, they could hear the snow falling outside. She said, "Is there a place I may undress?" "Only down the hall." She nodded, let go of his hands, and walked a little way off from the bed. He turned away. He heard her undoing buttons, the sliding of wool over silk as she pulled her dress over her head, and silk on silk as she took off her slip. He heard her roll down her white stockings, the shift of weight from foot to foot, the sound of her unhooking her brassiere, the sound of her lowering her underpants and stepping out of them. Then he couldn't keep his eyes away. She undid her hair, and it hung loose about her face, crimped where she'd pinned it up. She was narrow-waisted, with pale, full breasts that rose and fell as she breathed, broad hips and strong legs. Unconsciously he sighed. She stood awkwardly in the center of the room, olive skin half-toned in the low light, the tilt of her head uncertain, almost challenging. Was she desirable? He stood and turned back the covers, and she padded past him, heavy-footed on the bare wooden boards, and slid herself in carefully, staring at the ceiling as he undressed. He got in next to her, lying on his side, head propped on his hand. She turned toward him and started to tell him something, but he had guessed and stopped her from saying it. When, almost speculatively, he touched her nipples with his flattened palm, she drew a sharp breath through closed teeth and squeezed her eyes shut. And if he'd not been who he was, had not done everything he'd done, he would have been stupid and asked her if it hurt. He was too excited to be as clever as he wanted to be. It was the nature of her, generosity and hunger mixed, heat and warmth at once, the swollen and smooth places, pale colors and dark, the catch of discovery in her breathing, and the way she abandoned not innocence. He'd been wrong, she had never been innocent, but modesty, the way she crossed her barriers. "Lift up a little," he said. For a time he was afraid to move, her hands trembling against his back. Then, when he did, he was in anguish when it ended. A little later she got out of bed to go down the hall, not bothering to put anything on, a pretty wobble in the way she walked. "I know you're watching." When she returned, she took the cigarette away from him and stubbed it out in the ashtray. So many things she had thought about for such a long time. Thursday morning was cold and windy under dirty skies of shattered gray cloud. The streets to the factory district and the northern reaches of the city were banked by soot-stained hills of snow. Szara's taxi was driven by a meat-colored giant with crossed swastika flags bound to his sun visor with ribbon, and as they drove through the Neukölln district, where miles of factories mixed with workers' flats, he hummed beer songs and chattered on about the virtues of the new Germany. The Baumann wire mill proved hard to find. High, brown brick walls, name announced by a small, faded sign, as though anybody who mattered should know where it was. Szara was amused by the driver, whose face twisted with near-sighted effort as he looked for the entry gate. A business day Baumann awaited him in a cluttered office that looked out on the production lines. Szara found him edgy, overactive, eyes everywhere at once, and not at all stylish, in a green V-neck sweater worn beneath a sober suit to keep out the chill of the factory. The narrative of the tour was delivered in a shout that was barely audible above the noise of the machinery. Szara was a little dazed by it all. He'd arrived still in a lover's state of being sensual, high-strung, and the roaring hearth fires and clattering belt drives pounded at his temples. Steel was really the last thing in the world he wanted to think about. One bad moment, he was introduced to Herr Hecht, a dour man in a smock, distracted from tally sheets on a clipboard when Baumann yelled an introduction. Szara managed a smile and a limp handshake. Chicken sandwiches and scalding coffee were served in the office. When Baumann slammed the glass-paneled door, the racket of the place diminished sufficiently that a conversation could be held in almost normal tones. "What do you think of it?" said Baumann, eager for his visitor to be impressed. Szara did his best. "So many workers. 108. And truly on a grand scale. In my father's day, may he rest in peace, no more than a workshop. What he didn't make wasn't worth mentioning. Ornamental fence palings, frying pans, toy soldiers." Szara followed Baumann's eyes to a portrait on the wall, a stern man with a tiny moustache. "And everything by hand, work you don't see anymore." "I can only imagine." "One naturally cannot compare systems," Baumann said diplomatically. "Even our largest mills are not so grand as the Soviet steelworks at Magnitogorsk. 10,000 men, it said. Extraordinary." "Each nation has its own approach," Szara said. "Of course, here we specialize. We are all nicht trostend." "Pardon?" "One says it best in English. Austenitic, what is known as stainless steel." "Ah. When you finish your sandwich, the best is yet to come." Baumann smiled conspiratorially. The best was reached by way of two massive doors, guarded by an elderly man seated on a kitchen chair. "Ernest is our most senior man," Baumann said, "from my father's time." Ernest nodded respectfully. They stood in a large room where a few workers were busy at two production lines. It was much quieter and colder than the other part of the factory. "No forging here," Baumann explained, grinning at the chill overtaking Szara. "Here we make swage wire only." Szara nodded, drew a pencil and a notebook from his pocket. Baumann spelled the word for him. "It's a die process, steel bars forced through a swage, a grooved block, under enormous pressure, which produces a cold-worked wire." Baumann took him closer to one of the production lines. From a table, he selected a brief length of wire. "See? Go ahead, take it." Szara held it in his hand. "That's 302 you've got there, just about the best there is. Resists atmosphere, doesn't corrode, much stronger than wire made from molten steel, this is. Won't melt until around 2500 degrees Fahrenheit, and its tensile strength is greater than that of annealed wire by a factor of approximately 1/3. Hardness can be figured at 240 on the Brinell scale as opposed to 85. Quite a difference all round, you'll agree." "Oh, yes. And it won't stretch. That's the really crucial thing." "What is it for?" "We ship it to the Rheinmetall Company as multiple strands twisted into cable, which increases its strength by a considerable factor, but it remains flexible, to pass under or around various barriers, yet extremely responsive, even at great length. That's what you need in control cable." "Control cable?" "Yes, for aircraft. For instance, the pilot sets his flaps by controls in his cockpit, but it's Baumann's swage wire that actually makes the flaps go down. Also the high-speed rudder on the tail and the ailerons on the wings. These are warplanes. They must bank and dip, dive suddenly. Response is everything, and response depends on the finest control cables. So, you are very much a factor in Luftwaffe rearmament. In our own specialty, one could say, preeminent. Our contract with Rheinmetall, which installs control cable on all heavy bombers, the Dornier 17, the Heinkel 111, and the Junkers 86, is exclusive. All the swage wire. That's true. A third production line is contemplated here, something around 480 feet per aircraft. Well, it's quite a heavy demand. Szara hesitated. They were on the brink now. It was like sensing the tension of a diver at the instant preceding a leap into empty air. Baumann remained supremely energetic, expansive, a businessman proud of what he'd accomplished. Did he understand what was about to happen? He had to. He had almost certainly contrived this meeting, so he knew what he was doing. "It's quite a story," Szara said, stepping back from the edge. "Any journalist would be delighted, of course, but can it be told?" A door, he thought. "Will you walk through it?" "In the newspaper?" Baumann was puzzled. "Yes." "I hardly think so." He laughed good-naturedly. "Amen. My editor in Moscow misinformed me. I'm normally not so dense." Baumann clucked. "Not so, Herr Szara. You are not anything like dense. Of Soviet citizens who might turn up in Germany, outside diplomatic staffs or trade missions, your presence is quite unremarkable. Surely not liked by the Nazis, but not unusual." Szara was a little stung at this. "So you know about clandestine life, do you?" "Well, one could hardly expect your monthly production figures to be published in trade magazines." "Unlikely." "It would be considerable." "Yes, it would. In October, for example, we shipped to Rheinmetall approximately 16,800 feet of 302 swage wire." "Divide by 480, Szara calculated. "And you have the monthly bomber production of the Reich. Though tanks would be of great interest, no number could so well inform Soviet military planners of German strategic intentions and capabilities." Szara jotted down the number as though he were making notes for a feature story. "Our motto has always been excellence," Baumann claims. "Substantial," he said, tapping his pencil against the number on the page. "Your efforts must surely be appreciated." "In certain ministries, that's true. But not in others." Szara put the notebook and pencil in his pocket. "We journalists don't often meet with such candor." "There are times when candor is called for." "Perhaps we'll be meeting again," Szara said. Baumann nodded his assent, a stiff little bow. A man of dignity and culture had made a decision, taken honor into account, determined that greater considerations prevailed. They went back to the office and chatted for a time. Szara restated his gratitude for a delightful evening. Baumann was gracious, saw him to his taxi when it arrived, smiled, shook hands, wished him safe journey home. The taxi rattled along past brown factory walls. Szara closed his eyes. She stood at the center of the room, olive skin in half-tones, pale breasts that rose and fell as she breathed. "Martha Hecht," he thought. Fate rules our lives. So the Slavs seemed to believe, and Szara had lived among them long enough to see the sense of the way they thought. One simply had to admire the fine hand of destiny, how it wove a life, tied desire to betrayal, ambition to envy, added idealism, love, false gods, missed trains, then pulled sharply on the threads, and behold, there a human danced and struggled. Here, he thought, was that exquisite deployment of fate known as the coincidence. A man goes to Germany and is offered simultaneously both salvation for his aching soul and a guarantee of life itself. Amazing. What should such a man believe? For he can see that a clandestine affiliation with Dr. Baumann and his magic wire will make him so appetizing a fellow to the special services that they will keep him alive if the devil himself tries to snatch his ankle. As for his soul, well, he'd been having rather a bad time with it lately. A man whose friends are vanishing every day must learn to nuzzle death in order to keep his sanity. Didn't a kind of affection always take root in proximity? This is a man in trouble, a man who sits in a park in Ostend, offered at least a possibility of salvation, then stands and walks away in order to keep a timely appointment with those he has every reason to believe mean to abduct him. This man must need a reason to live. And if the reason to live is in Berlin, tightly locked to the very means that will ensure survival? Oh, a glorious coincidence. In a vast and shifting universe, where stars glitter and die in endless night, one may choose to accept coincidence of every sort. Szara did. There remained, amid such speculation, one gravely material difficulty: the Ochrana document, and the need to satisfy what he now believed to be a second group of masters, Renata Braun, General Bloch, within the intelligence apparat. For the Baumann assignment came, he was almost positive, from his traditional long-time friends in the NKVD, the Foreign Department crowd, Abramov and others, some known, some forever in shadow. Now, to stay alive, he would have to become an intelligence officer, an NKVD of one. On the morning of November 26th, Szara filed as instructed at the Soviet embassy in Berlin. Not a dispatch, but the development of information that Nezhenko's telegram had specified: Baumann's age and demeanor, his wife, how they lived, the factory, the proud history. Not a word about swage wire, only plays a crucial part in German rearmament production. And there had been only 3 for dinner. Martha Hecht he would not give them. Had the apparat known what it was getting, Szara reasoned, they'd have sent real officers. No, this was somebody who'd been informed of a potential opportunity in Berlin, somebody who'd told his assistant, "Oh, send Szara up there," figuring he'd let them know if he came across something useful. That was the nature of the intelligence landscape as he understood it. In a world of perpetual night, 1,000 signals flickered in the darkness. Some would change the world, others were meaningless, or even dangerous. Not even an organization the size of the NKVD could examine them all. So now and then it called on a knowledgeable friend. The people at the embassy had been told to expect him. They took his report without comment. Then they informed him he was to return to Moscow, on the Soviet merchant vessel Kolstroy, departing Rostock on the Bay of Pomerania at 5 in the afternoon on November 30th. That was 4 days away. Recall to Moscow. Szara had to fight for equilibrium. The phrase sometimes meant arrest. The request to return was polite enough, but once they had you back in the country— No, not him, and not now. He could anticipate some fairly uncomfortable interrogations by friends who would show up at his apartment bringing vodka and food. That was at least the usual method. "So glad to have you back. You must tell us everything about your trip. You really must." He calmed himself down, decided not to think about it, and left the embassy with a pocket full of money and a determined heart, the twin pillars of espionage. Were they watching him? The Foreign Department group? The Renata Braun group? He assumed they were. They'd certainly, thank God, been with him on the journey from Prague to Berlin. A lot of them. He knew just enough, he thought, to lose a surveillance. 3 hours it took. Museums, train stations, department stores, taxis, trams, and restaurants with back doors. At last arriving, alone as far as he could tell, at an antique store. Here he bought a painting, oil on canvas, dated 1909, in a heavy gilt frame. By one Professor Ebendorfer, the proprietor rather haughtily informed him, of the University of Heidelberg. A 4-by-3-foot rectangle, the painting was executed in the Romantic style. A Greek youth, a shepherd, sat cross-legged at the foot of a broken column and played his pipe, whilst his flock grazed nearby. A rich blue sky was studded with fleecy clouds. Snow-capped mountains rose in the distance. Huldigung der Naxos, it was called. Homage to Naxos. And Professor Ebendorfer had signed it artfully in the lower right corner, on a laurel bush, beset by a nibbling ram. Back in the room at the narrow house, Szara went seriously to work, as he should have done all along. And since he was not looking for anything in particular, simply performing a mechanical task that left his mind in a rather listless, neutral state, he eventually found everything. He immediately wished he hadn't. It was poison he found, the knowledge that killed, but there it was. He'd meant only to leave the original dossier, which would not pass a Russian border inspection in Berlin, and carry with him to Moscow a condensed document in a personal shorthand of facts and circumstances. Using a cipher of contemporary dates and meaningless cities for the ones in the dossier, he believed he could get it past the NKVD border guards as journalists' notes. These guards were not at all the NKVD types who worked in foreign political affairs. They were thorough, uncorruptible, and dull. He could handle them. The job he set himself was like adding columns of figures, but it was this very exercise in brainless transposition that raised the answer above the horizon. Szara was accustomed to writers' thinking, the flash of insight or the revealing perspective produced by the persistent mind. Copying, he'd thought, was idiot's work. So now he learned a lesson. To organize the effort, he began at the beginning and proceeded in a table of events, week by week, month by month. Without really meaning to, he'd fashioned what intelligence officers called a chron, short for chronology. For in that discipline, what and who were of great interest, but it was often when that produced usable information. Before the revolution, Bolshevik contact with the Okhrana was common enough. Between revolutionaries and government special services, there is almost always a relationship, sometimes covert, sometimes not. It might be said that they spend so very much time thinking and scheming about each other that it becomes their inevitable destiny to meet, and both write such connections off to intelligence gathering. The illusion of virginity is thereby maintained. But Duboc far exceeded the bounds of normalcy in this relationship, bought his safety with his comrades' lives, and was nurtured by the Okhrana like the most tender sprout imaginable. For him they duplicated the grim reality of the revolutionary experience, but took care to buffer it, to draw its teeth. He went, like all the underground operatives, to jail and, like many others, escaped. But duration told the tale. They put him in Bailov prison in Baku. He spent his time learning German, but had him out 4 months later. Exile, too, he had to experience, but it was to Soviet-Yegorsk they sent him, in the north of European Russia, and not to Siberia. And he escaped after only 4 months. Lucky, this Duboc. 2 years later he was caught again, then sent to finish his term in Soviet-Yegorsk, but tired of it after 6 months. Long enough to hear what other exiles had to say. Long enough to maintain his credibility as a Bolshevik operative, then. A man on a string. Home again. Duboc, it became clear, was a criminal, was possessed of a criminal mind. His method never varied. He softened those around him by saying what they wanted to hear. He had a superb instinct for what that might be. Then sacrificed them as necessary. He exploited weakness, emasculated strength, and never hesitated to indulge his own substantial cowardice. The Ochrana officer, Szara came to realize, manipulated Duboc effortlessly because of a lifetime spent in the company of criminals. He understood them so well that he'd come to feel a sort of sorrowful affection for them. With time, he developed the instincts of a priest. Evil existed. The task was to work productively within its confines. The officer, if one read between the lines, was profoundly interested in Duboc's effect on Bolshevik intellectuals. These men and women were often brilliant, knew science, languages, poetry, philosophy. Duboc for them was a kind of symbol, a beloved creature from the lower depths, an enlightened thug, and their comradeship with him confirmed them as members of a newly reordered society. A political scientist, a philosopher, an economist, a poet, could only make revolution if they shared their destiny with a criminal. He was the official representative of the real world. Thus they advanced his standing at every opportunity. And Duboc knew it, and Duboc loathed them for it. Understanding condescension with every bone in his body, taking revenge at his leisure, proving that equality was in their minds, not his, as he obliterated them. Now Szara had known from the beginning. He had in his hands a Georgian, and when his perfectly capable mind finally bothered to do arithmetic, a Georgian at least 55 years old, with a history of revolutionary work in Tbilisi and Baku. It could have been any one of a number of candidates, including the leaders of the Georgian host, but as Szara worked laboriously through the dossier, these were eliminated by Duboc himself. For the benefit of the Ochrana, Duboc had written out a description of his friend, Ordzhonikidze. 18 months later he mentioned the Armenian terrorist Ter Petrosyan, seen taking part in a bank expropriation in Baku. Referred a few pages later to the good-natured Abel Yanukidze, and spoke harshly against the hated enemy Medivani. In May of 1913 he was pressed to organize a situation in which the revolutionary Beria might be compromised, but Duboc never quite managed to do more than talk about that. After a day and a half, André Szara could no longer avoid the truth. This was Koba himself, Iosif Vissarionovich Djugashvili, son of a savage, drunken cobbler from Gori, the sublime leader, Stalin. For 11 years, from 1906 to 1917, he had been the Ochrana's pet pig, snouting up the most rare and delicious truffles that the underground so thoughtlessly hid from its enemies. This room, Szara thought, staring out at the grey sky over Berlin. Too much happens in it. He rose from the desk, stretched to ease his back, lit a cigarette, walked to the window. The lady in silks was rustling about downstairs, doing whatever mysterious things she did all day. Below on the sidewalk, an old man was holding the leash of a grizzled Alsatian dog, while it sprayed the base of a street lamp. Szara spent part of Sunday morning removing a soiled sheet of cotton cloth that sealed the back of Huldigung der Naxos, then distributing the sheets of the Ochrana dossier across the back of the painting itself, securing them with brown cord tied off to the heads of tiny nails he pounded in with a tack hammer. The cotton cloth he refitted with great care, the bent nails installed by the original framer repositioned in the dents and rust tracks they'd formed over the years. The weight of the heavy gilded frame concealed the presence of the paper, he thought, and 100 years from now, some art restorer. On Monday he was, for the first time, on stage as a German, speaking with slow deliberation, purging the Yiddish lilt from his accent, hoping to pass for a mildly unusual individual born somewhere far away from Berlin. He found that if he combed his hair straight back off his forehead, tied his tie very tight, and carried his chin in a position that, to him, felt particularly high, the disguise was credible. He took the name Gravensky, suggesting distant Slavic or Wendish origins not at all uncommon in Germany. He telephoned the office of an auctioneer and was given the name of a warehouse that specialized in the storage of fine art. "Humidity is your enemy," the man told him. Herr Gravensky appeared there at 11 promptly, explained that he was joining the accounting staff of a small Austrian chemical company in Chile, muttered about his wife's sister who would be occupying his residence, and left Professor Ebendorfer's masterpiece in their care, to be crated, then stored. He paid for 2 years, a surprisingly reasonable amount of money, gave a fictitious address in Berlin, and was handed a receipt. The remainder of the officer's effects and the fine satchel were distributed to shops that supported charity missions. Martha Hecht had given him the phone number at the little magazine where she helped out the art director. Szara tried to call several times, chilled to the bone as the flat Berlin dusk settled down on the city. The first time, she'd gone on an errand to the printers. The second time, somebody giggled and said they didn't know where she'd gotten to. On the third try, close to quitting time, she came to the phone. "I'm leaving tomorrow," he said. "May I see you tonight?" "There is a dinner, my parents' wedding anniversary." Then late. She hesitated. "I'll be returning home." "What?" Then he understood there were people near the telephone. "Home from a restaurant?" "No, it isn't that." "Home to sleep." "It would be better." "What time is the dinner over?" "One can't rush away. I hope you'll understand. It is an occasion, festive." "Oh. Do you have to go away tomorrow?" "It can't be helped." "Then I don't see how—" "I'll wait for you. Maybe there's a way." "I'll try." Just after 11, the doorbell rang. Szara raced downstairs, hurried past the landlady's door, opened the width of an eye, and let her in. In the little room she took off her coat. An aura of the cold night clung to her skin. He could feel it. She was wearing a midnight blue party dress, taffeta with ruffles. The back was all tiny hooks and eyes. "Be careful," she said as he fumbled. "I mustn't stay too long. Here it is not done to leave a party." "What did you tell them?" "That a friend was going away." It was not a magic night. They made love, but the tension in her did not break. Afterward she was sad. "Maybe I shouldn't have come. Sweeter to have a memory of the snow." With the tips of his fingers, he pushed the hair back off her forehead. "I'll never see you again," she said. She bit her lip to keep from crying. He walked her home, almost to the door. They kissed goodbye, dry and cold. And there was nothing to say. In the late November of 1937, the Soviet merchant vessel Kolstroy shipped anchor in the port of Rostock, moved slowly up the Warnemünde Inlet into Lübeck Bay, and, swinging north into the Baltic and setting a north-by-easterly course to skirt the Sassnitz Peninsula and pass south of the Danish isle of Bornholm, made for Leningrad harbor, some 840 nautical miles away. The Kolstroy, heavily laden with machine tools, truck tires, and bar aluminum, loaded at the French port of Boulogne, docked at Rostock only to complete its complement of 11 passengers bound for Leningrad. Moving up the Warnemünde in gathering darkness, the Kolstroy sounded its foghorn continually, joining a chorus of in- and outbound freighters as it reached Lübeck Bay, where the Baltic fog banks rolled in toward shore in the stiff northerly winds. André Szara and the other passengers were not allowed the freedom of the deck until the ship was beyond the German territorial limit. When Szara did seek the air, after the close quarters of the ship's lounge where they were fed supper, there was little visibility, nothing of the lights on the German coast, only black water heaving in November swells and a building gale that drove iced salt spray onto the metal plates of the deck, where it froze into a lead-colored glaze. He bore it as long as he could, staring into the fog, whipping past the ship's lights, unable to see land. The Kolstroy was Soviet territory. He'd bowed under the vast weight of it before they ever sailed. His possessions spread out on a table under the cold eyes of a security officer. The journalist Szara meant nothing to this one, Homo Stalinus, human as clock. He was thankful he had disposed of the Ochrana dossier before he left Berlin. Memory itself was frightening in the atmosphere aboard the freighter. The passengers were a mixed group. There were 3 English university students with creamy skins and bright eyes, terribly earnest young men on a dream voyage to what they believed to be their spiritual homeland. There was 1 middle-aged trade representative, suffering from an illness, attempted escape, Szara thought, who was dragged on board by NKVD operatives. The tips of his shoes scraped the wooden gangplank as they carried him onto the ship. Obviously he had been drugged, senseless. He was not the only passenger going home to die. They were a strange brotherhood, silent, self-contained, having abandoned themselves to a fate they deemed inevitable. The man who'd been dragged on board proved the futility of flight. They rarely slept, greedy for their remaining hours of introspection, pacing about the deck when they could stand the cold, their lips moving as they rehearsed imagined conversations with their interrogators. Mostly they avoided one another. A conversation with a tainted diplomat or scientist would be reported by the attentive security men, and, how was one to know, might be made evidence in the cases against them, telling evidence, uncovered only in the last hours of the journey home. "We thought you were clean until we saw you talking to Petrov." And dangerously sweet to the NKVD appetite for the fatal irony. Szara spoke to one of them, Kustinas, in younger days an officer in the Lettish rifle brigades that supported Lenin when he overthrew the Kerensky government. Now an old man, with a shaved head and a face like a skull. Yet there was still great strength in Kustinas. His eyes glittered from deep in their sockets, and his voice was strong enough to hear above the gale. As the Kolstroy rose and crashed into the heavy seas off the Gulf of Riga on the 2nd day of the voyage, Szara found shelter under a stairway where they could smoke cigarettes and shield themselves from the bitter wind. Kustinas never said exactly what he did, simply waved his hand when Szara asked, meaning that such things didn't matter. As for what was about to happen to him, he seemed to be beyond caring. "For my wife, I'm sorry, but that's all. Foolish woman and stubborn. Unfortunately, she loves me, and this will break her heart, but there's nothing to be done about it. My sons, they've turned into snakes. All the better for them now, I think, and my daughter married some idiot who pretends to run a factory in Kursk. They'll find a way to disown me, if they haven't started already. I'm sure they will sign anything put before them. My wife, though, she'll have to go to friends," Szara said. The old man grimaced. "Friends," he said. The Kolstroy's steel plates creaked as the ship pitched particularly high, then slammed down into the trough, sending aloft a huge explosion of white spray. "And fuck you, too," Kustinas said to the Baltic. Szara steadied himself against the iron wall and closed his eyes for a moment. "You're not going to give it up, are you?" He flicked his cigarette away. "No," he said, "I'm a sailor." "Will they arrest you?" "Perhaps. I don't think so. You have the right friends, then. Szara nodded that he did. Lucky, or maybe not, Kustina said. By the time you get to Moscow, they may be the wrong friends. These days you can't predict. For a time he was silent, eyes inward, seeing some part of his life. You're like me, I suppose. One of the faithful ones. Do what has to be done, don't ask to see the sense of it. Discipline, above all. He shook his head sorrowfully. And in the end, when it's our turn, and somebody else is doing what has to be done, somebody else who doesn't ask to see the sense of it, the discipline of the executioner, then all we can say is, "Za что?" Why? What for? Kustinas laughed. A sorry little question, he said. For myself, I don't mean to ask it. That night, Szara couldn't sleep. He lay in his bunk and smoked, the man across from him mumbling restlessly in his dreams. Szara knew the history of that question, "Za что?" Rumor attributed its initial use to the old Bolshevik Yakov Lifshutz, a deputy people's commissar, his final word. Szara remembered him as a little man with wild eyebrows, the obligatory goatee, and a twinkling glance. Shuffling down the tiled corridor in the basement of the Lubyanka, you got it on the way, nobody ever reached the end of that corridor. He stopped for a moment, and turned to his executioner, an officer he happened to have known in childhood, and said, "Za что?" Along with the purge, the phrase spread everywhere. It was scrawled on the walls of cells, carved in the wooden benches of the Stolypin wagons that hauled prisoners away, scratched into planks and transit camps. Almost always the first words spoken to the police who came in the night. Then again the first words of a man or a woman entering a crowded cell. But why? Why? We are all alike, Szara thought. We don't offer excuses or alibis. We don't fight with the police, we don't look for compassion, we don't even plead. We are the people who called ourselves dead men on furlough. We always expected to die. In the Revolution, the Civil War. All we ask, rational men that we are, is to see the sense of the thing, its meaning. Then we'll go. Just an explanation. Too much to ask? Yes. The savagery of the purge, Szara knew, gave them every reason to believe there must be a reason. When a certain NKVD officer was taken away, his wife wept. So she was accused of resisting arrest. Such events, common, daily, implied a scheme, an underlying plan. They wanted only to be let in on it. Certainly their own deaths bought them the right to an answer. And then they'd simply let the rest of it happen. What was one more trickle of blood on a stone floor to those who'd seen it flow in streams across the dusty streets of a nation? The only insult was ignorance. A thing they'd never tolerated. A thing they couldn't bear now. In time, the cult of Za что began to evolve a theory, particularly with the events of June 1937, when the only remaining alternative to the rule of the dictator was ripped to shreds. That June came the turn of the Red Army, and when the smoke cleared, it was seen to be headless, though still walking around. Marshal Tukhachevsky, acknowledged as Russia's greatest soldier, was joined in his disappearance by 2 of 4 remaining marshals, 14 of 16 military commanders, 8 of 8 admirals, 60 of 67 corps commanders, on and on and on. All 11 vice-commissars of defense, 75 of the 80 members of the Supreme Military Soviet. All of this, they reasoned, the shootings, the ice-bound mining camps, an army virtually destroyed by its own country, could have only one intention. Stalin simply sought to remove any potential opposition to his own rule. That was the way of tyrants. First eliminate enemies, then friends. This was an exercise in consolidation, on a rather grand scale, ultimately counted in millions. But what was Russia, if not a grand scale? What was Russia, if not a place where one could say, down through the centuries, times and men are evil, and so we bleed? This, for some, concluded the matter. The old Bolsheviks, the Chekists, the officer corps of the Red Army, these people were the revolution, but now had to be sacrificed so that the great leader could stand unthreatened and supreme. Russia's back was broken, her spirit drained. But at least, for most, the question had been answered, and they could get on with the trivial business of execution with acceptance and understanding. A final gesture on behalf of the party. But they were wrong. It wasn't quite that simple. There were some who understood that. Not many, only a few. And soon enough they died, and, in time, so did their executioners. And later, theirs. The following day, Szara did not see Kustinas. Then, when the Kolstroi steamed up the Gulf of Finland, the first ice of the season pinging against the hull, the lights of the fortress at Kronstadt twinkling in the darkness, the security men and sailors began a frantic search, combing the ship. But Kustinas had gone, and they could not find him. 8 Rue de la Sceaux. "André Aronovitch, over here!" An urgent female voice cutting through the uproar of a densely packed crowd in the living room of an apartment in the Motrovaya district. Szara peered through the smoke and saw a hand waving at him. "Pardon," he said. "So sorry. Excuse me." He chose an indirect route toward the hand and voice, swinging wide to avoid the dangerous elbows of those who had managed to break through to the buffet. Moscow was ravaged by shortages of nearly everything. But here there was black servuga, grilled lamb, pirozhki, salted peas, stacks of warm blini, and platters of smoked salmon. What you had then was desperation. A room full of apparatchiks, mandarins of agriculture and road planning, timber and foreign policy, as well as the security services, trying to feed themselves for the week to come. More than one pocket was stuffed with meat, smoked fish, even butter, whatever one could swipe. For an instant Szara caught sight of a vaguely familiar face that appeared over the shoulder of a naval officer, then vanished in the crowd. A sophisticated woman, lightly made up, with simple but stylishly managed hair and dangling silver earrings. He figured it out just about the time they found each other. A curiously altered Renata Braun, wearing a full blouse of lime-colored silk, and the modestly coquettish smile one saw in British films of cocktail parties. "Heavens, what a crowd!" she said, brushing his cheek with hers, a dear friend one simply doesn't see often enough. Last seen slicing up a dead man's pants cuffs with a razor blade in an Ostend whorehouse. Here was an entirely different version of the woman. "You must meet Mr. Herbert Hall," she gushed, speaking in German-accented English. Now Szara noticed that she had in tow a tall, sandy-haired man with a weather-beaten face and wildly overgrown eyebrows. He was perhaps in his late 40s, and, from his casual, loose-jointed posture, evidently American. He was smoking, with difficulty, a poorly rolled Majorca cigarette, a self-conscious attempt to be part of the local scenery, Szara thought. "Herb Hall," he said. He had a powerful grip, and sought something in Szara's eyes when they shook hands. "Herb has been so anxious to meet you," Renata Braun said. "We all know André Szara," Hall said. "I'm a great fan of your work, Mr. Szara." "Oh, but you must call him André." "Yes, please." Szara's English was at best uncertain. He was going to sound awful, hesitant and somehow importunate, an impression often created when Slavs spoke English. He already felt a hatefully ingratiating smile creeping over his face. Herb's an editor with a new American magazine, a very important undertaking. You'll know him, of course, from when he was with The Nation and The New Republic. Ah, yes. Szara knew the names. Prayed he wouldn't be questioned about specific articles. The anxious smile grew. Of course. Importantly. Szara saw Renata Brown wince, but plunged ahead. You are liking Russia? Never the same place 2 days in a row. Things go wrong, but there's a strength in the people that's irresistible. Ach, mock horror from Renata Brown. He knows us too well. Hull smiled and shrugged. Trying to learn at any rate. That's what we need, first-hand knowledge. A feel for the real Russia. I am certain that André can help you with that, Herb. Positive. Yes, Szara said. Why not? Hull's eyebrows rose. After all, I'm an editor, you're a writer. For a new magazine, well, a Russian writer speaking about the USSR would be a change. Change for the better, I'm inclined to think. No? But my English— No problem, André. We'd be happy to do the translation. Or it could be done here. Won't be perfect, but we'll guarantee to preserve the sense of it. I am honored, Szara said. He was. The thought of appearing in a respected journal before an American audience, not the usual daily worker crowd, was immensely pleasing. Ilya Ehrenberg, Pravda's #1 correspondent, had done it, occupying the journalistic territory in the Spanish Civil War so effectively that Szara was virtually restricted to other parts of Europe. Hull let the offer sink in, then went on. Renata tells me you're working on a historical piece that might be right up our alley. I won't kid you, running something like that would get us the attention we need, and we'll pay for it. Won't be Hollywood, of course, but I think you'll find us competitive in the New York market. Renata Brown seemed quite excited by the prospect. We've even discussed a title, André Aronovich. Szara stared at her. What was she talking about? Just discussed, Hull broke in. He knew what a certain look on a writer's face meant. Working title is all it is, but I can tell you it caught my attention. Title? Renata Brown said, The piece must be exciting. Our planned fulfillment norms won't do, I suspect. It must have— She looked at Hull for the word. Intrigue? Yes, that's it, intrigue. A story of Russia's revolutionary past, its secret history. We aren't completely sure what it is you're working on. You writers keep close with ideas, but we thought perhaps something on the order of the Okhrana's mysterious man. She turned to Hull. Yes? It's good English? Yes, indeed. Good enough to put on the cover, I'd say. Szara repeated the title in Russian. Renata Brown nodded vigorously. Your English is better than you think, André Aronovich. Of course, Hull said, you can always use a pen name if you like. I'm not unaware how easy it is to get into trouble these days. We'd rather have your name, of course, but we'll protect your identity if that makes you more comfortable. Szara just stared. How much did this man know? Did he have any idea what happened to people who played such games? Was he brave? Stupid? Both? Well, André, would you consider it? Hull asked, eyes keen, head tilted inquiringly to one side, gauging his quarry. How could he not? Renata Brown said. Such an opportunity. Szara walked for a long time that night. His tiny apartment in Volnitsky Alley wasn't far from the house where the party had been given, so he circled the center of the city, crossing the ice-bound river, a lone January figure in fur hat and overcoat. He kept an eye out for besprizornie, bands of children orphaned by the purge who attacked and robbed solitary walkers of their money and clothing. You might just as easily freeze to death if your head wasn't bashed in, but it was evidently too cold for hunting. Sooner or later, he thought, things fall into place, and, often as not, you'd rather they hadn't. Now, the long leash in Prague and Berlin made sense. They were letting him have his time with the dossier, counting on the fact that he'd stick his curious writer's nose into the business. Seen externally, a well-known journalist had sniffed out a big story which, in the normal way of things, he'd tell the world. They'd protected him when the Georgian Furst operatives had him taken off the train, then left him free to work. And now they were rather casually asking him to commit suicide. Was it too much to ask? That one life should be sacrificed so that hundreds, perhaps thousands, might survive? All he need do was practice his natural trade. Who was the Ochrana's mysterious man? Well, we know a few small details, A, B, C, and D, a new and provocative enigma from enigmatic Russia. Perhaps some day we'll learn his real identity. Yours truly, André Szara. Please omit flowers. Or, oh yes, the pen name. Boris Ivanov has served in the Soviet diplomatic corps. That would surely throw the NKVD off the scent for perhaps a month, or maybe a year. Not much longer. Still, it would certainly communicate a point of view. We know what you did, and we can prove it. Now stop killing us, or we'll finish you. Blackmail. Plain old-fashioned politics. Ancient as time. He admired the plan, though he felt more than a little chagrin over his apparently boundless capacity for self-deception. Certain things now made sense. On the train to Prague, General Bloch had told him, albeit obliquely, just what they had in mind for him. Szara had triumphantly misunderstood him, of course, taking delicately phrased information to be some sort of pompous philosophy, a homily. With some difficulty, Szara won back from his memory the general statements. Some men in such circumstances might be careless of their lives. Such men rise to an opportunity, and then we have a hero. In an empty street coated with grey ice, Szara laughed out loud. Bloch had said something about Szara's attitude toward himself after pointing out, dexterously enough, that he had neither wife nor children. What else? Oh, yes, to be a writer requires work and sacrifice, to follow any road, wherever it may lead. Yes. Well, now one knew where it led. Just as one knew in 1917, when one was 20, and what did death matter? From the beginning, in the park in Ostend, Szara had sensed his fate. He dodged a time or two, yet here it was, back again. The Szara that Bloch found on the train was, like his revolutionary brethren, a dead man on furlough. A furlough now coming to its inevitable conclusion, as all furloughs must. Suddenly, the walls of his irony collapsed, and real anguish struck his heart. He stopped cold, his face twisted with pain and anger. A sob rose to the base of his throat and stuck there. He had to bite his lip to keep from howling the dreaded question directly at God and the streets of Moscow. Why now? Because now everything was different. Bloch had met a certain kind of man on the train to Prague, but now he was not that man. He was instead that man who presses his face against the skin of a woman to inhale such fragrance as makes him want to cry out with joy. He was that man who spins between tenderness and raging lust like a helpless top, who wakes up on fire every morning, who spends his hours thinking of only one thing. Yet how brilliantly he thinks of it. He recovered, regained himself, breathed deeply, resumed walking. The wall inside him must not be breached. It kept in, it kept out. He had to have it to survive. He realized that the frost had stolen the feeling from his face, and he turned toward home, walking quickly. Later, he scalded his mouth with tea while sitting in his overcoat and fur hat, at the table his wife, only a few months before she died, had insisted he put by the kitchen window. It had been a lovely table, an absurdly ornamental cherrywood thing with heavy, scroll-worked legs. Using it in the kitchen, they'd ruined it, of course. Now, it was a place to watch the white dawn come up over the chimneys of Moscow. Thin smoke, standing motionless, in the dead, frozen air. Szara's interrogation, a form of debriefing for those cooperating with the special services, was the province of his official friend in Moscow, Abramov. Nonetheless, an interrogation. And the fact that it was supervised by a friend made it, as the apparat intended, worse, not better. A system that turned friends into hostages held against the subject's honesty. If you lied, and your interrogator believed it, and then they caught you lying, you were both finished. De facto conspirators. Maybe you didn't care to save your own miserable life, but perhaps you'd think twice about murdering a friend. Szara lied. Sergei Abramov lived in the higher reaches of the NKVD Foreign Department, a confidant of the godlings Spiegelgas and Slutsky, if not officially their equal. He would arrive at Szara's apartment every day at about 11, with egg sandwiches wrapped in newspaper, a paper sack of tea, sometimes vodka, occasionally little almond cakes with a sticky coating of honey that had you licking your fingers while you answered questions. He was a thick-set, bulky man, handsome in his bulk, in a much-worn blue pinstripe suit, the jacket buttoned across his belly over a rippling vest with a gold watch chain stretched from pocket to pocket. Abramov had sharp eyes that caught the light, a broken nose, a black Homburg that he never removed, and a full black beard that gave him the air of a successful operatic baritone. An artist used to getting his own way and certain to create havoc if he didn't. He would sit on a kitchen chair with his knees apart, place a cigarette between his lips, light it with a long wooden match, then half-close his eyes as he listened to you, apparently on the verge of sleep. Often he made a small noise, a grunt that might mean all sorts of things. Sympathy, what a time you've had of it. Or disbelief, perhaps an acknowledgment that what you said was true, perhaps the groan of a man too often deceived. It was in fact a stratagem, meant nothing, and Szara knew it. Abramov spoke in a low, hoarse rumble, a voice rich with sorrow at having found all humankind to be the most absurd collection of liars and rogues. Posing a question, his face was filled with gloom, like a teacher who knows his hopeless pupils will offer only wrong answers. Abramov was an interrogator whose subjects never told the truth. The method was ingenious. Szara understood and admired it, but nevertheless felt the powerful undertow it created. He found himself wanting to please Abramov, to offer such resoundingly honest statements that the man's sour view of the world would be swept away by idealism reborn. Alert to Abramov's dangerous gift, the ability to stimulate the essential human desire to please, Szara laid out his defenses with care. To begin with, resistance. Later, a strategic submission, giving up everything but that which mattered most, Martha Hecht and all the signposts that pointed to her existence. Thus, Szara's description of dinner at the Villa Baumann was laden with detail, while the cast of characters was decreased by one. On visiting the wire mill, he encountered the chief engineer called Hecht, the man who might become the nominal owner of the company. A technician, Szara said, not anybody they could work with. Abramov grunted at that, but did not pursue it. Bloch and Renata Braun he assigned to the second, the confessional stage, thus restricting the initial part of the interrogation to writing the dockworker's story in Antwerp, an uneventful journey to Prague, conditions in that city, and his rejected dispatch on the potential abandonment of Czechoslovakia. Baumann's revelation on the manufacture of swage wire he reported in perfect detail and was rewarded by a series of appreciative grunts. This ground was then covered a second time. Abramov's probing was artful, ingenious, a series of mirrors revealing every possible surface of the exchange. As for Khalidze, Szara described the conversations aboard the Nicaea, omitting their final confrontation in Ostend. Until Monday of the second week, when Abramov began to show signs of restlessness. Interrogations always revealed something even better than a little orgy with a nightclub animateur. So, where was it? Had he at last met a true saint? Szara caved in, warned elliptically that he now needed to say things that could not be said in a Moscow apartment. Abramov nodded sorrowfully, a physician coming at last upon the feared diagnosis, and touched his lips with his index finger. "You've done well today, André Aronovitch," he said for the benefit of the listeners. "Let us adjourn to the Metropole for a change of scenery." But crunching through the fresh snow on Kuznetsky Most, they passed the Hotel Metropole and its popular café, where apparat operatives were in abundance, and entered instead a grimy hole-in-the-wall on a side street. Abramov ordered vyezhny, parfaits, which were served in chipped greyish coffee cups, but swam in fresh cream. Szara told stage 2, the corpse in the hotel, the receipt, the satchel, General Bloch, the dossier, and the American magazine editor. Abramov was a study in acute discomfort. Every word of Szara's took him deeper into the affair, and he knew it. His face knotted with pain, the encouraging grunts became groans of horror. He signaled for more vyezhny, swore in Yiddish, drummed his thick fingers on the tabletop. When Szara finally wound down, he sighed. "André Aronovitch, what have you done?" Szara shrugged. How was he to have known that his orders did not come from Abramov or his associates? The second group based their play on that very assumption. "I absolve you," Abramov rumbled, "but I am the least of your problems. I doubt the Georgians will shoot you in Moscow, but it would be wise to watch what you eat here and stay away from high windows. It's a commonplace of ours. Anyone can commit a murder, but suicide requires an artist. They have such artists. However, the fact that they've left you alone this long means they're scheming. This, too, they do very expertly. After all, they are our Sicilians, these Southerners, and their feuds end only one way. Apparently they have their own plans for the Okhrana material, and have not informed the great leader or his official toads. Thus you remain alive. Of course, if you were to publish such an article, then what shall be done?" Abramov rumbled. "Nothing?" Abramov thought for a moment, spooned the last of his vyezhny from the coffee cup. "This Furst business is a little more complicated than meets the eye. Yes, things have happened, but... Instance, 2 years ago, at the trial of Lev Rosenfeld and Grigory Radomirsky, Kamenev and Zinoviev, the prosecutor Vyshinsky, in his summation to the judges, said an odd thing, something that sticks in the mind. He called them men without a fatherland. He would claim that he meant they'd betrayed as Trotskyites their country. But we've heard that kind of thing before, and we know what it means, just as it's said very openly in Germany, not so quietly in Poland, and has been said in all sorts of places for a very long time. Still, if somebody simply yearned to believe Vyshinsky, and such people exist, let them consider the case of the diplomat Rosengoltz. They played with him like a cat with a mouse, released him from all official positions, and let him stew for many weeks. He knew what was coming, for a certainty, but the apparat let it fester so that every day became 100 hours long. This was hardest on his wife. A happy sort of person, not worldly, not so educated, from a typical shtetl somewhere in the Pale. Over a period of months, the waiting destroyed her. And when the NKVD searched Rosengoltz after they finally got around to arresting him, they found she'd written out a charm against misfortune. The 68th and 91st Psalms, secreted it within a piece of dry bread, wrapped it in a cloth, then sewed it into his pocket. At the trial, Wyszynski made much humor of this pathetic little piece of paper. He read the psalms, such as, "For he shall deliver thee from the snare of the hunter, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall defend thee under his wings, and thou shalt be safe under his feathers. His faithfulness and truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for any terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day." You see what she'd done. Wyszynski spoke these words in a tone of savage contempt, then asked Rosengoltz how the paper had gotten into his pocket. He admitted his wife put it there, and told him it was for good luck. Wyszynski pressed him on the point, mentioning good luck again and again until the spectators in the courtroom were roaring with laughter, and Wyszynski turned and winked at them. Very well, you'll say, the case is made. The purge is really a pogrom. But is it? Is this really true? Maybe not. The section for extraordinary matters is headed by I. Shapiro. So if Jews are being purged, the purge is often guided by Jews. Now we come to the people who've involved you in their operation. General Bloch is a Jew, granted, though I should mention he is in military intelligence, the GRU and not the NKVD, a fact you might keep in mind. Renate Braun is a German, likely from one of the Protestant sects, and she has nothing to do with the NKVD. She is a Spitz, a foreign specialist, employed by Meshta Narodnaya Kniga, the state publishing house, where she works on the publication of German texts to be smuggled into Germany. That clearly associates her with the Comintern. What I'm saying is this: consider the intelligence services as an ocean. Now consider the currents that might be found in it, some running one way, some another, side by side for a time, then diverging. So new, nothing's new. It would be so at U.S. Steel or the British Telephone Company. In work, there is competition, alliance, betrayal. Unhappily, when an intelligence apparat plays these games, they are equipped with very sharp tools, vast and practical experience, and the level of play can be frightful. A journalist, any normal citizen, will simply be eaten alive. What do we have here? A political battle between nationalist interests or a pogrom. They're not the same thing. If a pogrom, a very quiet one. Of course, Stalin cannot afford politically to estrange the Jews of the world because we have many friends among them. You know the old saying, they join the ideology. And now, with the birth of a hideous monster in Germany, they are mad to take action, any action, against fascism. This is, you understand, a useful circumstance for people in my profession. One can ask favors. Is Stalin capable of running a secret pogrom? Yes. And he would have to do it that way in the present political climate. Therefore, it's not so easy to pin down. Meanwhile, you, drawn into an operation you cannot survive, yet I take it you wish to do so. You seem different, I might add. Changed. Not quite the cynical bastard I've known all these years. Why is that? All right, you had a close call. The Turk, Ismailov, almost did your business. Is that it? You looked death in the face and became a new man? Can happen, André Aronovich, but one sees that rarely, sometimes in a grave illness, where a man may ask a favor of his God, but less often in wet affairs. Still it happened. I'm your friend. I don't ask why. I say what's to be done for poor André Aronovich. Now, it would be normal to hand Baumann on to one of our operatives in Germany. 1,000 ways he can be run, even under present Jewish restrictions. He has a love affair, sees a dentist, goes to shul, takes a walk in the country, and fills a dead drop or visits his father's grave. Believe me, we can service him. On the other hand, we might make a case that he's skittish, nervous, not really committed, which in turn implies special needs in the selection of a case officer. What, in fact, are his motives? I might make a point of asking that question. Is he out to hurt Hitler? Or does he wish to feather a nest if things get worse in Germany? To aid the working classes? To get rich? Mice, we say of spies. The M stands for money, the I for ideology, the C for coercion, and the E for egotism. Which is it with Baumann? Or is there, we must ask, a fifth letter? Prove to me he's not the toy of the Abwehr. Or worse, the Referat 6C of the Reichssicherheitshauptamt, the main security office under that insufferable prick Heydrich. Referat 6C is Gestapo counter-espionage both within and outside German borders, Walter Schellenberg's little shop. And Schellenberg is perfectly capable of this sort of dangle. He'll get hold of one end of the thread and pull so slowly and sweetly that you'll see an entire network unravel. Years of work wasted. And in Moscow, careers destroyed. So, I'm suspicious. My job depends on it. I'll surely point out that Szara can't be expected to know whether this is any good or it's the RSHA offering a temptation. What do we know? That a third secretary had a piece of paper slipped in his overcoat pocket while it was in the cloakroom of the opera house and he was suffering through 3 hours of Wagner. That a journalist had a dinner and heard a proposal and saw a piece of wire. What's that? That's nothing. We Russians have always favored the agent provocateur. Our intelligence history is crowded with him. And the Cheka learned the trick the hard way from the Okhrana. Aziev, Malinovsky, maybe you know who himself. So, naturally, we fear it above all things, for we know how well it works, how well it tickles our great vulnerability. Intelligence officers are like men in love. They want to believe. What's the answer? What to do? Abramov is brilliant. Let Szara do the work, he says. Make him truly Nash, our very own. He's been a journalist who does his patriotic duty and, from time to time, undertakes special work. Now he'll be one of us. And now and then he'll write something. Kolchev, the editor of Pravda, is finished. Sorry to tell you that, André Aronovich. And Nezhenko, the foreign editor, is no problem. We'll hook Szara up with one of the networks in Western Europe and let him play spymaster. Abramov settled back in his chair, put a cigarette in his mouth, and lit it with a long wooden match. Do you mean they won't find me in Europe? They'll find you in hell. No, that's not what I mean. We become your protection. Not this host and not that. The service itself. Your status will be adjusted and narrowly made known. I see Dershani every day. His office is down the hall from mine. We're both citizens of the USSR. We work in the same profession, and we don't shoot each other. I'll let him know, obliquely, that you're doing important work for us. So, hands off. That's an implicit promise from me, by the way, that you're going to be a good boy and not go off involving yourself in conspiracies and pranks. Understood? He did understand. Suddenly, he stood on the threshold of a new life. One where he'd have to follow orders, trade freedom for survival, and live in a completely different way. Yes, he'd seen this opening after receiving information from Bauman, and quite smug he'd been about it. But the reality tasted awful, and Abramov laughed at his evident discomfort. "This is a web you climbed into all by yourself, my friend. Now don't go cursing the spider." "And shall I write for the American magazine?" "After I have protected you? Well, that would be gratitude, wouldn't it? No good deed goes unpunished, Abramov, so here's a knife in the back for you. André Aronovich, you are 40 years of age. Perhaps it's time you grew up. Ask yourself, why have these people chosen me to do their dirty work? What will it accomplish? If the game is entirely successful, and so, Joe hurls himself out a Kremlin window, what is gained? Who takes over? Are you expecting some sort of Russian George Washington to appear? Are you? Look in your heart. No, forget your heart. Look in your mind. Do you want to make Adolf Hitler happy? Why do you think anything will happen? Molotov will say more imperialist lies, and the world will yawn, all except for one journalist, floating face down in a swamp somewhere, so that nobody can see what a noble and superior smile he wore when he died. Szara felt miserable. Abramov sighed. "For the moment," he said kindly, "why not just do what everybody else in the world does? Try to get along, do the best you can, hope for a little happiness." Abramov leaned across the table and patted him reassuringly on the cheek. "Go to work, André Aronovich. Be a mensch." March 1938. Winter would not go. At night the air froze and the stars did not shimmer, but stood as cold, steady lights in the distance. In the wind the eyes ran, then tears turned to ice. Indoors it was not much better. When Szara woke in the morning, his breath was a white plume against the dark blanket. It was warmer in Central Europe. Hitler marched into Austria. France and Britain protested. Crowds cheered in the Vienna streets. Jews were dragged from hiding, humiliated and beaten. Sometimes they died from the beatings, sometimes from the humiliation. In Moscow a new trial: Pyatakov, Radyek, Sobelson, Krasinski, Yagoda, and Bukharin. Accused of conspiring with Nazi intelligence agents, accused of entering into secret agreements with the German government. The final sentence of Vyshinsky's summation had remained constant for 3 years. Shoot the mad dogs. And they did. Szara dragged himself through his days and drank all the vodka he could find, craving anesthesia that eluded him. Only the body went numb. He wanted to call Berlin, but it was impossible. No words could leave Moscow. Slowly, the images of the attic room in the narrow house, too often summoned, lost reality. They were now too perfect, like mirages of water in the desert. Angry, lonely, he decided to make love to any woman who came along, but when he met women, the signal system went awry, and nothing happened. At Abramov's direction, he attended a series of training schools, an endless repetition of dead drops, codes and ciphers, forgery, and the construction of false identities. It was all about paper, he realized. A world of paper. Identity cards, passports, embassy cables, maps of defensive positions, order of battle reports. A mirror image of a former life, when he'd also lived amid paper. Sometimes he wrote for Nezhenko. Abramov insisted on that. Stories about progress, always progress. Life was getting better and better. What did such drudgery do to the secret spirit that he imagined lived deep within him? Curiously, nothing. For an hour or two it did what it had to do, then returned to its hiding place. He tried a version of the Okhrana's Mystery Man, and surprised himself. It positively blazed. He burned it. He did see friends from time to time, those who remained, but no honest thing could be said, and the accumulated caution and reserve strangled affection. Still they met. Sometimes, finding themselves alone and unobserved, they spoke of what they'd seen and heard. Horror stories, separations, disappearances, failures of nerve. The light had gone out, it seemed. The very notion of heroism excised, the world now filled with soft, bruised, frightened people scheming over a few lumps of coal or a spoonful of sugar. You caught fear from friends like a malady, and they caught it from you, and nobody suggested a cure. Abramov was a rock, and Szara clung to him like a drowning man. They would sit in a warm office in Dzerzhinsky Square, and the officer would teach him what he had to know. The principles of the work couldn't be spelled out precisely. You had to listen to anecdotes until you had an intuitive feel for what was effective and what wasn't. They discussed cities. Some operations in Germany were run from neighboring countries, which meant cities like Geneva, Paris, Luxembourg, Amsterdam, Brussels. Prague was no longer a possibility. Warsaw was extremely dangerous. The Polish services were powerful and deft, had an astute understanding of Soviet operational habits. Brussels was best. Espionage, as long as it wasn't aimed at the Belgian government, wasn't even illegal. Sometimes Abramov took him to meet people. These were momentary, casual occasions, a handshake, a few minutes of conversation. He had the impression of individuals who instantly knew who you were, what you were. He met Dershani in his office. A plain desk, filing cabinets, a dead flower in a glass. The man himself was exceptionally polite. The thin lips smiled. "I'm very pleased to meet you," he said. Szara thought about that later. The face was memorable, like looking at a hawk. It was the quality of the eyes that held your attention, suggested a world where they had seen things you hadn't. He kept busy in the daytime, but the nights were not good. When the icy March snow rattled on the window, he'd bury himself in blankets and clothing, and sometimes his dead wife would visit him, and he would talk to her, out loud, talk to an empty room, in a certain quiet, definite language they had devised, a language meant to exclude the world from the fortress of sanity they had built to protect themselves. They had been married, some might say married, by a Red Army major in 1918. Be as one with the new order was the way he'd blessed the Union. 3 years later she was dead, and they'd often been separated during that period by the exigencies of civil war. Working as a nurse in the Belarusian town of Berdichev, she'd written him every day, notes scrawled on newsprint or scraps of paper, then sent a packet through when the postal system functioned. Belorussia and the Ukraine were then, as always, the storm's centers of madness. During the Civil War, Berdichev was taken 14 times, by Petlura's army, by Denikin's, by Bolshevik units, by Galician irregulars, Polish infantry, Tutnik's bands, Marussia's rebels, the anarchists under the insane Nestor Makhno, whose cavalry favored Jewish prayer shawls as saddlecloths, and by what the writer Grossman referred to as Nobody's 9th Regiment. Eventually somebody had killed her. Exactly who or where, or under what circumstance, he'd never learned. Despite the long separations, there had been an iron bond between them, as though they were twins. There was nothing he feared to tell her, and nothing she did not understand. In the Moscow nights, that March, he needed her desperately. It was insane to speak out loud in the empty little apartment. He feared the neighbors, denunciation, so he used his softest voice. But he could not stop doing it. He asked her what to do. She told him to live a day at a time, and to be kind. Somehow this eased his heart, and he could fall asleep. There was one event that month which was to mean a great deal to him later, though at the time it had no special significance. It seemed just one more manifestation of the great inexplicable that lay at the heart of Russia, something you had to get used to if you meant to hang on to your sanity in that place. Nezhenko invited him to a semi-official evening at the Café Sport on Tverskaya Street. This was principally a gathering of Moscow's foreign community, so there was plenty of food and plenty to drink. At the height of the evening, conversation was quieted by somebody banging a spoon on a glass. Then a well-known actor rose to present a recitation. Szara knew him slightly, Pozhiny, a barrel-chested man with a deeply lined face who played character roles in the Moscow Art Theatre. Szara had seen him do a splendid Uncle Vanya that had brought the audience to its feet for the curtain call. To cries of "Oopla!" a grinning Pozhiny was hoisted atop a table by the wall. He cleared his throat, gathered the audience to him, then announced he would recite a work by Alexander Blok, written in the early days of the Revolution, called The Scythians. The Scythians, he explained for the benefit of foreign guests, were the earliest Russian tribe, one of the world's most ancient peoples, known for intricate gold-working and exemplary horsemanship, who inhabited a region north of the Black Sea. While Pozhiny introduced the poem, several young men and women distributed translations in French, English, and German so that the guests could read along. Pozhiny held nothing back. From the first line on, his powerful voice burned with conviction. "There are millions of you. Of us, swarms and swarms and swarms try and battle against us. Yes, we are Scythians. Yes, Asiatics, with slanting, greedy eyes. Oh, old world. Russia is a sphinx, in joy and grief, and pouring with black blood. She peers, peers, peers at thee, with hatred and with love. Yes, love, as only our blood can love. You have forgotten there can be such love that burns and destroys. Come to our side. From the horrors of war, come to our peaceful arms. Before it is too late, sheathe the old sword. Comrades, let us be brothers. And if not, we have nothing to lose. We too can be perfidious if we choose. And down all time you will be cursed by the sick humanity of an age to come. Before comely Europe, into our thickets and forests we'll disperse, and then we shall turn upon you our ugly Asiatic face. But we ourselves henceforth shall be no shield of yours. We ourselves henceforth will enter no battle. We shall look on with our narrow eyes when your deadly battles rage. Nor shall we stir when the ferocious Hun rifles the pockets of the dead, burns down cities, drives herds into churches, and roasts the flesh of the white brothers. This is the last time. Bethink thee, old world, to the fraternal feast of toil and peace. The last time. To the bright fraternal feast the barbarian lyre now summons thee." There were several very long seconds of silence. Only Pozhiny's graceful inclination of the head summoned applause that resolved the tension in the room. Everyone there knew what the poem meant, in the early days of the Revolution and in March of 1938. Or thought they knew. The Austrian chemical engineer H.J. Brandt arrived in Copenhagen on the Baltic ferry Kronlindblad from Tallinn, Estonia, on April 4th, 1938. The grammar school teacher E. Roberts from Edinburgh took the Copenhagen-Amsterdam train, arriving at Amsterdam's Central Station in the early evening of April 6th. The naturalized Belgian citizen Stefan Leip, of Czechoslovakian origin, got off the Amsterdam train at Brussels toward noon on April 7th, going immediately to the shop called Carte de la Monde, Maps of the World, antique, old, and new, he owned in the Rue de Gisons, in the winding back streets of the old business district. A serious man, Monsieur Leib, in his early 30s, quiet, somewhat scholarly in his tweed jacket and flannels, and notably industrious. He could be found, most nights, in the small office at the rear of the store at a large oak desk piled high with old maps, perhaps the Netherlands of the 17th century, decorated with curly-haired cherubs puffing clouds of wind from the cardinal points of the compass, as well as utilitarian road maps of the Low Countries, France, and Germany, title charts, Michelin and Baedeker guides, or the latest rendering of Abyssinia, important if you had followed the fortunes of Italian expeditionary forces, Tanganyika or French Equatorial Africa. Whatever you might want in cartography, Monsieur Leib's shop was almost sure to have it. On the evening of April 12th, those with an eye for moderately prominent journalists might have spotted Monsieur Leib out for dinner with A. Szara, recently assigned to the Paris bureau of Pravda. Spotted, that is, if one happened to visit a very dark and out-of-the-way Chinese restaurant of dubious reputation in the Asian district of Brussels. In the end, Abramov and his associates had not made a choice of cities or networks for Dr. Baumann's case officer. Life and circumstance intervened and chose for them. Even the multiple European networks of the Rote Kapelle, the Red Orchestra, as the German security services had nicknamed them, were not immune to the daily vicissitudes and tragedies that the rest of the world had to confront. In this instance, a deputy officer of the Paris-based Opal network, work name Guillaume, was late for a clandestine meeting established in Lyon. One of his group leaders from Berlin was coming in by train under a cover identity and drove recklessly to avoid having to wait for a fallback meeting 3 days later. His Renault sedan failed to make a curve on the N6, just outside Mâcon, and spun sideways into a roadside plane tree. Guillaume was thrown clear and died the next day in the hospital in Mâcon. Captain I.J. Goldman, resident of Opal under the painstakingly crafted cover of Stefan Leib, was brought back to Moscow by a circuitous route, using passports like straw, grumbled one of the cobblers who manufactured or altered identity papers at the NKVD Foreign Department, for lengthy consultations. Goldman, son of a Marxist lawyer from Bucharest, had volunteered for recruitment in 1934 and was, following productive service in Spain, something of a rising star. Like all residents, he hated personnel problems. He accepted the complicated burdens of secrecy, a religion whose rituals demanded vast expenditures of time, money, and ingenuity, and the occasional defeat managed by the police and counter-espionage forces that opposed him. But natural disasters, like road accidents or wireless telegraph breakdowns, seemed especially cruel punishments from heaven. When a clandestine operator like Guillaume met an accidental death, the first thing the police did was to inform, or try to, a notional family that didn't exist. Had Goldman himself not contacted hospitals, police, and mortuaries in the region, Guillaume might have been determined a defector or runaway, thereby causing immense dislocation as the entire system was hurriedly restructured to protect itself. Next, Goldman had to assure himself, and his directorate in Moscow, that the accident was an accident, an investigation complicated by the need to operate secretly and from a distance. Goldman, burning a cover identity that had cost thousands of rubles to construct, hired a lawyer in Mâcon to make that determination. Finally, by the time he arrived in Moscow, he was able to defend himself against all accusations save one. His supervision had been lax to the degree that one of his staff drove in an undisciplined manner. On this point he criticized himself before his superiors, then described countermeasures, lectures, display of the autopsy report, obtained by the Mâconnais lawyer, that would be undertaken to eliminate such events in the future. Behind their stone faces, the men and women who directed Opal laughed at his discomfort. They knew life, love affairs, bizarre sexual aberrations, lost keys, gambling, petty jealousies, all the absurd human horse-shit that network residents had to deal with. They'd learned to improvise. Now it was his turn. When they were done scowling, they gave him a choice. Elevate the Paris group leader to Guillaume's position, or accept a new deputy. This was no choice at all. Group leaders were infamously difficult to replace. On their ability to stroke and soothe, wheedle, nag, or threaten, everything depended. He could, on the other hand, accept a new deputy, the journalist Szara, an amateur who had done a few things with fair success. Goldman would have preferred experienced help, perhaps transferred from what he believed to be less crucial networks, for Opal ran some 14 agents in France and Germany, and would now service a 15th, Baumann, officially designated Otter. But the purges had eaten down into the apparat from the top. An operationally sophisticated staff simply wasn't available. It was arranged for him to meet with Szara, who would work with a co-deputy in Opal but would essentially be on his own in Paris, while Goldman, as illegal resident, worked in protective isolation in Brussels. In the end, he put a good face on it and indicated he was pleased with the arrangement. Somewhere, operating deep within the committee underbrush, there was a big, important rat who wanted Szara in Paris. Goldman could smell him. Then, too, for Goldman it was best to be cooperative. His rising star was lately a little obscured, through no fault of his own, by a dark cloud on the horizon. His training class, the Brotherhood Front of 1934. In fact, a fractious crowd, recruited from every lost corner of the Balkans, was not turning out as senior apparat people thought it would. A distressing number of the brothers had left home. Some defected, harboring far less fraternal affection than their Russian family had supposed. The undisputed leader of the class, a Bulgarian, had vanished from Barcelona and resurfaced in Paris, where he'd become entangled in émigré politics and gotten himself arrested by French internal security officers in July of '37. A Serbian had disappeared back into the mountains of his homeland after a very complex exfiltration from a Spanish prison, a dreadful instance of ingratitude, though it was the NKVD that had chopped him to Franco's military intelligence in the first place. Expedient neutralization after he resisted in order to purge POUM members in his guerrilla unit. And a Hungarian from Esztergom, worthless to the apparat from day one, had also fled to Paris, where, hiding out in a Montmartre hotel, he'd apparently been murdered by a merchant seaman. What had he been involved in? Nobody knew. Given that chamber of horrors, Goldman would be saying yes, sir, to senior officers for the foreseeable future. Privately, he had grave misgivings about André Szara. The journalist seemed both arrogant and insecure, a normal enough combination but potentially lethal under the stresses of clandestine work. Goldman was familiar with Szara's writing. He thought it sometimes powerful, almost always informative. But Goldman had been in the business just long enough to fear the creative personality. He'd developed a taste for blunt, stolid types, unemotional, who worked day and night without coming down with fevers, men and women who didn't nurse grudges, who preferred verification to intuition, were endlessly dependable and there when you needed them, could think on their feet in a crisis, recognized a crisis when one developed, and had the sense to ask you what to do when they weren't sure. Careers were made with such people, not with the André Szaras of the world. But he was stuck, in no position to argue. And so he'd do the best he could. Over the ghastly chop suey in Brussels, Goldman told him, "Be a journalist." "What?" "Well, you are one, of course. Very good, yes, but you must now make a special effort to live the life. And to be seen to live the life one would expect of such a person. Go about, seek out your colleagues, haunt the right cafes. No slinking around is what I mean. Of course, you'll see the necessity of it, yes?" Goldman made him mad, pointing this out. It was true that he'd habitually avoided journalists' haunts and parties and gone off on his own. For one thing, it didn't pay to be too friendly with Western Europeans. The lead diva of the Moscow Opera had been sent to the camps for dancing at a party with the Japanese ambassador. For another, he forever had to accomplish some special little task for the apparat. Such things took time, care, patience, and you didn't want colleagues around when you did it. "So, General Vlasy, the tread problem on the new R-20 tank turns out to be no problem at all, eh?" And all that sort of thing. Certainly not with some knowing fellow journalist suppressing a cackle in the background. Szara never really did respond to Goldman's direction. He looked at the grey noodles on his plate for a moment, then went on with the conversation. Inside, he was broiling. Wasn't he unhappy enough about mortgaging his soul to Abramov and secretly abandoning his profession? Apparently not. They now laid upon his heart a heaping tablespoon of Russian irony, directing him to act more like what he no longer was. All this from some snotty little Romanian who thought he spoke idiomatic Russian, was very much his junior in age, and looked like, and probably acted like, some kind of rodent. Small eyes that glittered, ears a little too big, features set close together, like a smart mouse. Maybe too smart. Who the hell did he think he was? Back in Paris the following day, however, he kept his opinions to himself. "You've met Yves?" said his fellow deputy, using Goldman's work name. "What do you think?" Szara pretended to ponder the question. He did not want to commit himself, but neither did he want to seem like a spineless idiot. He was going to have to work closely with this woman. She was the sort of individual who, in the setting of a business office, might well be known as a bit of a terror. Abramov had warned him about her. Work name, Ellie. Real name, Annick Schau-Verli. Reputation, lioness. In person she turned out to be 50-ish, short, stout, with a thrust-out bosom like a pouter pigeon, and glasses on a chain around her neck. She wore a built-up shoe on one foot and walked with a cane, having been born with one leg shorter than the other. Szara found himself drawn to her. She was magnetic, perceptive, and also rather pretty, with rosy complexion, light curly hair, a screen siren's long eyelashes, and omniscient eyes lit by a brisk, cheerful hatred. She was an ardent, blistering Marxist, a former pillar of the Swiss Communist Party from a wealthy bourgeois and long ago rejected family in Lucerne. She had a tongue like a sword, spoke 6 languages, and feared absolutely nothing. In Paris she worked as office manager and resident saint for a League of Nations satellite office, the International Law Institute, which issued oceans of studies attempting to encourage the countries of the world to normalize and standardize their legal codes. Wasn't the theft of a female ancestor's soul in Nyasaland much the same, when all was said and done, as a stock swindle in Sweden? "Well," she repeated, "don't tell me you have no opinion of the man. I won't believe you." They were in her living room, a typical Parisian concoction of rich red draperies, silk pillows, naked gold women holding ebony-shaded lamps above their heads, and little things, ashtrays, onyx inkwells, ivory boxes, Gallet bottles, and porcelain bull terriers on every shelf and table. Szara kept his elbows jammed well against his sides. "Young," he said. "Younger than you?" "Yes." "Brilliant, my dear comrade." "Glib. Boof," she said, a Gallic explosion of incredulous air. "But how can you be like this? Measured any way you like, brilliant. Against the norm, genius. Recall the Russian operative who went to London last year, pockets just stuffed with British pounds. He is there 2 days, ventures from his hotel for the first time. Persuaded by Soviet propaganda, he actually believes that the English working classes are so poor they wear paper shoes. He suddenly spies a shop window full of leather shoes, not at all expensive. 'Aha,' says he, 'my lucky day,' and buys 10 pair. Then at another store, 'Look, they too have shoes today.' He thinks his dear departed mother is sending down gifts from heaven. Again, 10 pair. And so on until the poor soul had over 100 pairs of shoes, no money for party work. And the MI5 surveillance team is practically rolling on the pavement. Just wait and see what some of our people can do, then you'll change your tune." Szara pretended to be slightly abashed. He was the new boy in the office. He had to make a decent impression, but he'd known Goldman's type before. A genius, all right. A genius for self-advancement. "I suppose you're right. he said, amiably. Friday, the last week in April. In a warm, gentle rain that shone on the spring leaves of the boulevard trees, Szara booked a telephone call to Martha Hecht's magazine office in Berlin. 20 minutes later, he cancelled it. The gospel according to Abramov. Look, you can never be sure what they know about you, just as they can never be sure what we know about them. In times of peace, the services do two things in particular. They watch and they wait. This is a war of invisibility, fought with invisible weapons, information, numbers, wireless telegraph transmissions, social acquaintance, political influence, entry to certain circles, knowledge of industrial production or infantry morale. So, show me an infantry morale. You can't. It's intangible. Counterintelligence operations are the most invisible of all. The people who run them don't want to neutralize their opponents, not right away. Some boss is screaming, stop it, and his operatives are pleading, no, we want to see what they do. For you it means this. You have to assume you have typhoid. You're infectious. And anyone you meet or know gets the disease. Whether this meeting is innocent or not, they must fall under suspicion if a third party is watching. You wonder why we recruit friends, family, lovers? We might as well. They're going to be considered guilty anyhow. The seed Abramov planted in Moscow grew a frightful garden in Paris. It grew in Szara's imagination, where it took the form of a voice, a quiet, resourceful voice, cultured, sure of itself, German-speaking. It was the voice of presumed surveillance, and when Szara contemplated something foolish, like a telephone call to Germany, it spoke to him. April 28th, 1625, Szara. The flat official format would be similar to Dubach's file, and Szara imagined the German officer to be not unlike the author of the Ochrana dossier. Telephones Martha Hecht at Berlin, 45, 633. Conversation recorded and currently under analysis for code or Aesopian language. Aesopian language suggested reality with symbolism or implication. Are you still studying French? I sent you a card from Paris. Did you receive it? I'm writing a story about the workers who built the Gare du Nord. I don't know where the time goes. I have to finish the piece by noon on the 4th of May. It fooled nobody. Even if the voice did not yet speak, Szara feared discovery. By 1938, Germany had been converted into a counter-espionage state. Every patriotic German took it as his or her duty to inform the authorities of any suspicious behavior. Denunciation had become a national mania. Strangers visited them. A curious sound from their basement. A printing press? Of course, he considered using the network for communication. This would either evade all suspicion or end in absolute tragedy. A lover's choice, yet? Passion or death? They had described to him the details of what the Gestapo actually did. Kashumbo. Whips soaked in pails of water. The idea of exposing her to that. He worked. The Parisian spring flared to life. One hot morning, and all the women were dressed in yellow and green. On the café terraces, people laughed at nothing in particular. Aromas drifted through the open doors of bistros, where the owner's Briard flopped by the cash register, a paw over its nose, dreaming fitfully of stock bones and cheese rinds. The Opal network was run from a 3-story building near the quay of the Canal Saint-Martin and the Canal de l'Ourcq at the tattered edge of the 19th arrondissement, where the streets around the Porte de Pantin turned to narrow roads leading into the villages of Pantin and Bobigny. A pulsating, sleepless quartier, home to the city's slaughterhouses as well as the stylish restaurants of the Avenue Jean Jaurès, where party-going swells often ventured at dawn to eat fillet of beef baked in honey and avoid the tourists and taxi drivers down at Les Halles. Paris put things out there she wasn't sure whether she wanted or not. The Hippodrome, where they held bicycle races and boxing matches. An infamous maison close where elaborate exhibitions could be arranged. In spring and fall, fog rose from the canal in the evening. The blue neon sign of the Hôtel du Nord glowed mysteriously. Slaughterhouse workers and bargemen drank marc in the cafes. In short, a quartier that worked all night long and asked no questions. A place where the indefatigable snooping of the average Parisian wasn't particularly welcome. The house at 8 Rue de l'Esseu was crumbling brown brick like the rest of the neighborhood, dirty and dark and smelling like a pissoir. But it could be entered through a street-level door, through a rear entrance to the tabac that occupied its tiny commercial space, or through an alley strewn with rags and broken glass that ran at an angle to the Rue des Ardennes. It was handy to barges, a cemetery, a park, nameless village lanes, a sports arena, restaurants crowded with people, just about every sort of place that operatives liked to use. The top floor of the house provided living and working space for the Opel encipherer and wireless telegraph operator, work name François, true name M.K. Kranoff, an illegal with Danish passport, suspected to hold NKVD officer rank, and, likely, the apparat spy reporting secretly to Moscow on the activities and personnel of the network. On the second floor lived Odile, Jean de Couvent, the network's courier who serviced both Goldman in Brussels and the networks in Germany, the latter a twice-monthly run into Berlin under the pretext of caring for a non-existent mother. Odile was Belgian, a tough 19-year-old with 2 children and a philandering husband, not a bit beautiful but violently sexy. Her hair cut in a short, mannish cap, the street kid look, her cleft chin, swollen upper lip, tip-tilted nose, and indomitable eyes tossing a challenge at any man in the immediate vicinity. Her husband, a working-class fop, with bushy fin-de-siècle mutton-chop whiskers, ran a portable merry-go-round that circulated through the neighborhood squares of Paris. The tabac on the ground floor was served by Odile's brother, 20 years older than she, who had been wounded at Ypres and walked with the aid of 2 canes. He spent his days and nights on a stool behind the counter, selling jetons and gauloises, metro tickets and postage stamps, lottery chances, pencils, commemorative key rings, and more, an astonishing assortment of stuff, to a steady trickle of customers who created camouflage for operatives entering and leaving the house. The Moscow Directorate had shuffled assignments to make life a little easier for Szara, putting Schauverli in charge of the 3 German networks, Henri, Mocha, and Raven, which left him with Silo, assigned to attack elements of the German community in Paris, and Dr. Julius Baumann. Spring died early that year. Soft rains came and went. The sky turned its fierce French blue only rarely. A mean little wind arrived at dusk and blew papers around the cobbled streets. The end of April was generally admitted to be triste. Only the surrealists liked such unhappy weather. Then summer came before anybody was really ready for it. The rising temperature seemed to drive the politicians further from sanity than usual. Nobody could agree about anything. The Socialists had blocked a rearmament program in March. Then the Foreign Office claimed the French commitment to Czechoslovakia to be indisputable and sacred. One senator pleaded for pacifism in the morning, called for preservation of the national honor in the afternoon, then sued the newspaper that described him as ambivalent. Meanwhile, senior civil servants demanded things of their mistresses that caused them to raise their eyebrows when they had their girlfriends in for coffee. Nobody was comfortable. The rich found their sheets scratchy and carelessly ironed. The poor thought their fleet tasted of fish oil. On the top floor of the house at 8 Rue de l'Esseu, the afternoons grew hot as the sun beat on the roof. The dusty window shades were never raised, no air stirred, and Kranoff worked at a large table with his shirt off. He was a small, sullen man with curly hair and Slavic features who seemed to Szara to do nothing but work. All Opel transmissions, incoming and outgoing, were based on one-time pads, encrypted into 5-digit numerical groups, then transformed using a changing mathematical key and false addition, 5 plus 0 equals 0, by a second encryption. Brief pro forma transmissions were fleshed out with null groups to avoid the type of message that had always been the cryptanalyst's point of attack. From Egyptian times to the present, the phrase used to break codes never varied. Nothing new to report today. Szara usually slipped into the house at night. In Kranov's transmitting room, a blanket was nailed across the window, a tiny lamp used for illumination. Swirls of cigarette smoke hung in the air. Kranov's fingers jittered on the telegraph key, the dots and dashes flowing through the ether to a code clerk at Dzerzhinsky Square in Moscow. 91464, 22571, 83840, 75819, 11501. On other frequencies, a French captain in the Naval Intelligence Section at Sfax on the Tunisian coast requested Paris to approve additional funds for Informant 22. The third secretary of the Czechoslovakian embassy in Vienna reported on private meetings held by the Sudeten leader Henlein with German diplomats in the spa town of Karlsbad. The Polish service in Warsaw asked an operative in Sofia to ascertain the whereabouts of the priest Josef. All night long, the wireless telegraph operators played their pianos, not only for the Rota Capella, but in 100 orchestras performing for scores of espionage concertmeisters from a dozen countries. Szara could hear it. Kranov let him put the earphones on and turn the dial. It was a theatre of sound, pitched treble or bass, quick-fingered or deliberate, in order to liquidate an informer or a request for the local weather forecast. Sometimes crackling with the static of an electrical storm in the Dolomites or the Carpathians, sometimes clear as a crystal chime, the night-long symphony of numbers flew through the darkened heavens. If there was no critical, immediate signal, Kranov broke out Moscow's transmissions after he woke from a few hours' sleep. Szara fancied it a kind of critical daylight that inevitably followed the coded mysteries of the night. Slowly, as May turned to June, and the sweat soaked through Kranov's undershirt in the morning heat, Szara began to gain a sharper appreciation of the interplay between Opal and its masters. The simply phrased requests for information and the terse responses now resolved to a dialogue from which the mood of the directorate could be read. Moscow was restless. It had been so from the beginning. Abramov, sacrificing information in the hope of enforcing discipline, had let Szara know just exactly what he would be dealing with. Emphatically not Nezhenko or any editor. Both Abramov and his Chvost rival Dershany sat on the Opal Directorate, as did Lyuba Kurova, a brilliant student in neuropathology in the years before the revolution, a ruthless Chekist in Lenin's terror campaign now, in her 40s, a friend of Postgrebishov, Stalin's personal secretary. Also Boris Grunt, an apparatchik, an experienced technician, and a majority voter in every instance, and Vitaly Mezhin, at 36 years of age, quite young for the work, a member of the generation of little Stalins who crept into the power vacuum created by the purge, as the big Stalin intended them to do. "If you willfully disobey an order," Abramov said, "this is who you disobey." Szara now saw that Dr. Baumann made them uncomfortable. 1, he was a Jew in Germany, his future gravely insecure. 2, his motives were unknown. 3, his product was crucial. Szara could imagine them, seated at a table covered with a green baize cloth, flimsies of decrypted signals arranged at every place, smoking nervously at their stubby troika cigarettes, speaking so very carefully, conscious of nuance in themselves and others, groping toward a protective consensus. Swage wire figures for January, February, March, and April received projections from orders on hand for May. Case officer asked to obtain listing of company personnel, especially in accounting office. Characterize age, political affiliation, cultural level. They clearly wanted Baumann to get to work finding his own replacement. It was up to Szara to find some sort of honey to make him swallow that pill. Of course they wanted more than that. Dershany in particular thought Baumann ought to be pumped dry, the quicker the better. He must know other subcontractors. Who were they? Could they be approached? If so, how? What were their vulnerabilities? Then, too, Miezhin now took his turn. You didn't want to be a wilting flower in this crowd. What of his association with senior officers of Rheinmetall? Might there not be something for them in that? Boris Grunt thought this line productive. And what was Baumann paying for austenitic steel? Grunt said his pals downstairs in the economics section were starving for such information. Maybe we should toss them a bone. Kurova didn't like the dead drop. They'd gotten the Baumanns to buy a dog, a year-old schnauzer they named Ludwig, so that Baumann could be out on the street at night and use a stone wall near his house as a mailbox. This brought Odile in a maid's uniform into the neighborhood 2 or 3 times a month to drop off mail and collect a response. A bent nail in a telephone pole was used as a signal. Head turned up told Baumann to collect. Head turned down confirmed that his deposit had been picked up. All according to standard form and practice. Kurova acknowledged. But Germans were naturally curious. They stared out their windows, and they had an insatiable appetite for detail. Why does Dr. Baumann reach behind the stone in Herr Bleiwert's wall? Look how poor little Ludwig wants only to play. Kurova just didn't like it. Both operatives were too much in the open. Yershany agreed. What about a restaurant, something in the industrial neighborhood where the wire mill was located? Abramov thought not. As a Jew, Baumann's activities were limited. He couldn't just go to a restaurant. This would be noticed. The factory, then, Miezhin offered. Best of all, could they reach the engineer Hecht, who would, according to Szara, be nominally in control of the business as new anti-Jewish statutes were promulgated. They looked in their dossiers. They had a blurry photograph of Hecht, taken by an officer from the Berlin embassy. University records, exemplar of handwriting, inventory of family, wife Ilse, son Albert, a pharmaceutical salesman, daughter Hedwig, married to an engineer in Dortmund, daughter Martha, an assistant art editor at a literary magazine. Literary magazine? Perhaps a friend of ours, Yershany wondered idly. Perhaps, Kurova admitted, but nice German girls don't go to factories. Slow and easy, Abramov counseled. We don't want to create a panic. This is no time for caution, Yershany said. That was true. Baumann's product was crucial. They had other sources of information on the German aircraft industry, but none that determined the numbers quite so exactly. The directorate that handled the product coming in from Burgess and Philby and others in Great Britain confirmed the Opel Directorate's hypotheses, as did sources in the French services. The German industrial machine was building a nightmare. Baumann had shipped 14,842 feet of swage wire in October. This meant a monthly bomber production rate of 31 planes. From there they could project, using range and load factors already in their possession. The German bomber force, as constituted in a theoretical month, May of 1939, for instance, would be able to fly 720 sorties in a single day against European targets and deliver 945 tons of bombs, causing a projected 50 casualties per ton, a total of almost 50,000 casualties in a 24-hour period. 1 million casualties every 3 weeks. And the USSR, Great Britain, and France were in absolute harmony on one basic assumption. The bomber would always get through. Yes, anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes would take their toll, but simply could not cause sufficient damage to bring the numbers down. The Russians, using their British spies, had followed with interest developments in British strategic thinking in the last month of 1937. The RAF experts had urged building up the British aircraft industry to deliver heavy bombers to match the German numbers, ultimately to create a counterweight of terror. You destroy our cities, we'll destroy yours. But the cabinet had overruled them. Said Sir Thomas Inskip, the role of our Air Force is not an early knockout blow, but to prevent the Germans from knocking us out. This was not the usual thinking. But the cabinet, in the end, had determined the defensive system a better option, and British industry began to build fighters instead of bombers. In Germany, also, a strategic decision was made, though this one rested on Hitler's power. When the Reich marched into the Rhineland in 1936, and opposition did not materialize, the German General Staff lost credibility. Hitler was right. It was proven. Soon thereafter, he turned his attention to Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe. Where, Hitler wanted to know, are my airplanes? Göring felt the pressure and took steps to protect himself. Germany stopped production of four-engine bombers, the Dornier Do-19 and the Junkers Su-89. Those planes could operate at greater distances, in England or the USSR, and stay longer over target, as well as extend the air cover provided to U-boat packs beset by sub-chasers or destroyers. But they were not going to be built. Driven by Hitler's impatience, Göring directed the aircraft industry to build twin-engine bombers. The Führer, Göring said, does not ask me what kind of bombers I have, he simply wants to know how many. The comment was believed to be private. It wasn't. And that was the point. The Moscow Directorate had to know what Göring said, and what the British cabinet thought, and had to do whatever had to be done in order to know. In the same complex of buildings where the Opel Directorate met, other groups labored to keep Germany and Great Britain from finding out what Stalin said or what the Politburo thought. That work, though, was none of their business. Their business was 1 million casualties every 3 weeks. With a threat of that dimension, how carefully could Dr. Julius Baumann be treated? They had to, as Diashani counseled, take their chances, and if the man went slack with terror or rigid with fury, it was Szara's job to handle him. If Szara couldn't do it, they'd find somebody who could. They were not in a position to be gentle with spies, even less with case officers. "Then we are agreed," Kurova said. There were stern nods of assent around the table. That night, the wireless telegraph operator in Dzerzhinsky Square settled in on his frequency at 1:33 a.m. Moscow time, as scheduled for that date. He discovered a neighbor, some plodding fool out there somewhere, sending 5-digit groups as though he had all eternity to get the job done. The operator swore softly with irritation, caressed his dial, until he found a private little band of silent air, then began a long signal to his nameless, faceless, yet very familiar colleague in Paris. Paris, he thought, a city I'll never see. But that was fate. So instead, he put a bit of his soul into the telegraphy, flying ghost-like across the sleeping continent, along with his secret numbers. Goldman had said, "Be a journalist." So Szara did what he asked, but he didn't like it. He found a large, gloomy room in the Rue de Cherche-Midi, literally the street that looked for the sun, which it rarely found, midway between brawling Montparnasse and fashionably arty Saint-Germain. Coming out of his doorway, he turned right to buy a chicken, left to buy a shirt. He drank wine and ate oysters at the Dôme, a noisy barnyard of artists and artistes, the people who came to look at them, predators scenting the money of the people who came to look at them, petits bourgeois celebrating their anniversaries and saying "ah" when the food came to the table, and, he only grew aware of them with time, a surprisingly large number of reasonably appealing and attractively dressed people of whom one couldn't say more than that they ate at the Dôme. Simply Parisians. Szara attended the occasional session of the Sénat, dropped in at the trial of this week's murderer, browsed the women in bookstores, and showed up at certain salons. Where journalists were, there was André Szara. He passed through the Pravda office from time to time, collected a phone message or two, and if with some frequency he disappeared completely from sight for a day or two, well, so did many people in Paris. Szara was running an espionage network. God only knew what the rest of them were doing. On the days when Ilya Ehrenberg wasn't in town, André Szara was the preeminent Soviet journalist in Paris. The city's hostesses made this clear to him. "It's terribly late, I know, but could you come? We'd so love to have you." He went, and Ehrenberg was never there. Szara had been called in as a last-minute substitute. The Soviet journalist in the room, along with the tragic ballerina, the rich American clod, the knave of attorneys, the sexually peculiar aristocrat, the cynical politician, and all the rest. Like a pack of tarot cards, Szara thought. He much preferred relaxed social evenings at friends' apartments, spontaneous gatherings rich with combative exchanges on politics, art, and life, at the Melrose on the Rue du Bac, sometimes at André Gide's place on the Rue Vaneau, occasionally at Ehrenberg's apartment on the Rue Cotentin. He was jealous of Ehrenberg, who occupied a position above him in the literary and social order of things, and when they did meet, Ehrenberg's kindness and courtesy toward him only made it worse. Not the least of the problem was Ehrenberg's writing itself, not so much the diction, but the sharp eye for a detail that told a story. Reporting from the Civil War in Spain, Ehrenberg had described the different reactions of dogs and cats to bombing attacks. Dogs sought safety by getting as close to their masters as they could, while cats went out the window and as far from humans as possible. Ehrenberg knew how to capture the reader's emotions better than he did, and now that he'd effectively left the competition, such good Ehrenberg stuff as he saw in print depressed him. There were rumors that Ehrenberg did favors for the apparat, but if he did, Szara had no evidence of it, and suspected that Ehrenberg's contacts were up in the Central Committee, well beyond his own reach. One Thursday night in May, Szara dropped around to Ehrenberg's apartment to discover André Gide under full throttle in a lengthy discourse on some point of literary philosophy. To drive home his point, Gide picked up a dog biscuit from a plate on the kitchen table and used it to draw lines in the air. Ehrenberg's dog, a terrier-spaniel mix called Bouzou, studied the progress of the biscuit for a time, then rose in the air and snapped it neatly out of Gide's fingers. Unperturbed, Gide picked up another biscuit and continued the lecture. Bouzou, equally unperturbed, did it again. A girl sitting near Szara leaned over and whispered, "C'est drôle, n'est-ce pas?" Oh, yes. Very funny. Upstaged by Ehrenberg's dog, he thought, and immediately hated himself for thinking such things. Ingrate. Listen to what Gide is saying, how mankind thrashes amid life's futility, how his tragic-comic destiny may be described as has always been, will always be, some French word I don't know. But everybody is smiling wisely and nodding, so it's evidently a stunning insight. Such evenings, wine and oysters, frosted cakes, aromatic women who leaned close to say some almost intimate little thing and brushed one's shoulder. The old Szara would have been light-hearted with ecstasy. Not all was roses, of course. The city was famous for its artful, petty humiliations. Had not Balzac fashioned a career from such social warfare? And Szara knew himself to be the sort of individual who took it to heart, who let it get into his bloodstream where it created malicious antibodies. Nonetheless, he told himself, he was lucky. 2/3 of the Russian writers were gone in the purges, yet here he was in Paris. That all the world should have no more problems than the envy of a fellow journalist and the obligation to do a bit of night work. He looked at his watch, stood, smiled genially, and turned to go. "The witching hour and the mysterious Szara leaves us," said a voice. He turned and made a helpless gesture. "An early day tomorrow," he said, "a scene observed at dawn." A chorus of good nights, and at least one disbelieving snicker accompanied him out the door. He strolled a few blocks toward the edge of the 7th arrondissement, idling, crossing and recrossing a boulevard, then flagged a cab from the line at the Duroc Metro and sped to the Gare Saint-Lazare. Here he rushed through the station, late for a train, then found another taxi at the Rue de Rome exit and gave his destination as the Gare d'Austerlitz. "No hurry," he said to the driver. "There's something extra for you if we just wander a bit." A novel instruction, but heeded. And as the cab meandered eastward, Szara slumped lazily in the back seat, a posture that allowed him to watch the street behind him in the driver's rear-view mirror. He changed cabs again at the Austerlitz station, then paid off the new driver on the Boulevard de la Gare and crossed the Seine, now at the eastern edge of Paris, where the railroad tracks ran southeast between the Gare de Lyon and the wine commerçant warehouses in the Bercy district. He had become, in the course of these clandestine exercises, what he thought of as the other Szara, a midnight self, a figure in a raincoat on a bridge above the Bercy marshalling yards, avoiding the yellow flare of a street lamp. And here, he thought, Monsieur Gide, Monsieur Ehrenberg, Master Bouzou, we have quite another sort of antidote to the futility of existence. A freight train chugged slowly under the bridge, the white steam from its locomotive spilling over the rampart as it passed beneath him. He liked the burned smell of the railroad yards, the distant crash of couplings, the bright steel maze of rails that merged and parted and merged again, the hiss of decompression from an idling locomotive. He glanced at his watch, 1:20, strolled casually, a reflective man thinking things over, to the end of the bridge, reached the street just as a boxy Renault puttered to a stop. The passenger door opened, and he swung smoothly into the front seat, the car accelerating onto the empty boulevard as he closed the door. It was well timed, he thought, quite artistic in its own way. "Et bonsoir, mon cher," said the driver cheerfully. He was the silo group leader, Robert Sénéchal, the very perfection of the young French communist lawyer. Like so many Frenchmen, he seemed theatrically suited to his role in life, the spiky hair, acerbic smile, pigskin gloves, and upturned raincoat collar would have quite pleased a film director. Szara was drawn to him. Sénéchal's charm, his throwaway courage, reminded him of his own style 10 years earlier, committed, self-assured, amused by the melodrama of clandestine life, yet scrupulously meeting its demands. Szara reached into the glove compartment and withdrew a thick manila envelope. He unwound the string and riffled through a sheaf of paper, squinting in order to make out the writing in the glow of the boulevard street lamps. He held up a page with 12 words on it, enormous letters fashioned in a tortuous scrawl. Slowly, he tried to decipher the German. "Can you make any sense of this?" "A letter from the sister, it seems." "He steals a bit of everything." "Yes, poor Alto. He takes whatever feels important to him." "What is Kraft, I think. Kraft durch Freude. Strength through joy. The Nazi recreation clubs for workers." "What's it to do with anything?" "I managed to work my way through all of it. The sister in Lübeck is taking a cruise to Lisbon on one of the chartered liners they have. It's only costing a few Reichsmarks. How she looks forward to it after the demands of her job. Alto offers as well the telephone numbers of procurement specialists in the attaché's office." "That they'll like." As for the letter, "I'm just the postman," Sénéchal said. He turned into the traffic rond-point at the Place Nation. Even though the May night was chilly, the terraces of the brasseries were crowded, people drinking and eating and talking, a white blur of faces and amber lights as the Renault swept past. Sénéchal moved up on the bumper of a rattle-trap market truck in front of him, preventing an aggressive Citroën from cutting in. "So much for you," he said triumphantly. Alto was a 16-year-old boy known as Dolek, a Slovak nickname. His mother, whom Sénéchal had secretly observed and termed ravishing, lived with a German major who worked in the office of the military attaché. They'd begun their love affair when the major was stationed in Bratislava and stayed together when he was transferred to Paris. The child of a previous love affair, Dolek suffered from a disease of the nervous system. His speech was slurred and difficult to understand, and he hobbled along with one arm folded against his chest while his head rested on his collarbone. His mother and her lover, intoxicated by the physical perfection of their own bodies, were sickened by his condition and ashamed of him, and kept him out of sight as much as they could. They treated him as though he were retarded and did not understand what they said about him. But he was not retarded, he understood everything, and eventually a desperate anger drove him to seek revenge. Left alone in the apartment, he copied out, as best he could and with immense effort, the papers the Major brought home and left in a desk drawer. He made no distinctions, thus the letter from the sister. If the Major treated the paper as private, Dolek copied it. Some months after the move to Paris, he'd been locked in the apartment while his mother and the Major spent a weekend at a country house. He'd gotten the door open and dragged himself to Communist Party headquarters, where a young nurse, busy making banners for a workers' march, had listened sympathetically to his story. Word of the situation had then reached Seneschal, who'd visited the boy while the mother and her lover were at work. Szara sighed and stuffed the paper back in the envelope. The Renault turned up a dark side street, and he could see into an apartment with open drapes, lit in such a way as to make the room seem suffused with golden light. "Are you still taking Hubert to Normandy?" he asked. "That's the plan," Seneschal said, "to make love and eat apples and cream." Szara reached into an inside pocket and handed a wad of 50-franc notes across the gearshift. "Go to a nice restaurant," he said. Seneschal took the packet. "I thank you," he said lightly. "We want you to know you're appreciated." Szara paused. "I don't suppose you actually have much feeling for her." "It's curieux, if you want the truth. The fat little Nazi maiden squirming away. One closes one's eyes with passion." Szara smiled. Seneschal clearly didn't mind all that much, yet there was a melancholy note of martyrdom in his voice, that the world should come to this. The broad masses stand and applaud as you build socialism. Seneschal laughed, and Szara was gratified that the joke worked. Being funny was easily the most difficult trick of all in a foreign language. Sometimes the French just stared at him in palpable confusion. What did this man mean? Lotte Huber was a chubby German woman employed as a clerk at the German trade mission. Working with his lawyer friend Valet, who helped various German enterprises with residence permits and the infinite complexities of French bureaucracy, Seneschal had met Huber by sitting next to her and a girlfriend at the theatre. During the intermission, the four of them got to talking, then went out for drinks after the play. Seneschal had presented himself as a young man of wealthy and aristocratic family, seduced the clerk, eventually proposed marriage. To his fury, his unseen parents categorically rejected the match. He then estranged himself from his family, abandoning the vast inheritance that awaited him, sacrificing all for his darling Lotte. He determined, once the dust settled, to make his own way in life, supposedly obtaining employment as a minor functionary in the French Foreign Office. But they could only, he told her, afford to get married if he were able to advance himself, which he would certainly do if she would supply helpful information about German trade mission business and personnel. In love, she told him all sorts of things, more than she could have understood, for the Gestapo intelligence service, the SD, used jobs at the mission as cover for operatives. Individuals seen to have contacts well beyond the scope of commercial affairs. When this information was added to what Valet supplied, new arrivals needing carte de séjour, the apparat was able to track German intelligence officers with considerable efficiency, leading to knowledge of French traitors, operations run against third countries, and insights into German objectives both in France and several other countries in Europe. Seneschal had more than earned his weekend in Normandy. The money was not at all a bribe. Seneschal was motivated by idealism, but rather recognition that a group leader simply hadn't the time to earn much of a living for himself. Seneschal rolled down the window of the Renault and lit a cigarette. Szara closed the envelope and checked the signs on corner buildings to see what street they were on. Anywhere but the neighborhood of the Rue de la Soeur base would serve his purposes. Seneschal was essentially the cutout. The people he worked with did not know of Szara's existence, and he himself knew Szara only as Jean-Marc, had no idea of his true name, where he lived, or the location of radios or safe houses. Meetings were arranged at different sites every time, with fallbacks in case one party or the other failed to show up. If the network were closed down, Seneschal would appear 3 times at various places, nobody would be there to meet him, and that would be the end of it. The apparat could, of course, find him again, if they wanted to. Preparing to disengage, Szara asked, "Anything you want or need?" Seneschal shook his head. He seemed to Szara at that instant a man perfectly content, doing what he wished to do without reservations, even though he could not safely share this side of his life with anyone. There were moments when Szara suspected that many idealists drawn to communism were at heart people with an appetite for clandestine life. Szara said, "The Lycan situation remains as before?" Lycan was a prostitute, a dark, striking woman of Basque origin who had fled north from the civil war in Spain. The intention was to use Lycan to entice low-level German staff into compromising situations, but she had yet to produce anything beyond free sexual entertainment for a few Nazi chauffeurs. "It does. Madame has the clap and will not work." "Is she seeing a doctor?" "Being paid to. Whether she actually does it or not, I don't know. Whores do things their own way. The occasional dose gets them vertical for a while, and she really doesn't seem to mind." "Anything else?" "A message for you was left at my law office. It's in with the reports." "For me?" "It says Jean-Marc on the envelope." This was unusual, but Szara did not intend to go burrowing for the message in front of Seneschal. They drove in silence for a time, up the deserted Boulevard Beaumarchais, past the huge wedding cake of a building that housed the winter circus. Seneschal flipped his cigarette out the window and yawned. The light changed to red, and the Renault rolled to a stop beside an empty taxi. Szara handed over a small slip of paper with the location, time, and date of the next meeting. "Enjoy your weekend," he said, jumped out of the Renault, and slid neatly into the back of the taxicab, slightly startling the driver. "Turn right," he said, as the light went green, then watched as Seneschal's car disappeared up the boulevard. It was a little after 3 in the morning when Szara slipped into the Rue de la Sœur house and climbed to the 3rd floor. Kranoff was done with his wireless telegraph chores for the evening, and Szara had the room to himself. First he found the envelope with Jean-Marc printed across the front. Inside was a mimeographed square of paper with a drawing of a bearded man in Roman armor, a 6-point star on his shield, and a dagger held before him. The ticket entitled the bearer to seat 46 in the basement theatre at the Rue Muret Synagogue at 7:30 in the evening of the 18th day of the month of Iyar in the year 5698 for the annual Lag BaOmer play performed by the synagogue youth group. The address was deep in the Marais, the Jewish quartier of Paris. For those who might need a date according to the Julian calendar, a rather grudging May 18th was written in a lower corner. Szara tucked it in a pocket. Really, what would they think of next? A communication traveling upward from a network operative to a deputy was something he'd never heard of, and he rather thought that Abramov would go a little pale if he found out about it. But he was becoming, over time, quite hardened to exotic manifestations. And he had no intention of permitting himself to brood about this one. He had a ticket to a synagogue youth play, so he'd go to a synagogue youth play. A thin sheet of paper bearing decrypts from the previous night's Moscow traffic awaited his attention, and this he did find disturbing. The problem wasn't with the silo net. Some of the answers to the directorate's questions were probably in the manila envelope he'd picked up from Seneschal, but the transmission that concerned Otter, Dr. Baumann, worried him. Moscow wanted him squeezed, hard and right away. There was no misreading their intention, even in the dead, attenuated language of decoded cables. At first glance it seemed as though they wanted to turn Baumann Milling into what the Russians called an espionage center. Why else show such a profound interest in personnel? Because if you thought about it a moment, they expected a conflagration. Soviet intelligence officers were not queasy types. Disaster only made them colder. That he'd seen for himself. The foreign department of the NKVD, now called the First Chief Directorate, had 100 windows on Germany. What did they see coming? Whatever it was, they didn't believe that Baumann would survive it. With some effort he recaptured his mind and forced himself to go to work, emptying the manila envelope on the table. Vallet's list of German applications for residence permits presented no problems. He simply recopied it. Seneschal's material from Arbor, Lotte Huber, was brief and to the point. The lawyer had essentially synthesized what he got and, in effect, done Szara's job for him. The German trade mission was probing the French markets for bauxite, which meant aluminum, which meant airframes, phosphorus, flares, artillery shells, tracer bullets, cadmium, which meant nothing at all to him, and assorted domestic products, notably coffee and chocolate. From Alto, Dolek, he would pass on the revised telephone directory of the attaché's office, but would eliminate the major's letter from his sister in Lübeck. For himself, he informed the directorate that he'd met with the silo group leader, disbursed funds, and learned that Lichen was not functioning due to illness. Next, he tore up the silo originals, burned them in a ceramic ashtray, then walked down the hall and flushed the ashes down the toilet. Almost anyone who came in contact with the espionage world was told the story of the beginner operative who'd been instructed to either burn his papers or tear them into bits and flush them down the toilet. An anxious sort, he'd become confused, crumpled up a large wad of paper, and dropped it in the toilet, then put a match to it, and watched, aghast, as the flames set the toilet seat on fire. Back in the wireless telegraph office, the big alarm clock by Kranoff's work area said it was 4:15 in the morning. Szara sat at the table and lit a cigarette. The darkened window hid any change of light, but he could hear a bird start up outside. He thought of the hundreds of operatives all across Europe who had finished with their night work, as he had, and now fell prey to the same pre-dawn malaise. Useless white energy, a nagging sense of some nameless thing left undone, a mind that refused to disengage. Sleep was out of the question. He squared up the pad of flimsy paper and began to doodle. The memory of Dolek's handwriting, the enormous letters painfully carved into the paper with successive jerks of the pencil, would not leave his mind. Nor would the substance of the letter, especially the strength through joy cruise. His imagination wandered, picturing the sort of German worker who would sail off for Lisbon. "Dearest Schätzchen, little treasure," he wrote, "I wish to invite you on a special outing arranged by my Kraft durch Freude Club." He went on a bit with it, mawkish, blustering, then signed it Hans. Changed that to Hansi, then tried "Your sweet Hansi." No, too much, just Hansi would do. What would Martha do if she got such a letter? At first, she'd think it was a practical joke, tasteless, upsetting. But what if he crafted it in such a way that he made it clear to her who was writing? Odile could drop it in a letterbox in Hamburg. That would bypass the postal inspectors who processed all foreign mail. He could address it to her personally and sign with a meaningful alias. She could sail to Lisbon on such a cruise. He had to consider it carefully. A lot could go wrong. But, in principle, why not? The evening of May 18th was cool and cloudy, but the basement of the Rue Muret synagogue was warm enough for the women in the audience to produce scented handkerchiefs from their shiny leather handbags. It was not, Szara discovered, an extremely orthodox synagogue, nor was it quite as poor as it first seemed. Buried deep in the gloom of a twisting little street in the Marais, the building seemed to sag in every possible direction, its roofline jagged as though scribbled on paper. But the basement was packed with well-dressed men and women, probably parents of the children in the play, their relatives and friends. The women seemed more French than Jewish, and though Szara had taken the precaution of buying a yarmulke, let the Moscow Directorate reimburse him for that, there were 1 or 2 men in the audience with uncovered heads. Certain cars parked outside, half on the narrow pavement, indicated to Szara by their license plates that some members of the congregation were now doing well enough to live just outside Paris, but retained a loyalty to the old synagogue on the Rue Muret, a street that retained a distinct flavor and aroma of its medieval origins. Szara expected to recognize the occupant of seat 47 or 45, but the place to his right was more than filled by a bulky matron in diamond rings, while to his left, on the aisle, sat a dark teenage girl in a print dress. He had arrived early, been handed a playbill, and waited patiently for contact, but nobody showed up. Eventually, 2 droopy curtains creaked apart to reveal 10-year-old Pierre Berger in cardboard armor as Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of Judea in A.D. 132, in the act of recruiting his friend Lazar for service against the legions of the Emperor Hadrian. Bar Kokhba, pointing at the roof. "Look, Lazar, there, in the east, there it is." Lazar, "What do you see, Simon Bar Kokhba?" Bar Kokhba, "I see a star, brighter than all others, a star out of Jacob." Lazar, "As in the Torah? A star out of Jacob, a scepter out of Israel?" Bar Kokhba, "Yes, Lazar, can you see it? It means we shall free ourselves from the tyrant Hadrian." Lazar, "Always you dream. How can we do this?" Bar Kokhba, "By our faith, by our wisdom, and by the strength of our right hand, and you, Lazar, shall be my first recruit. But you must pass a test of strength." Lazar, "A test?" Bar Kokhba, "Yes. Do you see that cedar tree over there? You must tear it from the earth to prove you are strong enough to join our rebellion." As Lazar strode across the stage to a paper cedar pinned to a clothes tree, a grandmother's aside was stilled by a loud "Shh." Lazar, a stocky, red-cheeked, the makeup artist had been a little over-enthusiastic with the rouge, child in a dark blue tunic, huffed and puffed as he struggled with the clothes tree. Finally, he lifted it high, shook it at Bar Kokhba, and laid it carefully on its side. The play, A Star Out of Jacob, proceeded as Szara from his own days at the Cheders in Kishinev and Odessa knew it had to. A curious holiday, Lag BaOmer, commemorating a host of events all across the span of Jewish tradition and celebrated in a variety of ways. It was sometimes the Scholars' Festival, recalling the death of Rabbi Akiva's students in an epidemic, or the celebration of the first day of the fall of manna as described in the book of Exodus. It was a day when the 3-year-old children of Orthodox Jews got their first haircuts, or a day of weddings. But in Szara's memory of eastern Poland, it was particularly the day that Jewish children played with weapons. Toy bows and arrows long ago, then, during his own childhood, wooden guns. Szara perfectly remembered the Lag BaOmer rifle that he and his father had carved from the fallen branch of an elm tree. Szara and his friends had chased each other through the mud alleys of their neighborhoods, street-fighting, peering around corners and going "Kra, kra" as they fired, a fairly accurate approximation by kids who had heard the real thing. These children were different, he mused, more sophisticated. Miniature Parisians with Parisian names, Pierre Berger, Moïse Frankel, Yves Nachman, and standing out sharply from all the others, the stunning Nina Perlmer as Hannah, inspiring the Bar Kokhba rebels when they are reluctant to creep through the underground passages of Jerusalem to attack the legionnaires, sweeping her cardboard sword into the sky and slaying Szara entirely with her courage. Hannah, let there be no despair. First we will pray, then we will do what we must. This one, pretty as she was the warrior. Her lines rang out and produced a scattering of spontaneous applause, causing a Roman centurion in the wings to peer around the curtain through blue-framed eyeglasses. There was a slight disturbance to Szara's left as the dark girl in the print dress moved up the aisle and was replaced by General Yadomir Bloch. He reached over and took Szara's left hand in his right for a moment, then whispered, "Sorry I'm late. We'll talk after the play." This produced a loud shh from the row behind them. Through the dark streets of the Marais, Bloch led him to a Polish restaurant on the second floor of a building propped up by ancient wooden beams braced against the sidewalk. The tiny room was lit by candles, not for atmosphere, but Szara could smell the kerosene they were using for the stove, because there was no electricity in the building. Squinting at the menu written in chalk on the wall, they ordered a half-bottle of Polish vodka, bowls of schav, sorrel soup, a plate of radishes, bread, butter, and coffee. "The little girl who played Hannah," Bloch said, shaking his head in admiration. "There was one like that in Vilna when I was a boy, 11 years old, and she drew every eye." "You didn't mind coming to the play?" "Oh, no, it brought back the past. Lag BaOmer, playing guns." "Perfect, yes. I intended it so. Soviet man this, Soviet man that, but we mustn't forget who we are." "I don't think I ever forget, Comrade General." Bloch tore a strip of crust from the brown loaf, trailed it through his soup, leaned over his bowl to eat it. "No? Good," he said. "Too many do. A little hint of pride in one's heritage, and somebody screams, 'Bourgeois nationalism! Take the Zionist away!'" Having finished the bread, he wiped his mouth with a small cloth napkin, then began an expedition through his pockets, finally retrieving a folded page torn from a journal, which he opened carefully. "You know Birobidzhan?" "Yes." Szara smiled grimly. "The Jewish homeland in Siberia. Or so they insisted. Lenin's version of Palestine, to keep the Zionists in Russia. I believe some thousands of people actually went there, poor souls." "They did. A sad place, surely, but effective propaganda. Here, for instance, is a German Jew writing on the subject. The Jews have gone into the Siberian forests. If you ask them about Palestine, they laugh. The Palestine dream will have long receded into history when in Birobidzhan there will be motor cars, railways, and steamers, huge factories belching forth their smoke. These settlers are founding a home in the taigas of Siberia, not only for themselves but for millions of their people. Next year in Jerusalem, what is Jerusalem to the Jewish proletarian? Next year in Birobidzhan." Szara raised his glass in a mock Seder toast and drank off the vodka. Bloch folded his paper back up and put it in his pocket. "It would be funnier if people didn't believe it," Bloch said. Szara shrugged. Bundists, communists, socialists, left and right, 3 kinds of Zionists, and mostly, when all is said and done, people in the shtetls of the Pale who say, "Do nothing, wait for the Messiah." We may not own anything to speak of, but we are wealthy when it comes to opinions. "So, you must have one, too." Szara thought for a moment. "For centuries we have run around Europe like scared mice. Maybe it's time to at least consider a hole in the wall, especially lately as the cat population seems to be on the rise." Bloch seemed satisfied. "I see. Now, to a tender subject. You have, one is told, a splendid opportunity to write something for an American magazine, but nothing appears. Perhaps others counsel you not to do it. Maybe somebody like Abramov, a man you admire, a man I admire, come to that, convinces you that it's not really worth it. He takes you under his protection. He solves your problems with the Georgians. He makes life possible. If it's that, well, you've made a decision, and really what can I do about it? On the other hand, maybe there's something you need. Maybe I can be of assistance, or not. It's for you to say. At worst, a little play from the synagogue youth group, and a plate of nice schav, not a wasted evening at any rate." "Comrade General, May one ask a frank question?
Of course.
What actually is the nature of your business?
That's a good question.
I'll try to answer it.
The truth is, I'm in several businesses. Like you, like all of us, I was in the paradise business. We got rid of the Tsar and his pogroms to make a place where Jews, where everyone could live like human beings and not like slaves and beasts. That's one definition of paradise, and not a bad one. This paradise, we soon saw, needed a few willing souls to serve as guardians. Isn't that always the way with paradise? So I offered my humble services. Thus my second business, one could say, became the GRU, the military intelligence business. In this choice, I was guided by the example of Trotsky, who became a soldier when he had to and did pretty well at it. And yet, even so, paradise slipped away, because now we have a new pogrom, run like so many in history by a shrewd peasant who understands hatred, who knows its true value, and how to use it. There is a trick, André Aronovich, played on us through the centuries, and now played again. The Jew is accused of being cunning, by someone 1,000 times more cunning than any Jew has ever been. So, sorrowfully, this problem has become my third business. And now I'm taking you out to theater and dinner in a business-like sort of way and trying to interest you in becoming an associate. What do I offer my associates? A chance to save a few Jewish lives. Never a commodity with much value, but then Jews have always found their way to such enterprises. They deal in cheap stuff, old rags, scrap metal, bones and gristle. Whatever, like themselves, people don't really want. And that's all, frankly, that I can offer you. Is it dangerous? Oh, yes. Could you die? It's likely. Will your heroism be known to history? Very doubtful. Now, have I successfully persuaded you to throw everything you value in life away and follow this peculiar, ugly man over the nearest horizon to some dreadful fate? General Bloch threw his head back and laughed. It was unfettered, infectious. Szara joined in, was then unable to stop. People at other tables turned to look at them, smiling nervously, a little frightened to be trapped in a tiny Polish restaurant with a pair of madmen. Neither of them could have explained it. They had somehow, in this strange, hidden, broken building, caught the tale of absurdity, and the thrash of it made them laugh. "God forgive me," Bloch said, wiping his eyes with his hand, "for enjoying such a life as much as I do." A good laugh. A successful laugh, for it prevented Szara from actually having to answer Bloch's question, from saying no immediately. Later they walked to the metro together. Bloch kept coming back to the play. Oh, the little girl who played the part of Hannah, what was her name? Perlmer? Yes, he was sure Szara had it right, a few months on the front lines, and already he had the operative's trained memory. Perlmer, mother of pearl, like Perlmutter in German. Where did Jews get these names? But under any name at all, wasn't she a treasure? Weren't they all? Even those in Russia, not so quick and clever as these children, perhaps, but bright and eager little optimists, knock them down and they bounce. Szara surely knew them, the sons and daughters of the Jews in the universities, in the state bureaus and the diplomatic corps, yes, even in the security services. Those children, the ones who no longer had homes or parents, the ones who ate from garbage cans in the darkness. Long after Bloch left him, Szara continued the conversation with himself. A writer, once again,
Szara sat at his kitchen table at noon. Through the open window he could smell lunch being cooked in the other apartments in the courtyard. When it was served, he could hear the sounds of knives and forks on porcelain and the solemn lilt of conversation that always accompanied the midday meal. He would write the story. Then he would have to disappear, for under NKVD scrutiny a nom de plume would not protect him for long. So where did one disappear to these days? America. Shanghai? Zanzibar? Mexico? No. America. You met people in Moscow now and then who'd gone off to America, the ones who had come back to Russia. That little fellow who'd worked in a tie factory, what was his name? At some party somewhere they'd been introduced. Szara remembered a face soured by despair. "Hat in hand," he'd said. "Always hat in hand." Szara was haunted by that image, and now it colored his vision of the future. He saw himself with Martha Hecht. They were hand in hand like fugitives in a storybook. The mad run from Paris at midnight. The steamship boarded at Le Havre. 10 days in steerage, the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, New York. Vast confusion, adrift in a sea of hopes and dreams, the sidewalks jammed with his fellow adventurers. Everybody could be a millionaire if they tried. The pennies scraped together for the new suit, the offices, editors, lunches, encouragements, high hopes, then, ultimately, a janitor. A janitor with an alias, and nom de mop. A cartoon capitalist with a cigar loomed up before him. "You, Cohen, you call this floor clean? Look at here, and here." Hat in hand. Always hat in hand. The obsequious immigrant, smiling and smiling, the sweat running from his armpits. But what would he do in Shanghai or Zanzibar? Where in fact was Zanzibar? Or did it exist only in pirate movies? On the table before him sat a second-hand Underwood, bought at a junk store, some vanished novelist's golden calf, no doubt. Poor thing, it would have to be left on a street corner somewhere. It too would have to run away once it wrote forbidden words in its own very identifiable handwriting. Szara stabbed idly at the keyboard with his index fingers, writing in Polish, putting in accents with a sharp pencil. To the musical clatter of lunchtime in the courtyard, André Szara wrote a magazine story. Who was the Ochrana's mysterious man? Certain documents are said to exist. Revolutionary times in Baku. Intrigue. Rumors that won't die. Perhaps high in the Soviet government today. Tradition of the agent provocateur, Roman Malinovsky, who rose to be head of the Bolshevik party in the Russian Duma, was known to have been an Ochrana agent, and so was the engineer, Azyev, who actually led the battle organization of the Socialist Revolutionary Party and personally organized the bomb assassination of the Minister of the Interior, Pleva, in 1904. Banished to Siberia. Records said to have been burned in 1917, but did they get them all? Will we ever know for certain? Secrets have a way. Once the identity is known, that the course of history will once again be altered, perhaps violently, by the Ochrana's mysterious man. In personal code, Szara had the address in a little book. He found an envelope and typed across the front, "Mr. Herbert Hull, editor," and the rest of it. The following morning would be time enough to put it in the mail. One always liked to let these articles settle a bit, to see later on, with fresh eyes, what might need changing. That evening he took a long walk. If nothing else, he owed himself some serious thinking. Perhaps he was letting fate decide, but if he was, it did. Paris chose that night to be rather a movie of itself. An old man was playing a concertina, and a few aristocrats were dancing in the street. The French were tight as fiddle strings until they decided to let loose, and then they could be delightfully mad. Or perhaps it was a day for some special little ritual. They arrived frequently, and Szara never knew exactly what was going on, when everybody was expected to do the same thing, eat a particular cake, buy a prescribed bouquet, join open-air dancing on the boulevards. Some street-corner toughs, wide jackets, black shirts, white ties, their shoulders hunched a certain way, beckoned him over, then stood him a Belgian beer at a corner bar. A girl with blonde hair flowing like the wind floated by him and said some deliciously indecipherable thing. It made him want the girl in Berlin. To live such a night unshared was a tragedy. It stayed light forever. A flight of little birds took off from the steeple of a church and fled northward past the red-stained clouds in a fading sky. So lovely it hurt. He walked past the Santé prison, looked up at the windows, wondered who might be watching this same sky, could taste the freedom in his own life. He stopped for a sausage and a small French bread, bought from an old lady in a windowed booth. The old lady gave him a look. She knew life. She had him figured out. She knew he'd do the right thing. Odile returned from her courier run on June 12th. The product generated by the Berlin networks, as well as auto material from Dr. Baumann, was photographed on microfilm in the basement of a Berlin butcher shop. The spool was then sewn into the shoulder pad of Odile's suit jacket for the German border crossing and the train ride back to Paris. By the morning of June 13th, the film had been developed, and Szara, working at the Rue de la Soeur house, had an answer to his carefully phrased request for identification of Baumann milling office workers and sketches of their personalities. Peripheral data, he'd been told to call it, as though nobody really cared. Baumann's response was brusque. Final production for May was 17715. We project June at 20588 based on orders at hand. The other data you request is not per hour agreement. Otter. Szara was not pleased by this rejection, but neither was he surprised. A week earlier, he'd made a day trip to Brussels and conferred with Goldman, a discussion that had prepared him for what the Resident suspected might happen, and set up his return message. This he wrote on a sheet of paper that would find its way to Baumann on Odile's next trip to Berlin. We have received your May, June figures and are appreciative as always. All here are concerned for your continued health and well-being. The annotated list is needed to assure your security, and we urge you strongly to comply with our request for this information. We can protect you only if you give us the means to do so. Jean-Marc. Untrue, but persuasive. As Goldman put it, telling somebody that you're protecting him is just about the surest way to help him see that he's threatened. Szara looked up from his plate of noodles and asked if it in fact were not the case that Baumann was in peril. Goldman shrugged. Who isn't? Szara took another piece of paper and wrote a report to Goldman, which would then be retransmitted to Moscow. He assumed that Goldman would, in the particular way he chose to put things, protect himself, Szara, and Baumann in that order. The message to Goldman went to Kranov for encryption and telegraphy late that night. Szara checked his calendar, made a note of Odile's June 19th courier run, Moscow's incoming transmission, and his next meeting with Seneschal, that afternoon, as it happened. He squashed out a cigarette, lit another, ran his fingers through his hair, shook his head to clear it. Times, dates, numbers, codes, schedules, and somebody might die if he made a mistake. New piece of paper. He had acquired from the Lisbon Port Authority the expected arrival date, July 10th, of a Strength Through Joy cruise from Hamburg. Figuring from Odile's June 19th courier mission, he saw that Marta could just make it if there was room on the boat. For an hour he worked on the letter. It had to be sincere. She had great respect for honesty of a certain kind, yet he knew he mustn't gush. She would hate that. He tried to be casual, let's enjoy ourselves, and romantic, I do need to be with you. At the same time, difficult. Suddenly he sat bolt upright. How on earth could he find a German stamp in Paris? He would have to ask Odile to buy one when she got off the train in Berlin. Should he confide in her? No, better not. He was the deputy director of the net, and this was simply another form of communication with an agent. Even love had become espionage, he thought. Or was it just the times he lived in? That aside, when was his meeting with Seneschal? Where was it? He had it written down somewhere. Where? Good God. 4:20 p.m. The racetrack at Auteuil. By the rail, facing the entrance to Section D. A well-conceived location for a treff, shifting crowds, anonymous faces, except if it was raining, which it was. Szara saw immediately that he and Seneschal would wind up standing together, isolated, in the view of thousands of people with sense enough to move into the shelter of the grandstand. Such tradecraft, he thought, whistling loudly to catch Seneschal's attention as he emerged from the entry gate. Silently they climbed to the last row of the grandstand as a few horses splattered mud on each other at the far turn of the oval track. "Allez, you shithead," said a dispirited old man in an aisle seat. Szara was by nature acutely aware of shifts in mood, and he sensed Seneschal's discomfort right away. The lawyer's tousled hair was soaked, a damp cigarette hung from his lips. Nobody liked getting wet, but there was more to it than that. His face was pale and tense, as though something had broken through his insouciant defenses and drained his optimism. For a time they watched galloping horses. A primitive loudspeaker system crackled and popped. The muffled voice of an excited Frenchman could just barely be made out as he called the race. "A difficult weekend with Fräulein?" Szara asked, not unsympathetically. He had a hunch that the romantic trip to Normandy had gone wrong. A Gallic shrug, then, "No, not so bad. She gives herself like a woman in love, anything at all to please, since nothing between lovers can be wrong. If she feels I'm not sufficiently passionate, she gets up to tricks. You're a man, Jean-Marc, you know." "It can't always be easy," Szara said. "Humans aren't made of steel, and that includes communists." Seneschal watched 8 new horses being led out into the rain. "Shall we give you a little breathing space? Perhaps a notional journey, something to do with the Foreign Office, the crisis in Greece? Is there one?" "Usually." Seneschal grunted, not terribly interested. "She wants to get married, immediately." "I can't believe you didn't use her." "No, it's not that. She thinks she's to be dismissed from her position, sent back to Germany in disgrace. Last weekend, after we'd done with all the little shrieks and gasps, there were tears, floods. She turned bright red and puffed up. It rained like a bastard up there. All weekend the stuff ran down the windows. She bawled. I tried to comfort her, but she was inconsolable. Now she says only marriage can keep her in France, with me. As for my job at the Foreign Office, and the information she's provided, well, too bad. We will live on love, she says." "Did she explain?" "She gabbled like a goose. What I can make of it is that her boss, Herr Stollenbauer, is under severe pressure. Lotte spent all last week running around Paris in taxis, and she claims she's frightened of Parisian cab drivers because no mission cars were available. She says she hunted through every fancy shop in the city, Fauchon, Vignot, Rollet, the finest traiteur you see, in search of what she calls rote Grütze. Do you know what that is? Because I don't." "A sort of sweetened sauce made of red berries," Szara said. "Also, they're trying to rent a house, somewhere just outside Paris, in Suresnes or Maison Lafitte, places like that. According to her, they're more than willing to pay, but French propriétaires take their time, want papers signed, bank guarantees, first this, then that. It's ceremonial, drives the Germans crazy. They just want to wave money about and get what they want. They think the French are venal. They aren't wrong, but they don't understand how French people worry about their properties. From her stories I gathered more or less that this is what's going on, and the worse it gets, the more Stollenbauer feels the pressure, the more he shouts at her. She isn't used to that, so now the answer is to get married. She'll stay in France, and I suppose tell Stollenbauer off in the bargain." "Somebody's coming to Paris." "Évidemment. Somebody with an aide, to call up and say, oh yes, and make sure the man's Rote-Grütze sauce is available when he eats his Pfannkuchen. Shall one go to the forest and pick red berries? To Szara's horror, Seneschal was not at all sarcastic. Not to worry, he said sternly. Seneschal was clearly in the process of wilting. He was physically brave, Szara knew that for a fact. But the prospect of daily married life with Huber had unnerved him. Szara spoke with authority. It's the Frenchwoman of your dreams you'll marry, my friend, and not the Fräulein. Consider that an order. The new information was provocative. Szara's old instincts, the journalist happening on a story, were sharply aroused. Suddenly, the horses churning through the mud seemed triumphant, images of victory, their nostrils flaring, flanks shining with kicked-up spray. The business with the Rote-Grütze sauce was curious, but the search for a safe house, that was truly interesting. Trade missions didn't acquire safe houses. That was embassy business, a job undertaken by resident intelligence officers. But the embassy was being circumvented, which meant a big secret, and a big secret meant a big fish. And guess who happened to be standing there with a net? Cameras, he thought. Just every kind of camera. He made a decision. Huber won't be fired, he said. It's to be quite the opposite. Stollenbauer will be crawling at her feet. And as for you, your only problem will be a woman in triumph, a star of stage, screen, and radio, a princess. Demanding, I think, but not something you can't deal with. Fully mobilized, Szara's web of contacts had an answer within days. An Alsatian traiteur was located. A smiling Lotte Huber left his shop, trailed by a taxi driver struggling under the weight of 2 cases of Rote-Grütze sauce in special crocks of the Alsatian's own design. He was also prepared to offer Weisswurst, Jägerwurst, freshly cured sauerkraut, subtly flavored with juniper berries, because, and here the rosy-cheeked traiteur leaned over the counter and spoke an exquisitely polite German, a man who favors Rote-Grütze will always, madame, want a hint of juniper in his sauerkraut. This is an appetite for piquancy, and this is an appetite we understand. Chauverley dismissed the house dilemma with an imperious Swiss flick of the hand. Her progressive friends and colleagues at the International Law Institute were sounded out, and a suitable property was soon located. It was in Puteaux, a step or two from the city border, a dignified, working-class neighborhood near the Citroën loading docks on the southwestern curve of the Seine. Everywhere a grim, sooty brown, but boxes of flowers stood sentry at all the parlor windows, and the single step up to each doorway was swept before 8 every morning. At the far edge of the district sat a 3-story, gabled brick residence, the home of a doctor now deceased and the subject of an interminable lawsuit, with a high wall covered in ivy and a massive set of doors bound in ironwork. A bit of a horror, but the ivied wall turned out to hide a large, formal garden. Sheets were removed from the furniture, a crew of maids brought in to freshen up. Terracotta pots were placed by the entryway and filled to overflowing with fiery geraniums. Stollenbauer was, as Szara had predicted, magically relieved of much of his burden. The pending visit still made him nervous. Much could go wrong, but at least he now felt he had some support. From chubby little Lotte Huber, no less. Had he not always said that someday her light would shine? Had he not always sensed the hidden talent and initiative in this woman? She'd been so clever in finding the house, where his pompous assistants had shouted guttural French into the phone. Cunning Lotte had taken the feminine approach, spending her very own weekend time wandering about various neighborhoods and inquiring of women in the marketplace if they knew of something to rent, not too much legal folderol required. Meanwhile, Szara arrayed his forces and played his own office politics. Oh, Goldman was informed, he had to be, but the cable was a masterpiece of its genre. Trade mission apparently expecting important visitor sometime in near future. Item 8 of 17 items. Not a chance under heaven that such a phrase would bring the greedy resident swooping down from Brussels to snaffle up the credit. Using a copy of the house key, Szara and Seneschal had a look around for themselves one evening. Szara would have dearly loved to record the proceedings, but it would simply have been too dangerous, requiring a hidden operative running a wire recorder. Then, too, important visitors usually had security men in attendance, people with a horror of unexplained ridges under carpets, miscellaneous wires, even fresh paint. Instead, they approached a bird-like little lady, the widow of an artillery corporal, who lived on the top floor of the house across the street, and whose parlor window looked out over the garden. A troublesome affair, they told her, a wayward wife, a government minister, the greatest discretion. They showed her very official-looking identity documents with diagonal red stripes and handed over a crisp envelope stuffed with francs. She nodded grimly, perhaps an old lady, but a little more a woman of the world than they might suppose. They were welcome to her window. It was a change to have something going on in this dull old street, and did they wish to hear a thing or two about the butcher's wife? Stollenbauer summoned Lotta Huber to his office, sat her down on a spindly little chair, rested his long fingers lightly on her knee, and told her in strictest confidence that their visitor was an associate of Heydrich himself. Seneschal had walked Lotta Huber through the discovery of the safe house and the Rotogritze sauce, and counseled how these successes should be explained. And what thanks did he get? The young woman's new sense of pride and achievement made her shut up like a clam. Under Szara's tutelage, he applied pressure every way he could, told her the big job was now open at the Foreign Office. Would he get it, or would his sworn enemy? Only she could help him now. He took her to dinner at Fouquet's, fed her triangles of toast covered thickly with goose-liver pâté and a bottle of Pomerol. The wine made her cute, funny, and romantic, but not talkative. Finally they fought. What use, she wanted to know, had the French Foreign Office for information that an associate of Heydrich's was coming to town for an important meeting? That was the very sort of thing that interested them, he said. The big cheese in his office was secretly a great admirer of Hitler and could be counted on to help, quietly, if any more problems developed with the meeting. But he had to be told exactly what was going on. No, she said, stop, you begin to sound like a spy. That made Seneschal pale, and Szara even paler when the conversation was reported. Apologize, Szara said. Tell her you were overwrought and— He reached into a pocket and came forth with francs. Buy her jewelry. Szara accepted the inevitable. They weren't going to get the meeting date or the names of the other participants. Surveillance was their only other option. He could not risk pressing Huber too hard and losing her as a source. It was the first time a wisp of regret floated across his view of the operation. It was not to be the last. They drove to Puteaux in Seneschal's car, parked in the narrow street, and watched the house. A surveillance technique that lasted exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes, perhaps a record for brevity. Children stared, young women pretended not to notice, an angry street sweeper scraped the hubcap with his twig broom, and a drunk demanded money. Discomfort did not begin to describe how it felt. It just wasn't a neighborhood where you could do something like that. Odile returned from her courier run to Berlin on June 22nd. Baumann wouldn't budge. So she, Seneschal, and Szara took turns sitting in the old lady's parlor. The wisp of regret had by now become a smoky haze that refused to dissipate. Goldman had the people to do this kind of work. Szara had to improvise with available resources. As for surveillance from the apartment, the principle was one thing, the reality another. The building, cold stone to the eye, was alive, full of inquisitive neighbors you couldn't avoid on the stairs. Szara squared his shoulders and scowled, "I am a policeman," and left the old lady to deal with the inevitable tongue-wagging. For her part, she seemed to be enjoying the attention. What she did not enjoy, however, was their company. They were
Well, there. If somebody read a newspaper, it rattled. If she wanted to clean the carpet, they had to lift their feet. Odile finally saved the situation, discovering that the old lady had a passion for the card game called bezique, a form of pinochle. So the surveillance evolved into a more or less permanent card party, all three watchers contriving to play just badly enough to lose a few francs. The smoky haze of regret thickened to a fog. What point in having Seneschal or Odile watch the house if Szara could not be reached when something finally happened? This was his operation. But the rules emphatically excluded contact with an agent operator at his home or, God forbid, at the communications base. Thus, he found a rooming house in Suresnes with a telephone on the wall in the corridor, gave the landlady a month's rent and an alias, and there, when he wasn't on duty in Puteaux, he stayed, waiting for Seneschal or Odile to use the telephone in a café just down the street from the old lady's building. Waiting. The great curse of espionage. Father Time in lead boots. The skeleton cobwebbed to the telephone, any and all of the images applied. If you were lucky and good, an opportunity presented itself. And then you waited. July came. Paris broiled in the sun. You could smell the butcher shops half a block away. Szara sat sweating in a soiled little room. Not a breath of air stirred through the window. He read trashy French novels, stared out at the street. I dared to enter the world of spies, he thought, and wound up like the classic lonely pensioner alone in a room of a Gogol story. There was a woman who lived just down the hall, 40-ish, dyed blonde and fleshy. Fleshy the first week, sumptuous the second, Rubenesque thereafter. She, too, seemed to be waiting for something or other, though Szara couldn't imagine what. Actually, he could imagine, and did. Her presence in the hallway was announced by a trail of scent called cri de la nuit, cheap, crude, sweet, which drove his imagination to absurd excesses, as did her bitter mouth, set in a permanent sneer that said to the world, and especially to him, "Well?" Before he could answer, the phone rang. "Can you come to dinner?" Odile said. Heart pounding, Szara found a cranky old taxi at the Suresnes Mairie and reached the Puteaux house in minutes. Odile was standing well back from the window, looking through a pair of opera glasses. With a little grin of triumph, she handed them over. "Second floor," she said, "to the left of the entryway." By the time he focused, they weren't where she said they were, but had moved to the top floor, two colorless men in dark suits, seen dimly through the gauze curtain shielding the window. They vanished, then reappeared for a moment when they parted the drapes in an adjoining room. "A security check," he said. "Yes," Odile said. "Their car's parked well down the street." "What model?" "Not sure. Big?" "Oh, yes," she said, "and shiny." Szara felt his blood race. The following afternoon, July 8th, they were back. This time it was Szara on duty. He'd moved the bezique table in front of the window and, having begged the old lady's pardon, removed his shirt, appearing in sleeveless undershirt, a cigarette stuck in his lips, a hand of playing cards held before him, a sullen expression on his face. This time a heavy man with a bow tie accompanied the other two, and from the open gateway stared up at Szara, who stared right back. A living Brassai, he thought, card-player in Puteaux. He lacked only a bandana tied around his neck. The man in the bow-tie broke off the staring contest, then slowly closed the door that concealed the garden from the street. July 9th was the day. At 2 p.m. sharp, two glossy black panards pulled up at the gate. One of the security men left the first car and opened the gate as his partner drove off. The second car was aligned in such a way that Szara could identify the driver as the man with the bow-tie. He also caught a glimpse of the passenger who sat directly behind the driver and glanced out the window just before the panards swung through the gateway and the security man pushed the doors shut. The passenger was in his early 40s, Szara guessed.
The angle of sight from above could be misleading, but Szara took him to be short and bulky. He had thick black hair, sharply parted, a swarthy, deeply lined face, and small, dark eyes. For the occasion he wore a double-breasted suit, a shirt with a stiff high collar, a grey silk tie. Gestapo, Szara thought, dressed up like a diplomat. But the face read policeman and criminal at once, with a conviction of power that Szara had seen in certain German faces, especially, no matter how they preached the Nordic ideal, the dark men who ruled the nation. Important, Szara realized. The single glance out the window had asked the question, "Am I pleased?" "10 of clubs," said the old lady. 15 minutes later, a grey Peugeot coasted to a stop in front of the house. A hawk-faced man got out on the side away from Szara, and the car immediately left. The man looked about him for a moment, made certain of his tie, then pressed the doorbell set into the portal of the gateway. Der Shani. Seneschal knocked twice, then entered the apartment. "Christ, the heat!" he said. He collapsed in an armchair, set a Leica down carefully among the framed photographs on a rickety table. His suit was hopelessly rumpled, black circles at the armpits, a grey shadow of newsprint ink darkening the front of his shirt. He had spent the last 2 hours lying on sheets of newspaper in a lead-lined gutter at the foot of the sloped roof. The building's scrollwork provided a convenient portal for photography. Seneschal wiped his face with a handkerchief. "I took all the automobiles," he said. "The security man who worked the door, several of him. Tried for the second man, but not much there, I'm afraid. Perhaps a 1/4 profile, and he was moving. As for the face in the back seat of the Panal, I managed 2 exposures, but I doubt anything will show up." Szara nodded silently. "Well, what do you think?" Szara gestured with his eyes toward the old lady, waiting not quite patiently to resume the card game. "Too early to know much of anything. We'll wait for them to use the garden," he said. "What if it rains?" Szara looked up at the sky, a mottled grey in the Paris humidity. "Not before tonight," he said. They appeared just before 5. A break in the negotiation. Odile had arrived at her usual time. Szara now used her opera glasses and stood well back from the window. The man he took to be a German intelligence officer was short and heavy as he'd supposed. Magnification revealed a thin white scar crossing his left eyebrow, a street fighter's badge of honor. The 2 men stood at the garden entrance for a moment, open French doors behind them. The German spoke a few words. Der Shani nodded, and they walked together into the garden. They were the image of diplomacy, strolling pensively with hands clasped behind their backs, continuing a very deliberate conversation, choosing their words with great care. Szara studied their lips through the opera glasses, but could not, to his surprise, determine if they were speaking German or Russian. Once they laughed. Szara fancied he could hear it, faintly, carried on the heated air of the late afternoon, amid the sound of sparrows chirping in the trees of the garden. They made a single circuit on the gravel path, stopping once while the German pointed at an apple tree, then returned to the house, each beckoning the other to enter first. Der Shani laughed, clapping the German on the shoulder, and went in ahead of him. At 7:20, Der Shani left the house. He turned up the street in the direction his car had gone and disappeared from view. A few minutes later, the security man opened the gate and, after the car had passed through, closed it again. He climbed in beside the driver, and the Panhard sped away. In the garden, the setting sun made long shadows on the dry grass. The birds sang. Nothing moved in the still summer air. "Tiens," said the old lady, "will the government fall tomorrow?" Seneschal was grave. "No, madame, I can in confidence inform you that thanks to your great kindness and patience the government will stand." "Oh, too bad," she said. Odile left first. to walk to the Neuilly metro stop. Seneschal disappeared into the old lady's closet and emerged a few minutes later smelling faintly of mothballs. He handed Szara a spool of film. Szara thanked the old lady, told her they might be back the following day, gave her a fresh packet of money, and went out into the humid dusk. Seneschal's car was parked several blocks away. They walked through streets deserted by the onset of the dinner hour. Smells of frying onions and potatoes drifted through the open windows. "Do we try again tomorrow?" Seneschal asked. Szara thought it over. "I sense that they've done what they came together to do. Can't be certain. No. I'll contact you at your office, if you don't mind." "Not at all." "I should say officially that gratitude is expressed. Charming the way they put these things. Personally, thank you for everything, and I'm sorry your shirt is ruined." Seneschal inspected the front of his shirt. "No, my little friend is a wonder. No matter what I get into, she knows a way to take care of it. Nothing is to be thrown out. It can always last a bit longer." "Is she aware of your, love affair?" "They always know, Jean-Marc, but it's part of life here. It's what all those sad little café songs are about." "You are in love, then?" "Oh, that word. Perhaps, or perhaps not. She is my consolation, however, always that. And doesn't she ever know it? L'amour covers quite some territory, especially in Paris." "I expect it does." "Have you a friend?" "Yes. Or I should say, perhaps." "She's good to you?" "Good for me. Et alors?" Szara laughed. "Beautiful too, I'd wager." "You would win eventually. But it's not the sort of dazzle that catches the eye right away. There's just something about her." They reached the car. The smell of overheated upholstery rushed out when Seneschal opened the door. "Come have a beer," he said. "There's plenty of time for your vanishing act." "Thank you," Szara said. Seneschal turned the ignition. The Renault came reluctantly to life as he fiddled expertly with the choke. "This horde drinks petrol," he said sourly, racing the engine. They wandered through the twisting streets of Puteaux, crossed the Seine and the Pont de Suresnes. The tied-up barges had pots of flowers and laundry drying on lines. Then the Bois de Boulogne appeared on their left, a few couples out strolling, men with jackets over their arms, an organ grinder. Seneschal stopped by an ice cream seller. "What kind?" "Chocolate." "A double?" "Of course. Here's a few francs. Keep it. I insist." Seneschal waved the money away and bought the cones. When he got back in the car, he drove slowly through the Bois, steering with one hand. "Watch now, I really will ruin the shirt." Szara's double cone was a masterpiece. He ate the ice cream and looked at the girls in their summer dresses. But what he'd seen that afternoon did not leave him. His mind was flying around like a moth in a lamp. He didn't understand what he'd witnessed, didn't know what it meant or what, if anything, to do about it. He'd seen something he wasn't supposed to see. That much he did know. Maybe it meant nothing. Intelligence services talked to each other when it was in the interest of both to do so, and Paris was a good neutral place to do it. "If you've the time, we'll find ourselves a brasserie," Seneschal said. "Good idea. Is there a place you go?" Szara wanted the company. Seneschal looked at him oddly. Szara realized his error. They couldn't go to a place where Seneschal was known. "Well, just pick one that looks good," he said. "In this city you can't go too far wrong." They drifted into the 15th arrondissement, headed east on the Boulevard Lefebvre. "We're in the right place out here," Seneschal said. "They have great big ones where the whole family shows up, kids, dogs. A night like this—" The Renault idled roughly at a red light. A fat man in suspenders was picking through books at a stall. "The terraces will be—" A black Panhard rolled to a gentle stop on Seneschal's side of the car. Seen from a window in the old lady's apartment, he'd been a colourless man in a suit. Now, looking through the Panhard's passenger window, he was much realer than that. He was young, not yet 30, and very bright and crisp. His hair was combed just so, swept up into a stiff pompadour above his white forehead. "Please," he said in measured French, "may we speak a moment?" He smiled. What merry eyes, Szara thought. For a moment he was unable to breathe. Seneschal turned to him for help, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Please?" "Yes?" said the man. The driver was older, his face a silhouette in the lights of the boulevard shops. "Don't be so fucking polite," he grumbled in German. He turned and looked at Seneschal. It was the face of a German worker, blunt and stolid, with hair shaved above the ears. He was smoking a cigar, the tip reddened as he inhaled. The light went green, a horn beat behind them. "Drive away," Szara said. Seneschal popped the clutch and the car stalled. Swearing under his breath, he twisted the ignition key and fumbled with the choke. The driver of the Panhard laughed. His partner continued to smile. Like a clown in a nightmare, Szara thought. The engine caught, and the Renault roared away from the light. Seneschal cut into an angled street, took a narrow cobbled alley between high walls at full speed, the car bouncing and shimmying, tried to turn sharply back into the boulevard traffic, but the light had changed again, and he had nowhere to go. The Panhard rolled up beside them. "Phew," said the smiling man. "What a bumping!" "Look," the driver said in French, holding his cigar between thumb and forefinger, "don't make us chase you around all night." Traffic started to move, and Seneschal forced his way between two cars. The Panhard tried to follow, but the driver of a little Fiat cut them off with a spiteful glare. "Tell me what to do," Seneschal said. Szara tried to think of something as though he knew. "Stay with the traffic," he said. Seneschal nodded vigorously. He would follow Szara's plan meticulously. He settled the Renault into traffic, which now began to thin out noticeably as they approached the eastern border of the city. At the next light, Szara leaned over in order to look in the rear-view mirror. The Panhard was 2 cars back in the adjoining lane. The passenger saw what he was doing, stuck his arm out the window and waved. When the light changed, Seneschal stamped the gas pedal against the floorboards, swerved around the car in front, changed lanes, turned off the headlights, and shot across the oncoming traffic into a side street. Szara twisted around, but the Panhard was not to be seen. Seneschal began to make lefts and rights, tearing through the darkness of deserted side streets, while Szara watched for the Panhard. "Any idea where we are?" he said. "The 13th. A shabby neighborhood, unlit. Peeling wooden shutters protected the shop fronts. Up ahead, a broad boulevard appeared, and Seneschal pulled over and left the car idling as they both lit cigarettes. Szara's hands were trembling. "The passenger was at the safe house," Seneschal said. "You have his photograph. But the other one with the cigar, where did he come from?" "I never saw him." "Nazis," Seneschal said. "Did you see them?" "Yes." "What did he want?" "To talk," they said. "Oh, yes, I believe it." He exhaled angrily and shook his head. "Shit!" "Their time will come," Szara said. "Did you hear him? That cunt!" "Please, may we speak a moment?" Seneschal made the man sound effeminate and mincing. "That was a good idea, cutting across." Seneschal shrugged. "I just did it." He flicked his cigarette out the window and eased the Renault into first gear, turning the headlights back on. He swung left onto the deserted boulevard. "A bad neighborhood," he said. "Nobody comes here at night." They drove for 5 minutes. Szara spotted a metro station on the corner. "Expect a contact by telephone. After that, our meetings will be as usual." "I'll be waiting," Seneschal said, voice mean and edgy. The brush with the Germans had frightened him. Now he was angry. The car stopped in mid-block, and Szara got out and closed the door behind him. He thrust his hands in his pockets, squeezing the roll of film to make sure of it, and walked quickly toward the metro entrance. He reached the grillwork arch above the stairway, saw it was the Tolbiac station, stopped dead as a metallic explosion echoed off the buildings, followed by the sound of shattered glass raining on the pavement. He stared at the noise. 2 blocks away, the Renault was bent around the front of a car that had plowed into the driver's door. The passenger door was jammed open, and something was lying in the street a few feet away from it. Szara started to run. 2 men got out of the black car that had struck the Renault. One of them held his head and sat on the ground. The other ran to the thing in the street and bent over it. Szara stopped dead and found the shadows next to a building. Lights began to go on. Heads appeared in windows. The glow of the street lamps was reflected in the liquid running into the street from the 2 cars, and the smell of gasoline reached him. The man who had been bending over the thing in the street squatted for a moment, seemed to be searching for something, then rose abruptly and kicked savagely at whatever it was that was lying there. People began to come out of their doorways, talking excitedly to each other. The man by the Renault now turned, took the other man under one arm and hauled him to his feet, pulling him forward, at last getting him to stumble along quickly. They disappeared up a side street across the boulevard. Walking quickly toward the cars, Szara found himself amid a small crowd of people. The Ponard's windshield was starred on the right side, and the driver's door on the Renault had been mashed halfway across the front seat by the impact. Seneschal lay face down near the Renault's sprung passenger door, his jacket up over his head, shirt-tail pulled halfway out of his pants. A group of men stood around him. One bent down for a closer look, lifted the jacket, then straightened up, eyes shut, in order not to see what he'd seen. He waved a dismissive hand across his body and said, "Don't look." Another man said, "Did you see him kick him?" The voice was quivering. "He kicked a dead man. He did. I saw it." Transmission, 11 July 1938, 22:30 hours. To Jean-Marc. Directorate joins you in regret for loss of Comrade Silo. Inquiry to be undertaken by Yves with assistance of Ellie, a report to be made to Directorate soonest of circumstances pertinent to this incident with special regard to previous accident involving former deputy. Essential to determine exact circumstances of both these incidents with regard to their possible intentional origin. The remotest possibility to be considered. All Opel personnel to be on highest alert for hostile action against the network. There is grave concern for the continuity of the Arbor product. Since Hector was present when initial contact made between Arbor and Silo, and Hector has been presented as the friend of Silo, can Hector find means to operate as Silo's replacement in this relationship? Hector to show concern as family friend and provide comfort as he is able. It is suggested that Silo's funeral is the logical setting for contact between Hector and Arbor. Alternatively, if Silo's true political affiliation is revealed, can pressure be brought to bear on Arbor? Will Arbor cooperate in this context? Respond by 14 July. Otter must be pressed to expand his reporting. Recommend new measures to be taken within 48 hours. Account number 414-223-8/74 at Banque Suisse de Genève to be closed. New account number 609-846 DX12 at Crédit Le Mans, operative as of 15 July, in name Compagnie Romaille, with credit of 50,000 French francs. 10,000 francs to be taken by courier to Yves. Director. Sitting in the hot, dirty room where Kronov transmitted and decoded, Szara tossed the message aside. The frantic endgame attempted by the Directorate, their shrill tone, and the certainty of failure he found faintly depressing. He perfectly remembered the André Szara who would have been enraged by the Directorate's calculating attitude. A man who, not so very long ago, believed passionately that the only unforgivable human sin was a cold heart. Now he was not that man. He understood what they wanted, understood them for wanting it, and knew the result. Lotta Huber was lost. Seneschal's friend, valet, Hector, also a lawyer formerly active in the French Communist Party, had been with Seneschal the night they'd met Huber and her friend at the theatre, and had been brought on stage as a confidant. "Lotta, he's so worried and upset you must help him. To move the operation along." But Huber would never accept him as a lover. This was analysts' thinking, a scheme created at a great distance from events and in breathtaking ignorance of the personalities involved. Valet was a ponderous, contemplative man, a fair-skinned Norman, lacking entirely Seneschal's Mediterranean intensity and charm. And blackmail was absurd. Huber would go to pieces, bring the French police down on their heads. Moscow was clearly rattled. Losing first the operative Szara had replaced in an auto accident outside Macon, and now Seneschal in what had been presented to them as a second auto accident, a hit-and-run tragedy. For Szara had not told them otherwise. A pawn in Furst politics, had become an active participant. Was he to inform the Directorate, and thus Dershani, of photographs taken in a Puteaux garden? A secret meeting of senior Soviet and German intelligence officers, perhaps of diplomatic importance, not so secret after all. Penetrated. Photographed. Maybe the Directorate knew of Dershani's contact with the Nazi service. Maybe it didn't. The Germans certainly wanted to keep the contact secret. They'd murdered Seneschal on that basis. So what would the NKVD have in store for him? He chose not to find that out, instead undertook a damage control program to protect himself, informing Chauverly that, according to Hubel's final report to Seneschal, the grand meeting had not yet taken place, and cabling both Goldman and Moscow to that effect. Odile, of course, presented a very different problem, and he'd had to approach her directly. He'd gotten her off by herself and placed his life in her hands. There will be an investigation. You must not tell the Brussels resident or anybody what you were doing on the days leading up to July 9th. He'd watched her, a tough Belgian girl from the mining towns, raw, 19, and loyal to the death once she got it straightened out what was what. She'd thought it over for quite some time. Her face, usually flip and sexy and moody all at once, was closed, immobile. He couldn't read it. Finally, she'd agreed. She trusted him instinctively, and perhaps she feared it was already too late to tell the truth. She also knew, from growing up within Communist Party politics, that conspiracy was bread and butter to them all. You chose a side and lived with the result. The photographs had turned out to be adequate. He'd had them developed by randomly choosing a little shop, assuming the technician would make no particular sense of the subjects. Picking them up in mid-afternoon, he'd found an empty booth in a deserted café and spent an hour turning them over in his hands. Cloudy black-and-white impressions, shot from above, 11 prints, paid for with a life. The crisp young security man opening a gate, head and shoulders of a man at the wheel of a car window with a faint blur behind it, Dershani and the Gestapo officer in a garden, the German speaking tentatively, left hand turned up to emphasize a point. There was no photograph of the man with the cigar who drove the Panhard. Seneschal had not managed to record his own murderer. Now, what to do with them? He'd thought about that for a long time, then decided that if Bloch didn't contact him, he'd pass them to Abramov whenever an opportunity presented itself. Not officially, not through the system, friend to friend. Until then, he'd hide them in his apartment. As he thought about the photographs, the blacked-out room began to feel claustrophobic. A few feet away, facing the opposite wall, Kronov worked like a machine. The rhythmic tapping of his wireless key grated across Szara's nerves, so he filed the Moscow cable in a metal box and left the house, walking out into the still night air and heading toward the canals. The slaughterhouse workers were hard at it on the loading docks of the abattoirs, hefting bloody beef quarters on their shoulders, then swinging them in to butchers who waited in the backs of their trucks. They cursed and laughed as they worked, wiping the sweat from their eyes, brushing the flies off their spattered aprons. In a brightly lit café, a blind man played the violin, and a whore danced on a table while the raucous crowd teased him with lurid descriptions of what he was missing. And he smiled and played in such a way as to let them know he saw more than they did. Szara walked on the cobbled pathway by the canal, then stood for a time and watched the reflections of the neon signs bending and bowing with the motion of the black water. To Seneschal, dead because of his, Szara's, ignorance and inexperience, he could only give a place in his heart. He wondered if he'd ever learn how the Germans had managed it. The discovery of the surveillance, the tracking of the Renault while remaining invisible. Technically, they were simply more adept than he was. Only the chance decision to use the Tolbiac metro had saved his life. The seneschal was gone, and he was the one left to stare into the dead waters of the canal and think about life. His sentence was to understand that, and to remember it. To remember also, forever, the driver of the Panar, a dim shape seen at a distance, barely the form of a man, then the savage kick, a spasm of useless rage. Sudden, without warning, like the blow that had knocked him to the floor of a railway station buffet in Prague. He watched the wavering signs in the water, red and blue, recalled what Seneschal had said about his girlfriend, the one who threw nothing away, the one for whom anything could be made to last a little longer. July 8th. He took the night train to Lisbon. Sat up in coach, saving money, anticipating the cost of lovers' feasts, iced prawns with mayonnaise, the wine called Barcavela, cool from the cellar of the taberna. Then, too, he did not want to sleep. Somewhere out on the ocean, he imagined, Martha Hecht was also awake. Avoiding the ghastly end-of-voyage parties, she would be standing at the rail, watching for a landfall glow in the distance, only dimly aware of the strength-through-joy revelers braying Nazi songs in the ship's ballroom. In her purse, she would have the letter carefully folded, something to laugh about in Portugal. Nothing so good for a lover as a train ride through the length of the night, the endless click of the rails, the locomotive sometimes visible in the moonlight as it worked its way around a long curve. All night long he summoned memories. Is there a place I may undress? The train pounded through the vineyards of Gascony at dawn. He stood in the alcove at the end of the car, watched the rails glitter as they swept below the coupling, smelled the burnt cinder in the air. It was cold in the foothills of the Pyrenees. The scent of pine resin sharpened as the sun climbed the slopes. Phalangist guardia in leather hats checked the passports at the Andai border crossing. Then they were in Franco, Spain, all day long. They passed a burned-out tank, a raw lumber gallows standing at the edge of a town. A haze shimmered in the hills north of Lisbon. The city itself was numb, exhausted in the faded summer light of evening. The carriage horses at the station barely bothered to flick their tails. Szara found a hotel called the Mirador, with Moorish turrets and balconies, and took a room above a courtyard where a fountain gushed rusty water over broken tiles and heavy roses lay sodden in the heat. He put his toothbrush in a glass and went out for a long walk, eventually buying a pair of linen pants, a thin white shirt, and a Panama hat. He changed in the store, and a Spanish couple asked directions of him on the way back to the hotel. He spotted a Russian émigré newspaper at a kiosk, then spent the night reading to the whir of cicadas and the splashing of the cracked fountain. Stalin the murderer. Prince Chayalevsky presents a check to the Orphans' League. Madame Tsutskaya opens milliner's shop. At dawn he forced the ancient shutters closed, but he could not sleep. He had not asked Goldman's permission to leave Paris. He doubted it would have been granted. Seneschal's death had everybody on edge. Nor had he told Charles Verly where he was going. Nobody knew where he was. And such freedom made it impossible to sleep. He wasn't seriously missing, not yet. He gave himself a week for that. Then they'd panic, start calling the morgue and the hospitals. Walking back to the hotel, he'd happened on a family of Jews, ashen faces, downcast eyes, dragging what remained of their possessions down the hill toward the docks. From Poland, he suspected. They'd come a long way, and now they were headed— where, South America? Or the United States? Would she go? Yes, eventually she would. Not at first, not right away. One didn't just walk away from one's life, but later, after they'd made love, really made love, then she would go with him. He could see her, head propped on hand, sweat between her breasts, brown eyes liquid and intense. Could hear the cicadas, the shutter creaking in the evening breeze. He had money. Barely enough, but enough. They'd go to the American consulate and request visitors' visas. Then they would vanish. What else was America but that? The land of the vanished. At 10 the next morning he watched the docking of the liner Hermann Krieg, a Nazi martyr, no doubt. A crowd of German workers streamed down the gangplank, grinning at the brutal white sun they'd come to worship. The men leered at the dark Portuguese women in their black shawls. The wives took a firm grip on their husbands' arms. Martha Hecht was nowhere to be seen. That summer, the heat spared nobody. And while London gardens wilted and Parisian dogs slept under cafe tables, New York positively steamed. Another scorcher, the Daily Mirror howled, while the New York Times said temperatures are expected to reach 98 degrees today. It was impossible to sleep at night. Some people gathered on tenement stoops and spoke in low voices. Others sat in the darkness, listened to Benny Goodman's band on the radio, and drank gallons of iced tea. It was bad during the week, but the August heat wave seemed to save its truly hellish excesses for the weekends. You could take the subway to Coney Island or the long trolley ride to Jones Beach, but you could hardly see the sand for the bodies, much less find a spot to spread out your towel. The ocean itself seemed warm and sticky, and a sunburn made everything worse. About the best you could hope for in the weekends was to own a little house in the country somewhere, or, almost as good, to have an invitation to stay with somebody who did. Thus Herb Hull, senior editor at the magazine trying to make space for itself between the Nation and the New Republic, was elated to receive a Tuesday morning telephone call from Elizabeth May, asking him to come down with them on Friday night to their place in Bucks County. Jack May ran one of the Schubert box offices in the West Forties theater district. Elizabeth was a social worker at a Lower East Side settlement house. They were not Hull's close friends, but neither were they simply acquaintances. It was instead something in between, a sort of casual intimacy New Yorkers often fell into. After the usual misadventures, a traffic jam in the Holland Tunnel, an overheating problem in the Mays 32 Ford outside Somerville, New Jersey, they reached a sturdy little fieldstone house at the edge of a small pond. The house was typical: small bedrooms reached by a staircase with a squeaky step, battered furniture, bookcase full of murder mysteries left by former guests, and a bed in the guest room that smelled of mildew. Not far from Philadelphia, Bucks County had summer homes and artists' studios up every dirt road. Writers, painters, playwrights, editors, and literary agents tended to cluster there, as did people who worked at a great range of occupations, but whose evenings were committed to books and plays and Carnegie Hall. They arrived on Friday night, unloaded the weekend groceries. Corn, tomatoes, and strawberries would be bought at roadside stands, ate sandwiches, and went to bed early. Saturday morning was spent fussing at projects that never got done. You just weren't enjoying the country if you didn't fix something. Then the rest of the weekend drifted idly by in talking and drinking and reading in all their combinations. At Saturday night parties you'd see the same people you saw in Manhattan during the week. Herb Hull was delighted to spend the weekend with the Mays. They were very bright and well-read. The rye and bourbon flowed freely, and Elizabeth was a fine cook, known for corn fritters and Brunswick stew. That's what they had for dinner on Saturday night. Then they decided to skip the usual party, instead sat around sipping drinks while Jack played Ellington records on the Victrola. The Mays were charter subscribers to Hull's magazine and avid supporters of the causes it embraced. Not party people, but enlightened and progressive, fairly staunch for Roosevelt, though they had voted for Debs in '32. The conversation all across Bucks County that night was politics, and the Mays' living room was no exception. In unison, the three lamented the isolationists, who wanted no part of that mess in Europe, and the German-American Bund, which supported them, de facto encouragement to Hitler. Sorrowfully, they agreed that there was no saving the Sudetenland. Hitler would snap it up as he had Austria. There would eventually be war, but America would stay out. That was shameful, cowardly, ultimately frightening. What had become of American idealism? Had the grinding poverty of the Depression gutted the national values? Was the country really going to be run by Westbrook Pegler and Father Coughlin? Did the American people hate Russia so much they were going to let Hitler have his way in Europe? That's the crux of it, Jack May said angrily, shaking his head in frustration. Hull agreed. It was all pretty sad stuff. Henry Ford and his anti-Semite pals, plenty of people down in Washington who didn't want to get involved in Europe, the hate groups claiming that Roosevelt was Rosenfeld, a Bolshevik Jew. "But you know," Hull said, "Stalin isn't exactly helping matters. Some of the statements out of Moscow are pretty wishy-washy. And he's got Litvinov, the foreign minister, running all over Europe trying to play the same sort of diplomacy game as England and France. That won't stop Hitler. He understands the difference between treaties and tanks." "Ah, for Christ's sakes," Jack May said. "You know the situation in Russia. Stalin's got 200 million peasants to feed. What's he supposed to do?" "Herb, weren't you there this year?" Elizabeth asked. "Last winter." "What was it like?" "Oh, secret and strange. You get the sense of people listening behind the drapes. Poor, just not enough to go around. Passionate for ideas and literature, a writer there is truly important, not just a barking dog on a leash. If I had to put it in 2 words, I guess one would be inconvenient. Why, I don't know, but everything, and I do mean everything, is just so damn difficult. But the other word would have to be something like exhilarating. They're really trying to make it all work, and you can definitely feel that, like something in the air." Jack May looked at his wife, a mock quizzical expression on his face. "Did he have a good time?" Elizabeth laughed. "It was fascinating, that I can't deny." "And Stalin? What do they think about him?" she asked. May took Hull's glass from the coffee table and splashed some bourbon over a fresh ice cube. Hull took a sip while May turned the record over. "They certainly watch what they say. You never know who's listening, but at the same time they're Slavs, not Anglo-Saxons, and they want to open their heart to you if you're a friend. So you do hear stories." "Gossip?" May said, "or the real thing?" "Funny, they don't gossip, not truly, not the way we do. They're instinctively restrained about love affairs and such. As for the real thing, yes, sometimes. I met one fellow who's got a story about how Stalin was secretly in cahoots with the Okhrana. Pretty good story, actually, lively, factual. I think we'll run it around Christmas." "Oh, that old red herring," Elizabeth scoffed. "That's been around for years." Hull chuckled. "Well, there you have the magazine business. It'll make the Stalinists mad as hell, but they won't cancel their subscriptions. They'll just write letters. Then the socialists and the Trotskyites will write back madder yet. They'll sell some newsstand copies in the village. In the long run, it's just dialogue, open forum. Everyone gets to take their turn at bat." "But is this person actually in a position to know something like that?" Elizabeth was slightly wide-eyed at the possibility. Hull thought for a time. "Maybe. Maybe not. We'll acknowledge implicitly that we really don't know. Who can say what goes on behind the walls of the Kremlin? Not quite so obvious as that, but in that general direction." "What are you, Time magazine?" May was getting ready to argue. Hull shrugged it off. "I wish we had the loosest money, but I'll tell you something, though it's never to leave this room. We're all of us, Time included, in the same boat. The editorial slant is different, is it ever? But we're nothing without the readership, and we've just got to come up with something juicy once in a while. But don't be alarmed. The rest of the issue will be as usual, plenty of polemic, snarling capitalists and courageous workers, a Christmas cry for justice. I think you'll like it." "Sounds pretty damn cynical to me," May grumbled. Elizabeth rushed in. "Oh, pooh, just think about the stuff they put on stage where you work. You're just being critical, Jack, admit it." May smiled ruefully. "Democracy in action," he said, "makes everybody mad." It certainly made somebody mad. On the night of September 14th, the editorial offices of Hull's magazine were burned, and Who Was the Okhrana's Mysterious Man went up with all the other paper, or was presumed to have, because all they ever found were grey mounds of wet ash that went into the East River, along with the chairs and desks and typewriters and, in the event, the magazine itself. It was certainly no accident. The gasoline can was left right there on the floor of the editor-in-chief's office, where the arson investigators found it when they picked through what remained of the ceiling. Some of the newspaper beatmen asked the fire lieutenant who'd done it, but all he gave them was an eloquent Irish smile. These little commie outfits, how the hell was anybody going to know what went on? Maybe a rival, maybe they didn't pay the printer. The list was too long. At first the magazine's board of directors thought they intended to go forward bravely, but wisdom ultimately prevailed. The venture had already eaten one trust fund and ruined a marriage. Maybe they'd best leave the field to the competition. Herb Hull was on the street for exactly 3 weeks, then signed on with a glossy general readership magazine, a big one. His new job was to go up against Collier's and the Saturday Evening Post, which meant getting to know a whole new crowd of writers. But Hull, God help him, liked writers, and soon enough he had the stories coming. Amelia Earhart, is she still alive? And life for him was back to normal. He had a pretty good idea of why the magazine office burned up, but he kept it to himself. Martyrdom was not in his stars, though he did sometimes play a little game with 4 or 5 names he could have jotted down if he'd wanted to. André Szara found out a few days later. Standing at a zinc bar in the Rue du Cherche-Midi, drinking his morning coffee, he thumbed through one of the official newspapers of the French left and read about the fire, obviously set, said its American correspondent, by J. Edgar Hoover's FBI or its fascist stooges as part of their hate campaign against the progressive and peace-loving workers of all nations. Szara felt little enough on reading it, simply a sense of recognition. He turned the event over in his mind for a time, staring out at the street. The purge was slowly dying out, like a fire that has consumed everything in its path and at last consumes itself. 1 week earlier, Goldman had quietly informed him during a meeting in Brussels that Yeshov was on the way out. What had actually happened? The NKVD had surely learned of the article and prevented its publication. But just as surely Stalin had been told, or seen the article himself, since they had likely stolen it before they set the fire. Had he been influenced? Jogged just enough in a certain way at a certain time, so that ending the purge now seemed preferable to continuing it? Or was it simply coincidence, a confluence of events? Or was there yet more to the story than he knew? There was an excellent possibility that he had not been the only one set in motion against the purge. Intelligence operations simply did not work that way. One brave man against the world. The expectation of failure was too high in any individual case for the skillful operator not to have several attacks going at once. Finally, he couldn't be sure of anything. Perhaps this morning I have actually been victorious, he thought. He could not imagine a greater absence of drums and trumpets, and he did not care. Since Seneschal's death and his return from Lisbon, he found he didn't particularly care about anything. And he found also that this made life, or his life anyhow, much simpler. He finished the coffee, left a few coins on the bar, and headed off to a press conference with the Swedish ambassador, first putting up his umbrella, for it had begun to rain. The Iron Exchange. October 10th, 1938. André Szara, as long as he lived, remembered that day as a painting. A curious painting. Quite literal in the style of the 1880s, yet touched by an incongruity, something askew that suggested the surrealism of a later period. The subject was a long, empty beach near the Danish city of Aarhus, on the coast of Jutland. The time was late afternoon. Beneath the mackerel sky of the Scandinavian autumn, rows of white scud shifting slowly toward a pale wash horizon. To the east lay an expanse of flat, dark water. Then a cloud bank obscuring the island of Samsø. Small waves lapped at the shore. Pebbly, dark sand with a meandering tide line marked by a refuse of broken shells. Gulls fed at the water's edge, and on the dunes that rose behind the beach the stiff grass swayed in the offshore breeze. A common, timeless seascape caught at a common, timeless moment. But the figures in the scene were alien to it. Sergei Abramov, in his dark blue suit and vest with watch chain, his black Homburg and black beard and black umbrella. Just there the painting had gone wrong. This was a city man who belonged to city places, restaurants, theaters, and his presence on the beach somehow denied nature. No less his companion, the journalist A.A. Szara, in a rumpled raincoat with a French newspaper rolled up in one pocket. The final touch, which perfected the incongruity, was the stack of 11 photographs that Abramov held, studying them as people do, placing the topmost at the back when he was done with it, proceeding in turn until it reappeared, then starting over. Could the artist have caught Abramov's mood? Only a very good artist, Szara felt, could have managed it. There was too much there. Drawn deep inside himself, impervious to the screaming gulls, to the gust of wind that toyed with his beard, Abramov wore the expression of a man whose brutal opinion of humankind has once again been confirmed. But in the cocked eyebrow, in the tug of a smile at one corner of the mouth, there was evidence that he expected no less, that he was a man so often betrayed that such events now seemed to him little more than an inconvenience. Very deliberately, he squared the stack of photographs, resettled them in an envelope, and slid them into the inside pocket of his jacket. "Of course," he said to Szara. Szara's expression showed that he didn't understand. "Of course it happened. Of course it was Dershani who made it happen. Of course the proof comes too late." He smiled grimly and shrugged. His way of saying, "Udar ye should be, the blows of fate." Wasn't this exactly the way of the world? "And the negatives?" "Burned." "Sensible. Will you burn these as well?" Abramov thought a moment. "No," he said. "No, I shall confront him." "What will he do?" "Dershani? Smile. We will smile at each other, brothers, enemies, conspirators, fellow wolves. When we've got that over with, he'll inquire how I came to have such photographs." "And you'll tell him?" Abramov shook his head. "I will tell him some rich, transparent lie, which he will acknowledge with one of his predatory stares. I'll stare back, though he'll know that's a bluff, and that will be that. Then later, as if from nowhere, something may happen to me. Or it may not. Something may happen to Dershani instead. Political fortune is a tide like any other. In any event, the photographs prove he was clumsy enough to get caught, perhaps a margin of vulnerability that will keep me alive a little longer. Or perhaps not." "I didn't know," Szara apologized. "I thought we'd caught him at it." "At what?" "Collaboration." Abramov smiled gently at Szara's innocence. Such a meeting can be explained 1,000 ways. For instance, one could say that Herr Josef Ulrich has now been brought under Soviet control. You know him. Oh, yes, it's a small world. The SS Obersturmbannführer, to give him his proper rank, the equivalent of a lieutenant colonel in Russia, is an old friend, a brave, fighting street communist in his youth, then a brown-shirt thug, eventually a spy for Hitler's faction, the Black Shirts, against Ernst Röhm. He took part in the brown-shirt executions of 1934, and is now one of Heydrich's assistants in the Sicherheitsdienst, SD, Gestapo Foreign Intelligence. He works in the Unterabteilung subdivision that concerns itself with Soviet intelligence services. Perhaps Dershani has been brought under the control of the SD rather than the other way around. Ulrich had the security. The Germans planned the meeting. Dershani was essentially alone and unguarded. To me it seemed a courteous welcome for a traitor. Abramov shrugged. "I will find out." He put his back to the wind, lit a cigarette, and put the extinguished match in his pocket. "But even so, doing something about it may be impossible. Dershani is now chairman of the Opel Directorate. Abramov is demoted to simple membership.
He may be demoted further, even much further, you understand. And Yezhov is no longer Dershany's superior. That position now belongs to the Georgian Beria, so the Georgian Furst is victorious, and they are cleaning house. A writer's conspiracy has been uncovered. Babil, too friendly with Yezhov's wife, has disappeared, and so has Koltsev. Pravda will soon have a new editor. Then there were others, many others, writers, poets, dramatists, as well as Yezhov's associates, every single one of them, 70 at last count. And Yezhov? Abramov nodded. Ah, yes, Yezhov himself. Well, I may inform you that Comrade Yezhov turned out to be a British spy. Imagine that. But, poor man, perhaps he was not fully aware of what he was doing. Abramov closed one eye and tapped his temple with an index finger. Nikolai Ivanovitch evidently went mad. For late one night, an ambulance appeared at his apartment block. Then 2 attendants, sturdy fellows, were seen to remove him in a straitjacket. He was taken to the Serbsky Psychiatric Institute and regrettably left alone in a cell, where he contrived to hang himself from the barred window by ingeniously fashioning his underpants into a noose. This would have required an extraordinary feat of acrobatics, and the bloody dwarf was never known as much of an athlete, but who knows? Perhaps madness lent him unimagined physical prowess. We all like to think so, at any rate.
I was told that Yezhov was in decline, Szara said, but not this.
Decline could describe it, I suppose. Meanwhile, bratets, the affectionate term meant little brother, now more than ever, you better keep your nose clean. I don't know what actually happened to your agent Silo in Paris, but here I see these photographs, and they tell me you've been meddling with Germans, and so to put 2 and 2 together doesn't take a genius.
But it was—
Don't tell me, Abramov interrupted. I don't want to know. Just understand that once again, it's a good time for Jews to be invisible, even in Paris. Beria was no Shabbaskoy, you know, a friend of the Orthodox Jews who turns the lights on and off on the Sabbath, so the prohibition against work is observed. Far from it. His most recent experience involved a man you may have known, Grisha Kaminsky, formerly People's Commissar for Health. He came forward at the February plenum and made a most interesting speech claiming that Beria once worked for the Transcaucasian Muslims, the Musavat nationalists, at a time when the British controlled them during the intervention at Baku, just after the revolution. According to Kaminsky's speech, Beria was operating a Musavatist counterintelligence network, and that made him a British spy. Needless to say, Kaminsky disappeared into thin air after the plenum. So you'll understand I'm in no hurry to run to Beria with a story, even an illustrated story, that his Chvost pal, Dershany, is in contact with the fascist enemy.
Abramov paused to let it all sink in, and the 2 men stood silently on the beach for a time. In Szara's understanding, the ascendancy of Beria, despite Kaminsky's near-suicidal attack, confirmed what Bloch had said 5 months earlier. The purge, grinding, deliberate, somehow both efficient and random at once, was, in effect, a pogrom. He doubted that Abramov, as strong and as smart as he was, would survive it. And if Yezhov's allies were murdered, Abramov's friends would be treated no differently when the time came.
"Perhaps, Sergei Yakovovich," he said hesitantly, "you ought to consider your personal safety. From Denmark, for instance, one can go virtually anywhere." "Me? Run? No, never. So far I'm just demoted, and I've absorbed that like a good ghetto Yid. Eyes cast down, quiet as a mouse. No trouble from me, Господин Sir. No, what saves me is that with Hitler in the Sudetenland, Germany gains 3.5 million people, all but 700,000 of them ethnic Germans. Easily 4 army divisions, the way we think. plus industrial capacity, raw materials, food, you name it. This adds up to one more big strategic headache for Russia, and when all is said and done, that's my business. And I've been in that business since 1917. It's what I know how to do. So they'll want to keep me around, at least for the time being.
And me too. They'll want to keep around.
Oh, very definitely you. After all, you operate an important mine for us. Without you and your brethren, the Directorate can produce nothing. We manufacture precision tools, at least we tried to. But where would we be without iron ore? Which brings me to what I came here to talk about. I didn't drag myself to some beach in Denmark just to get a pocketful of dirty pictures. The background is this. Hitler has the Sudetenland. We know he's going for all of Czechoslovakia. We think he wants more, a lot more. If the Otter material was significant, it's now crucial. And the Directorate is going to have its way with this man whether he likes it or not. To that end, we've determined to send you to Berlin. This is dangerous, but necessary. Either you can talk Otter into a more, generous frame of mind, or we're really going to put the screws on. In other words, patience now exhausted. Understood?
Yes.
Also, we want you to deliver money to the Raven Network, to Raven herself. Take a good look at her. You're going to be asked for your views when you return to Paris. The Directorate has faith in Schauderli. Please don't misunderstand, but we'd like a second opinion.
Will Goldman supply passports for the trip?
What passports? Don't be such a noodle. You go as yourself, writing for Pravda, on whatever takes your fancy. Goldman will discuss with you the approach to Otter and to Raven, and you'll work with him on questionnaires. We want you to guide Otter into very particular and specific areas. Questions?
One.
Only one? Why were you sent all this way? The third country meeting is usually reserved for special circumstances. You taught me that. And I haven't heard anything official, that is, that couldn't have been communicated by wireless. Am I missing something? Abramov inhaled deeply and acknowledged the impact of the question with a sigh that meant, look how smart he's getting. Briefly, they're not so sure about you. You haven't made headway with Otter. You lost an agent, even if that wasn't your fault. The Directorate doesn't excuse bad luck. And your one great triumph, which I now have in my pocket, is unknown to them. To be blunt, your credit is poor. So they wanted me to have a look at you and make a decision about whether or not you should continue.
And if not?
That's not the decision, so don't be too curious. Now, I used a car to get here, but I want you to leave first. You've got about a half-hour walk back into Aarhus, so you'll forgive me if I pass you on the road like I never saw you. Last word. Again, I remind you to be very careful in Berlin. Your status as a correspondent protects you, but don't go finding out how far. When you contact agents, follow procedure to the letter. As for all the chaos in Moscow, don't let it get you down. No situation is as hopeless as it appears, André Aronovich. Remember the old saying, nobody ever found a cat skeleton in a tree. They said goodbye, and Szara struggled up the soft sand to the top of the dunes. Looking back, the sense of the scene as a painting returned to him. Sergei Abramov, umbrella hooked on one forearm, hands thrust in pockets, stared out to sea. The autumn seascape surrounded him, crying gulls, incoming waves, the rustling beach grass, the pale wash sky. But he was alien to it. Or, rather, it was alien to him. As though the idea of the painting was that the solitary figure on the shore was no longer part of life on earth. October 27th, 1938. Such visions did not leave him.
a fragment of bureaucratic language, date of expiry, the sort of phrase one saw on passports, visas, permits of every kind, became his private symbol for what was essentially a nameless feeling. Europe is dying, he thought. The most commonplace goodbye had an undertone of farewell. It was in the songs, in the faces in the streets, in the wild changes of mood, absurd gaiety one moment, desolation the next, he saw in friends and in himself. The dining car on the Nord Express to Berlin was nearly deserted, the vibrations of stemware and china at the empty tables far too loud without the normal babble of conversation. An elderly waiter stood half asleep at his station, napkin draped over one arm, as Szara forced himself to eat a lukewarm veal chop. When the train approached the border, an officious porter came through the car, lowering the window shades, presumably denying Szara and one other couple a view of French military fortifications. And the passport control in Germany was worse than usual. Nothing he could exactly put his finger on. The process was the same. Perhaps there were more police, their sidearms more noticeable. Or perhaps it was in the way they moved about, bumping into things, their voices a little louder, their intonations not so polite, something almost exultant in their manner. Or it might have been the men in suits, sublimely casual, who hardly bothered to look at his documents. Or was he asked himself, merely losing his nerve? There had been no horrid Chinese food in Brussels this time. He'd spent hours in the back office of Stefan Leib's cartography shop, where Goldman had inflicted on him a series of exhausting, repetitious briefings that often lasted well past midnight. This was a different Goldman, leaning over a cluttered desk in the glow of a single lamp, voice tense and strained, breath sharp with alcohol, slashing pencil lines across a street map of Berlin, or explaining in sickening detail the circumstances in which Dr. Baumann now found himself. The situation for German Jews had deteriorated, but far worse was the form the deterioration took. There was something hideously measured about it, like a drum, as some new decree appeared every month, each one a little worse than the last, each one inspiring and clearly meant to inspire its victims with a terrifying sense of orchestration. Whatever ruled their destiny simply refused to be placated. No matter how precisely and punctually they conformed to the minutiae of its rules, it grew angrier and more demanding. The more they fed it, the hungrier it got. In April of 1938, only 40,000 Jewish firms remained in Germany. All others had passed on to Aryan ownership, sometimes for a nominal fee, sometimes for nothing. Those businesses that remained under Jewish control either brought in foreign currency, which Germany desperately needed to buy war materials, or, like Baumann Milling, were directly connected to rearmament efforts. In June, Jews had to provide an inventory of everything they owned, with the exception of personal and household goods. In July, a glimmer of hope, a conference on Jewish emigration held at the French spa town of Evian, where representatives of the world's nations met to consider the problem. But they refused to take in the German Jews. The United States would accept only 28,000 in severely restricted categories. Australia did not wish to import a racial problem. South and Central American countries wanted only farmers, not traders or intellectuals. France had already accepted too many refugees. Britain claimed not to have space available, and immigration to British-controlled Palestine was sharply curtailed to a few hundred certificates a month, since Arab riots and ambushes, beginning in 1936, had created political difficulties for those who favored letting Jews into the country. In addition, British access to oil in the Middle East was based on the maintenance of good relations with the Arab sheikdoms, and they were in general opposed to Jewish settlement in Palestine. Of all the nations convened at Evian, only Holland and Denmark would accept Jewish refugees who could leave Germany. By the end of the conference, most German Jews understood. They were trapped. The decrees did not stop. On July 23rd, all Jews were required to apply for special identification cards. On August 17th, it was ordered that Jews with German given names would have to change them. Male Jews now to be known as Israel, females to be called Sarah. On October 5th, Jews were forced to hand in their passports. These would be returned, they were told, with an entry identifying the holder as a Jew. As the train sped through the Rhine Valley toward Düsseldorf, Szara raised the window shade and watched the little clusters of village lights go by. He consciously tried to free his mind of Goldman's briefing and to concentrate on the likelihood of seeing Martha Hecht during his time in Berlin. But even in his imagination, she lived in the shadow of her city, a very different Martha than the one he had believed was rushing to meet him in Lisbon. Perhaps she was nothing at all like his construction of her. Was it possible that she existed only in a fantasy world he'd built for himself? It did not matter, he realized, letting his head rest against the cold glass of the window. Whatever she might be, he ached for her presence. And this need was the single warmth that survived from the time when he'd believed the whole world lived for desire. Otherwise, there was only ice. The journalist Szara got off the train at Potsdam station a few minutes after 3 in the morning, woke a taxi driver, and was taken to the Adlon, where all Russian journalists and trade delegations stayed. The hotel, musty and creaky and splendidly comfortable, was on Pariser Platz at the foot of the grandiose avenue Unter den Linden, next to the British Embassy and 3 doors down from the Russian Embassy. Trailing a sleepy porter down the long hall to his room, Szara heard exuberant, shouted Russian and the crash of a lamp. Home at last, he thought. The old man carrying his bag just shook his head sorrowfully at the uproar. In the morning he saw them, groping toward coffee in the elegant dining-room. TASS correspondents, officially, a range of types, from the broad-shouldered, fair-haired and pale-eyed to the small, intense ones with glasses and beards and rumpled hair. Nobody he knew, or so he thought, until Weinstock materialized at his table with a dish of stewed figs. "So now Szara arrives. Big news must be on the way." Weinstock, son of a timber merchant from Kiev, was infamously abrasive. He had wildly unfocused eyes behind round spectacles and a lip permanently curled with contempt. "Anyhow, welcome to Berlin." "Hello, Weinstock," he said. "So pleased you have chosen to honor us. I have to file on everything, up half the night. Now you're here, maybe I get a break now and then." Szara gestured inquisitively toward the TASS reporters scattered about the dining-room. "Them? Ah," said Weinstock. "They don't actually write anything. You and me, Szara, we have to do the work." After breakfast, he tried to phone Martha Hecht. He learned she'd left the magazine 2 months earlier. He tried her home. Nobody answered. The day before he left Paris, Kranoff had handed him a personal message from Brussels. "The work has been completed for your assignment. Have a safe and productive journey. Resident." In Berlin, on the night of October 28th, André Szara understood what that message truly meant. Of those who undertook the work, he knew only one, Odile, whose October 26th dead-drop deposit for Otter had warned of a visit from a friend who would arrive at night. The greatest part of the preparation, however, had been managed by nameless, faceless operatives, presumably stationed in Berlin, though he could not be certain of that. Perhaps some of the TASS reporters seen stumbling toward their morning coffee at the Adlon, perhaps a team brought in from Budapest. He was not to know. Once again, the unseen hand. But the André Szara, moving toward a clandestine meeting in Gestapo territory, was more than grateful for it. He entered the Grunewald neighborhood in the gathering dusk, leaving the Ringbahn tram stop with a few other men carrying briefcases, and indistinguishable from them. Most of the residents of the Grunewald came and went by automobile, many of them chauffeured, but the evening return from business was as much cover as the operatives had been able to devise, and Szara was thankful for even that minimal camouflage. The Baumann villa faced Salzbrunner Street, but he was going in the back way. Thus he walked briskly up Charlottenbrunner, slowed to let one last returning businessman find his way home, crossed a narrow lane, then counted steps until he saw a rock turned earth side up. Here he entered a well-groomed pine wood, at the blind spot the operatives had discovered, away from the view of nearby houses, found the path that was supposed to be there, and followed it to the foot of a stucco wall that enclosed the villa adjoining the Baumann property. Now he waited. The Berlin weather was cold and damp, the woods dark, and time slowed to a crawl, but they'd hidden him here to accommodate an early entry into the neighborhood, at dusk, and now kept him on ice to await the magic hour of 9 o'clock, when the servant couple who occupied the main residence on the Baumann property were known to go to sleep, or at least turn off their lights. At 10 minutes after 9 he set out, feeling his way along the wall, and counting steps until, just where they said it would be, he found a foothold that an operative had dug into the stucco facing. He put his left foot into the small niche, drove his weight upward, and grabbed the tiled cap of the wall. He'd been told to wear rubber-soled shoes, and the traction helped him as he scrabbled his feet against the smooth surface. It wasn't graceful, but he eventually lay flat on the corner formed by the wall he'd climbed, and that which divided the two properties. Looking down to his left, he saw a woman in a flowered robe reading in a chair by the window. To his right, the servants' cottage had its blinds drawn. Just below, a garden shed stood against the wall. He cautiously lowered himself to its shingle roof, which gave unpleasantly under the strain, but held until he hopped off. From the cottage came the high-pitched barking of a small dog. That would be Ludwig, the apparat mechanism for moving Baumann out into the neighborhood at night, which was almost immediately calmed. Staying out of sight of the villa itself, he found the back door of the cottage and knocked lightly 3 times. Not a signal, but a style recommended by Goldman as informal and neighborly. The door opened quickly, and Dr. Baumann let him in. The operatives had gotten him safely inside. Somebody, shivering in the Berlin mist at dawn, had dug a piece out of the wall with a clasp knife, or, however it had been done, by 12-year-olds for all he knew. Anyhow, he was in. He had been maneuvered like a weapon into a position where his light, his intellect, influence, craft, whatever it was, could shine. They'd done their job. Pity he couldn't do his. Oh, he tried. Goldman had said, "You must control this man. You can be courteous if you like, or lovable. Threats sometimes work. Be solemn, patriotic, or just phenomenally boring. This too has been done. But you must control him." Szara couldn't. Dr. Julius Baumann was grey. The brutal, ceaseless pressure orchestrated by the Reich bureaucracies was proceeding quite successfully in his case. His face was ruined by tension and lack of sleep. He'd become thin, stooped, old. "You cannot know what it's like here." This he said again and again, and Szara could find no way through it. "Can we help you?" he asked. "Do you need anything?" Baumann just shook his head, somehow closed off behind a wall that no such offer could breach. "Be positive," Goldman had said. "You represent strength. Make him feel the power you stand for. Let him know it supports him." Szara tried. "There's little we can't do, you know. Your account with us is virtually unlimited, but you must draw on it." "What is there to want?" Baumann said angrily. "What they've taken from me you cannot give back. Nobody can do that. The regime is weakening. Perhaps you can't see it, but we can. There's reason to hope, reason to hang on." "Yes," Baumann said, the man who will agree to anything because he finds the argument itself tiresome. "We try," he added. "But we do not succeed," his eyes said. Frau Baumann had changed in a different way. She was now more Hausfrau than Frau Doctor. If in fact it was her pretensions, the desire for social prominence and the need to condescend, that had driven a nation of 50 million people into a blind fury, she had certainly been cured of all that. Now she fussed and fiddled, her hands never still. She had reduced her existence to a series of small household crises, turned fear into exasperation with domestic life, thimbles, brooms, potatoes. Perhaps it was her version of the world in which the common German housewife lived. Perhaps she hoped that by joining the enemy she could they would allow her to keep what remained of her life. When she left the room, Baumann followed her with his eyes. "You see," he whispered to Szara, as though something needed to be proved. Szara nodded sorrowfully. He understood. "And work?" he asked. "The business? What's it like there? How do they feel about you, your employees? Still faithful? Or do most of them follow the party line?" "They look out for themselves. Everybody does now." "No kindness? Not one good soul?" Perhaps Baumann wavered for an instant, then realized what came next, just who is that good soul, and said, "It doesn't matter what they think." Szara sighed. "You refuse to help us, or yourself." Something flickered in Baumann's eyes, a strange kind of sympathy. Then it was gone. "Please," he said, "you must not ask too much of me. I am less brave every day. Going to the stone wall for the message is an agony. You understand? I make myself do it. The telephone rang. Baumann was paralyzed. He stared through the doorway into the kitchen while the phone rang again and again. Finally, Frau Baumann picked up the receiver. "Yes," she said. Then, "Yes?" She listened for a time, started to exclaim, was evidently cut off by the person at the other end of the line. "Can you wait a moment?" she asked. They heard her set the receiver down carefully on a wooden shelf. When she entered the living room, she was holding both hands lightly to the sides of her face. "Julius, darling, do we have money in the house?" She spoke calmly, as though drawing on a reserve of inner strength, but her hands were trembling and her cheeks were flushed. "Who is it?" "This is Natalia, calling on the telephone to say that she must return to Poland tonight." "Why would she—" "It has been ordered, Julius. The police are there, and she is to be put on a train after midnight. They are being very polite about it, she says, and are willing to bring her here on the way to the station." Baumann did not react. He stared. "Julius," Frau Baumann said, "Natalia is waiting to see if we can help her." "In the drawer," Baumann said. He turned to Szara. "Natalia is her cousin. She came here from Lublin 6 years ago." "There isn't very much in the drawer," Frau Baumann said. Szara took a thick handful of Reichsmarks out of his pocket. "Give her this," he said, handing it to Baumann. Frau Baumann returned to the telephone. "Yes, it's all right. When are you coming?" She paused for the answer. "Good, then we'll see you. I'm sure it will be straightened out. Don't forget your sweaters. Polish hotels? Yes, I know. 20 minutes. She hung up the phone and returned to the living room. "All the Jewish immigrants from Poland must leave Germany," she said. "They are being deported." "Deported?" Baumann said. His wife nodded. "To a place called Zboshinyu." "Deported," Baumann said. "A 63-year-old woman deported. What in God's name will she do in Poland?" He stood up abruptly, then walked to a bookcase by the window, took a large book down and thumbed through the pages. "What is it called?" "Zboshinyu." Baumann moved the atlas under a lamp and squinted at the page. "Warsaw I could understand," he said. "I can't find it." He looked up at his wife. "Did she think to call ahead for her room, at least?" Szara stood. "I'll have to be going," he said. "The police will—" Baumann looked up from the book. "I think you should get out," Szara said. "This must involve thousands of people, tens of thousands. Next, they'll find some place to send you, it's possible." "But we're not Polish," Frau Baumann said. "We're German." "We'll get you out," Szara said, "to France or Holland." Baumann seemed dubious. "Don't answer now, just think about it. I'll have you contacted and we'll meet again in a few days." He put his raincoat on. "Will you consider it?" "I'm not sure," Baumann said. evidently confused. "We'll at least discuss it," Szara said, and, looking at his watch, headed for the door. Outside, the still air was cold and wet. A rickety ladder got him to the roof of the shed. From there he mounted the wall, hung by his hands to decrease the distance, then dropped the few feet to the ground. His exfiltration time was 10:08, but the forced exit had made him early, so he waited in the woods as he'd done before. In the silence of the Grunewald neighborhood, he heard what he took to be the brief visit of the cousin, opening and closing car doors, an idling engine, muffled voices, doors again, then a car driving away. That was all. October 29th. Szara decided that calling Martha Hecht on the telephone was a bad idea. A conversation necessarily awkward, difficult. Instead he wrote on a sheet of Adlon stationery, "I've returned to Berlin on assignment from my paper. I would like, more than I can say in this letter, to be with you for whatever time we can have. Of course I'll understand if your life has changed, and it would be better not to meet. In any case, your friend André." He spent a listless day, trying not to think about the Baumanns. There was no directorate plan to take them out of Germany, and he had no authorization to make such an offer. But Szara didn't care. Enough is enough, he thought. The following morning, Szara had an answer to his letter in the form of a telephone message taken at the Adlon desk. An address, an office number, a date, a time, from Fräulein H. October 31st. Szara stood by the open window and stared out into the Bischofstrasse, shiny with rain in mid-afternoon, wet brown and yellow leaves plastered to the sidewalks. The damp air felt good to him. He heard Martha's heavy tread as she moved across the room, then felt her warm skin against his back as she hid behind him. "Please don't stand there," she whispered. "The whole world will see there's a naked man in here." "What will you give me?" I will give you that for which you dare not ask, yet want beyond all things." "Name it." "A cup of tea." They walked away from the window together, and he sat at a table covered with an Indian cloth and watched as she made tea. The room was a loft on the top floor of an office building, with large windows and a high ceiling that made it the perfect studio for an artist. Benno Alt, so the name read, on a directory in the great echoing marble lobby below, vestige of a lost grandeur. Herr Benno Alt, room 709. And he was, according to Martha, a university friend, dear, sweet, lost. An artist who now lived elsewhere and rented her his studio as an apartment. His presence remained, tacked to the walls, painted an industrial beige many years before, now water-stained and flaking, was what Szara took to be the oeuvre of Benno Alt. Dear, sweet, and lost he may well have been, but also, from the look of the thing, mad as a hatter. The unframed canvases writhed with colour, garish yellows and greens. These were portraits of the shipwrecked and the drowned. Pink faces howled from every wall as saffron oceans pulled them under, and they clawed at the air with grotesque hands. She brought him tea in a steaming mug, standing by his chair and spooning in sugar until he told her to stop. The curve of her hip pressed against his side. "It's sweet, the way you like?" she said, innocent as dawn. "Just exactly," he said. "Good," she said firmly, and arranged herself in a nearby armchair, a huge velvet orphan that had seen better times. She spread a napkin across her bare tummy, a pun on decorum, as though she were a Goya nude minding her manners. When she sipped her tea she closed her eyes, then wiggled her toes with pleasure. The background for this performance was provided by a giant radio with a station band lit up bright amber which had played Schubert Lieder since the moment he'd walked in the door. Now she conducted, waving a stern index finger back and forth. "Am I," she said suddenly, "as you remember?" "Am I?" he said. "Actually, you are quite different." "You also." "It's the world," she said. But I don't care. Your letter was sweet. A little forlorn. Did you mean it? Or was it just to make things easy? Either way, it's all right. I'm just curious.
I meant it.
I thought so. But then I thought, after an hour we'll see.
The hour's over. The letter stands.
Soon I must go back to work. Shall I see you again? Or will we wait another year?
Tomorrow.
I haven't said I would.
Will you?
Yes.
She had answered his knock at the door, in a short silk robe tied loosely at the waist, just purchased. The scent of new clothing lingered on it beneath her perfume, hair worn loose and brushed out, red lipstick freshly applied. A woman of the world now, looking forward to an assignation in the middle of the day. Seeing her like that, framed in the doorway, stunned him. It was too good to be true. When she lifted her face to him and closed her eyes, he felt like a man suddenly and unexpectedly warmed by sunlight. He actually, for an instant as they embraced, felt her mouth smile with pleasure. But after that, everything, being led by the hand to a sofa, pillows kicked off, robe flung away, happened too quickly. What he had imagined would be artful and seductive wasn't like that at all. It wasn't really like them, two other people then, very hungry, urgent, selfish people. They laughed about it later. But things were different, and they knew it. At one point she'd raised her head from the sofa and whispered delicately next to his ear. The words were familiar enough, a lover's request, but they had shocked him, because they were German words, and the sound of them unlocked something inside him, something cold and strong and almost violent. Whatever it was, she felt it, she liked it. This was a very dangerous place to go, he sensed. But they went there just the same. He had wondered later on, drinking tea, how much she understood of what had happened. Was this eternal woman, accepting, absorbing, or had she for a moment become his companion in decadence, playing her part in some mildly evil version of a lover's game? He couldn't ask. She seemed happy, making jokes, wiggling her toes, content with herself and the afternoon. Then she got dressed. This, too, was different. By degrees, she became a working woman, a typical Berliner. The ingenuous, vaguely bohemian Martha, adoring of Russian journalists, was no more. Garter belt, stockings, a crisp shirt with a rounded collar, a rusty tweed mid-calf length suit, then a small stylish hat with a feather, the perfect disguise, ruined at the last when she made a little girl brat face at him. What they called here Schnauze, literally snout, a way of telling the world to go to hell. She gave him a cool cheek to kiss on the way out, not to ruin the lipstick, and rumpled his hair. He stayed for a time after she left, drinking tea, watching out the window as a cloud of starlings swerved away through the rainy sky. The radio program changed to what he guessed was Beethoven, something dark and thoughtful, at any rate. The city drew him into its mood. He found it almost impossible to resist, became autumnal and meditative, asked questions that really could not be answered. Martha Hecht, for instance, had she, he wondered, become so newly sophisticated at the hands of other lovers? Certainly that was it. Who, he wondered? That was, in his experience of such things, always a surprise. Him? With a Russian girl he would have known all. Every private thought would have been bashed about between them, plenty of tears to wash it all down with, then forgiveness, tenderness, and wild, likely drunken love-making to paste everything back together again. Poles and Russians knew how hidden feelings poisoned life. In the end, the vodka was just a catalyst. But she wasn't Russian or Polish. She was German, like this damned sorrowful music. The reality of that had come home to him when they were on the sofa. What was that?
The Eastern conqueror takes the Teutonic princess? Whatever it was no game. Restless now, wishing that Marta hadn't gone back to work, Szara walked around the room as he got dressed, confronted by Alt's maniacal paintings. Strange people, he thought. They make a virtue of anguish. Nonetheless, he began counting the hours until he'd see her again and try to shake off the sense of oppression gathering in his heart. Perhaps it was the influence of the building itself. Dating from the early days of the century, its long hallways, set in tiny octagonal black-and-white tiles, echoed with every footstep and lived in perpetual dusk, a greyish light that spilled from frosted glass door panels numbered in Gothic script. Called the Eisenbohr's House, the Iron Exchange building, it had certainly been some builder's cherished dream. There was no iron exchange, not that Szara knew about. Had one been planned, perhaps somewhere nearby? Only its adjunct had been built, in any case, 7 stories of elaborate brickwork with the name in gold script on the glass above the entryway. The elevator would have been installed later, he thought. It was enormous, an ant-hill intended as home to every sort of respectable commerce. But the builder had raised it in the wrong place. Bischofstrasse was across the river Spree from the better part of Berlin, reached by the Kaiser Wilhelm Bridge on the edge of the ancient Jewish quarter. Had a commercial district once been planned here? The builder evidently thought so, locating just west of the Judenstrasse, across from Neue Markt, between Pannewer and Steinweg streets. But it had not turned out that way. The building stood as a grand edifice among tenements and dreary shops, and its lobby directory told the story. Piano teachers, theatrical agents, a private detective, a club for sailing instruction, and a club for lonely hearts, an astrologer, an inventor, and Römerlink, the cut-rate denture man. Szara rang for the elevator, which wheezed ponderously to the top floor. The metal door slid open, then a soiled white glove slowly drew the gate aside. The operator was an old man with lank hair parted in the middle and swept back behind his ears, fine, almost transparent skin, and a face lined by tragedy. He was called Albert, according to Marta, who thought him an original, rather amusing, the ruling troll of the Castle Perilous, her moat-keeper. Szara, however, was not amused by Albert, who stared at him with sullen and intense dislike as he got on the elevator, then sniffed loudly as he slammed the gate. "I smell a Jew," that meant. On the wall above the control handle were taped 2 curling photographs of serious young men in Landwehr uniform. Sons dead in the war? Szara thought so. As the floors bumped slowly past, Szara repressed a shiver. He never would have imagined Marta Hecht living in such a place. But then there were all sorts of new things about Marta. Wandering about in the apartment, he'd found a wooden rack holding a further collection of Alt's paintings, these evidently not worthy of display. Idly curious, he'd looked through them, come upon a pink nude standing pensively, almost self-consciously, amid frantic swirls of green and yellow. Something familiar piqued his interest. Then he realized he knew the model, knew her in that very pose. All sorts of things new about Marta. The elevator came to a stop. Albert opened the gate, then the exterior door. "Lobby," he said harshly. "Now you get out." Back in his room at the Adlon, he closed the heavy drapes to shut out the dusk, locked the door, and lost himself in ciphering. Using the German railway timetable Goldman had handed him, a very unremarkable find if he were searched, he converted his plain text into numerical groups. In his statement to the Directorate, he'd been extremely cautious, in fact, deceptive. The broken man in the Grunewald, described as he was, would set off alarms and excursions all over Dzerzhinsky Square. Dr. Baumann was not under anyone's control, including his own. and Szara could only imagine what the Directorate might order done if they found that out, especially the Directorate as led by Dirshani. The report described an agent under stress, yet operating efficiently. Stubborn, self-motivating, a prominent and successful businessman, after all, thus not just somebody that could be ordered about. Szara strengthened the deception by implying, faintly, that the Directorate should soften its instinct for bureaucratic domination and acknowledge that it was dealing with a man to whom independence, even as a Jew in Germany, was instinctive, habitual. Baumann had to believe he was in control, Szara suggested, and to perceive the apparat as a kind of servant. But if Baumann was steadfast, Szara continued, the situation as he found it in Germany was extremely unstable. He described the telephone call from the cousin forced to return to Poland, noted the disbursement of emergency funds, then went on to suggest that Otter ought to be offered exfiltration, if the time should ever come, followed by resettlement in a European city. Against that day, Baumann Milling ought to hire a new employee as designated by the case officer, who would remain in deep cover until activated. Szara closed with the statement that he would be remaining in Berlin for at least 7 days, and requested local operative support in arranging a second meeting. He grouped his numbers, did his false addition, counted letters in the timetable a second time just to be sure. Garbled transmissions drove Moscow wild. What's a Mern? And why does he ask for raisins? And he urgently needed to have their trust and good faith if they were going to accept his analysis of the situation. He walked the half-block to the embassy, a place the journalist Szara would be expected to visit, found his contact, a second secretary named Varin, and delivered the cable. Then he disappeared into the Berlin night. He had, a little company, he thought. Nothing too serious, nothing he couldn't deal with. Said Goldman, "There are 2 situations which, if I were you, would be of concern. A, you find yourself truly blanketed, perhaps a moving box, 1 in front, 1 behind, 2 at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Go down an alley and the whole apparatus shifts with you. Or maybe it's people in parked cars on an empty street, women in doorways, all that sort of thing. They're simply not going to let you out of their sight. Either they insist on knowing who you really are and where you're going, or they're trying to panic you, to see what you do. You'll break it off, of course. Go back to the hotel, use your telephone contact, the 4088 number. There'll be no answer, but 1 ring will do the job. Or B, you ought to be alarmed if there's absolutely no sign of surveillance. A Soviet journalist in Berlin must be of interest at some level of the Counterintelligence Bureau. The normal situation would be periodic, 1 or 2 men, probably detectives who look like what they are. They'll follow at a medium distance. Ideally, don't go showing them a lot of tradecraft. If you're too slick, it will provoke their curiosity. If you can't dispose of them with a casual maneuver or 2, give it up and try again later. A normal approach for the Germans would be to tag along at night, leave you free in the daytime. But if it's, the Sahara, then be careful. It may mean they're really operating. That is, they've put someone really good on you, and he or she, for that matter, is better than you are. In that case, see the second secretary at the embassy, and we'll get you some help." Very well, he thought. This time the little genius in Brussels knew what he was talking about. Out for a stroll. Szara lit a cigarette on the Kanonierstrasse, standing in front of the vast, gloomy facade of the Deutsche Bank. Then, stranger in your city, he peered about him as though he were slightly at sea. The other man, lighting a cigarette about 40 meters in back of him, visible only as a hat and an overcoat, was company. Not a good night for company. With 10,000 Reichsmarks wadded up in his pockets, he was headed toward the Reichshallen Theatre for a meeting with Nadia Cherova, actress, émigré, Raven, and group leader of the Raven Network. Cherova would be available to him backstage, not at the grandiose Reichshallen, but at a small repertory theatre in a narrow lane called Rosenhain Passage, after 10:40. Szara refused to hurry, wandering along, waiting, until he reached Hausenstrasse before making a move to verify the surveillance. If he didn't make the treff tonight, Cherova would be available to him for 3 nights following. Run by Chauverly with a very firm hand, Raven was known to follow orders, so Szara relaxed, taking in the sights, a man with no particular place to go and all the time in the world to get there. About Cherova he was curious. Chauverly handled her with fine Swiss contempt, referring to her as Stukach, snitch, the lowest rank of Soviet agents who simply traded information for money. Goldman's view differed. He used the word vliania, fellow traveler. This term was traditionally reserved for agents of influence, often self-recruited believers in the Soviet dream. Typically academics, civil servants, artists of all sorts, and the occasional forward-looking businessman. In the sense that Cherova moved in the upper levels of Nazi society, he supposed she was vliania, yet she was paid, as were the brother and sister Brozin and Brozina and the Czech ballet master Anton Krafitz, the remainder of the Raven network. As for the highest-level agents, the proniknovienia, penetration specialists serving under direct, virtually military discipline, Szara was not allowed anywhere near them, though he suspected Chauverly's Mocha group might fall under that classification, and Goldman was rumored to be running, personally, an asset buried in the very heart of the Gestapo. Of course, the system varied with the national point of view. Low-level agents for the French were called dupeurs, deceivers, and principally reported on the military institutions of various countries. Moutons, sheep, went after industrial intelligence, while baladeurs, strolling players, took on freelance assignments. The French equivalent of the proniknovienia, highly controlled and highly placed, was the agent fixe, while the trafiquant, like Cherova, handled a net of sub-agents. At the corner of Klausenstrasse, Szara paused, studied the street signs, then hurried across the intersection, not running exactly, but managing in such a way that 2 speeding Daimlers went whizzing past his back. A tobacconist's shop window, briefly inspected, revealed his company peering anxiously from the other side of the street, then crossing behind him. Szara quickened his pace slightly, then trotted up the steps of the Hotel Kempinski, passed through the elegant lobby, then seated himself at a table in the hotel bar. This was sophisticated Berlin, a study in glossy black and white surfaces with chrome highlights, palm trees, a man in a white tuxedo playing romantic songs on a white piano, a scattering of well-dressed people, and the soothing, melodic hum of conversation. He ordered a schnapps, leaned back in a leather chair, and focused his attention on a woman who was alone at a nearby table, rather ageless, not unattractive, very much minding her own business, which was a tall drink with a miniature candy cane hung on the side of the glass. 10 minutes later, company arrived. Sweaty, moon-faced, anxious. An overworked detective who'd evidently parked himself on a chair in the lobby, then got nervous being out of contact with his assignment. He stood at the bar, ordered a beer, counted out pocket change to pay for it. Szara felt sorry for him. Meanwhile, the woman he'd picked out made steady progress with her drink. Szara walked over to her and, presenting his back to the detective, leaned over and asked her what time it was. She said, politely enough, that she didn't know but thought it was getting on toward 10. Szara laughed, stood up, turned halfway back toward his table, thought better of it, looked at his watch, said something like, "I'm afraid my watch has stopped," in a low voice, smiled conspiratorially, then returned to his chair. 15 minutes later, she left. Szara checked his watch, gave her 5 minutes to get wherever she was going, then threw a bill on the table and departed. Out in the lobby, he hurried onto an elevator just before the door closed and asked to be let off at the 4th floor. He walked purposefully down the hall, heard the door close behind him, then found a stairway and returned to the lobby. The detective was sitting in a chair, watching the elevator door like a hawk, waiting for Szara to return from his assignation. Szara left the hotel through a side entrance, made certain he had no further company, then hailed a cab. Rosenheim Passage was medieval, a crooked lane surfaced with broken stone. Half-timbered buildings, the plaster grey with age, slanted backward as they rose, and a cold smell of drains hung in the dead air. What had happened here? He heard water trickling from unmended pipes. All shutters were closed tight. The street was lifeless, inert. There were no people. In the middle of all this stood Das Schmuckkästchen, the jewel box theatre, as though a city cultural commission had been told to do something about Rosenheim Passage. And here was their solution, a way of brightening things up. A hand-painted banner hung from the handle of an old-fashioned coach horn announcing the performance of The Captain's Dilemma by Hans-Peter Müchler. Midway down an alley next to the theatre, a door had been propped open with a pressing iron. Szara shoved it out of the way with his foot, let the door close gently until the lock snapped. Behind a thick curtain he could hear a play in progress, a man and a woman exchanging domestic insults in the declamatory style reserved for historical drama. Listen carefully, this was written a long time ago. The insults were supposed to be amusing. The thrust of the voice told you that. And someone in the theatre did laugh once, but Szara could feel the almost palpable discomfort, the shifting and coughing, the unvoiced sigh of an audience subjected to a witless and boring evening. As Goldman had promised, there wasn't a soul to be seen where he entered. He peered through the darkness, found a row of doors, and tapped lightly at the one marked C. "Yes? Come in." He found himself in a small dressing room, mirrors, costumes, clutter. A woman with a book in her hand, place held with an index finger, was sitting upright on a chaise longue, her face taut and anxious. Goldman had shown him a photograph, an actress, but the reality left him staring. Perhaps it was Berlin. The grotesque weight of the place, its heavy air, thickly made people, the brutal density of its life. But the woman seemed to him almost transparent, someone who might float away at any moment. She put her head to one side and studied him clinically. "You're different," she said in Russian. Her voice was hoarse, and even in 2 words he could hear contempt. "Different?" "They usually send me a sort of boar, with bristles." She was tall and slight, had turned up the cuffs of a thick sweater to reveal delicate wrists. Her eyes were enormous, a blue so pale and fragile it reminded him of blindness, and her hair, worn long and loose, was the color of an almond shell. It was very fine hair, the kind that stirred with the slightest motion. Also, she had been drinking. He could smell wine. "Sit down," she said softly, changing moods. He sat in a throne-like armchair, clearly a stage prop. "Are you in the play?" She was wearing slacks and strapped shoes with low heels. The outfit didn't go with the old-fashioned bluster he could hear from the stage. "Done for the night." Her voice easily suggested quotation marks when she added, "Beatrice, a maid." She shrugged, a dismissive Russian gesture. "It's my rotten German. Sometimes I play a foreigner, but mostly it's maids, in little maid costumes. Everybody likes little maid costumes. When I bend over you can almost see my ass, but not quite." "What play is it?" "What? You don't know The Captain's Dilemma? I thought everybody did." "No, sorry." "Müchler suits the current taste, that is, Goebbels's taste. He said to consider it quite excellent. The captain returns to his home 10 years after a shipwreck. He finds his wife living beyond her means, a slave to foolish fashion, beset by sycophants and usurers. He, on the other hand, is a typical folk, sturdy, forthright, honest, a simple man from Rostock with the pleasures of a simple man. Simple pleasures, you see. We play him as a turnip. So now we have conflict, and a kind of drawing-room comedy with all sorts of amusing character parts, hypocrites, fops, oily Jews." "And the dilemma?"
The dilemma is why the playwright wasn't strangled at birth."
Szara laughed.
"What are you, a writer? I mean, beside the other thing."
"How do you know I'm the other thing?"
"Cruel times for Nadia, if you're not."
"And why a writer?"
"Oh, I know writers. I have them in my family, or used to. Do you want some wine? Be careful, it's a test."
"Just a little."
"You fail."
She reached behind a screen, poured wine into a water glass and handed it to him, then retrieved her own glass, hidden behind a leg of the chaise longue.
"Nazdrovya."
"Nazdrovya."
"Phooey." She wrinkled her nose at the glass. "Your pretty little niece, who is no doubt dying to be an actress. Tell her it all rests on a tolerance for atrocious white wine."
"You are from Moscow?" he asked.
"No. Peter, St. Petersburg. So sorry, I mean Leningrad. An old family. Cherova is my married name."
"And Cherov? He's in Berlin?"
"Pfft,"
she said, casting her eyes up at the ceiling and springing 4 fingers from beneath her thumb, flicking Cherov's soul up to heaven.
"November 1917.
"Difficult times," he said in sympathy. "A Menshevik. A nice man. Married me when I was 16, and didn't I give him a hellish time of it. The last 8 months of his life, too. Poor Cherov." Her eyes shone for a moment, and she looked away. "At least you survived."
"We all did. Aristocrats and artists in my family, all crazy as bats. Revolution was the very thing for us. I have a brother in your business, or I should say had. He seems to have vanished. Sasha."
She laughed at his memory, a harsh cackle, then put her fingers to her mouth, as though it were a drunken sound, and embarrassed her.
"Sorry. Colonel Alexander Vonitz. Did you know him?"
"No."
"Too bad. Charming bastard. Ah, the elegant Vonitz family. But see what they've come to now, miserable Stucacci, dealing in filthy Nazi gossip. Ah, but my dear General, how absolutely fascinating."
She snickered at her own performance, then leaned toward him.
"You know what they say in Paris? That a woman attending a soirée needs only 2 words of French to be thought an elegant conversationalist? Formidable and fantastique. Well, it's the same here. You look up at them. You sit down if they're squatty little things. The eyes simply must look up at them, and they talk, and you say, in German, of course, formidable after one sentence, and fantastique after the next. Brilliant woman, they say later.
So it's all nothing more than conversation.
She studied him for a moment. "You are very rude," she said.
"Forgive me, it's just curiosity. I don't care what you do."
"Well, as I'm certain you know, this wasn't my idea."
"No?"
"Hardly. When they discovered I'd snuck out of Russia and was in Berlin, they sent some people, not like you, around." She shrugged, remembering the moment. "Offered a choice between death and money. I chose money."
Szara nodded in sympathy.
"We go to parties, my little troupe and I, parties of a sort, you know. We're considered a terrific amount of fun. People drink, lose their inhibitions. Shall you hear it all?"
"Of course not."
She smiled. "It isn't so bad as you think. I avoid the worst of it, but my associates, well, not that I'm innocent, you understand. I've known a couple of them better than I should have."
She paused, looked at him critically, closed one eye.
"You must be a writer, so serious. Everything means something, but we... In the theater, you know, we're like naughty children, like brothers and sisters playing behind the shed. So these things don't mean so much. It's a way to forget yourself, that's all. One night you're this person, and the next night you're that person, so that sometimes you're no person at all. This profession, it deforms the heart." Perhaps. I don't know. She was lost for a moment, sitting on the edge of the chaise, weight borne by elbows on knees, glass held in both hands. As for the Nazis, well, they're really more like pigs than humans, if you think about it. The men and the women, just like pigs. They even squeal like pigs. It's no insult to say this, it's literal. It isn't their Schweine that I'm talking about, but real pigs. Pink, overweight, quite intelligent if you know anything about them. Certainly smarter than dogs, but very appetitious. There the common wisdom has it just right. They do want what they want, and lots of it, and right away, and then when they get it, they're happy. Blissful.
I thought you said the man who came to see you was like a boar.
I did say that, didn't I? I'm sure there's a difference, though. You just have to be much smarter than me to see it. From the stage, Szara could hear the ringing tones of a soliloquy, a kind of triumphant anger shot through with blistering rectitude. Then a pause, then desultory applause, then the creak of an unoiled mechanism closing the curtain. This was followed by a heavy tread in the hallway, a man's gruff voice, "Scheiß," and the emphatic slam of a door. "There," said Cherova, switching into German. "That's the captain now, a simple folk." Szara reached into his pockets and withdrew the thick wads of Reichsmarks. She nodded, took them from him, stood, and stuffed the pockets of a long wool coat hanging on a peg. Szara now assumed their conversation to be perfectly audible to the captain next door. "You'll take care of your, health. I really hope you will." "Oh, yes." He stood in order to leave. In the small room they were a little closer together than strangers would normally have been. "It's better," he said quietly, "not to find out how it would be." "Yes?" She smiled impishly, amused that the proximity affected him. "You are different. You are. And you mustn't be too concerned." Her slim hand brushed the waistband of her slacks, then held up a tiny vial of yellow liquid. Her eyebrow lifted. "See how clever?" "End of story," she said. "Curtain." Then she hid it behind her back, as though it didn't exist. She bent toward him, kissed him lightly on the mouth, very warm and very brief, and whispered goodbye, in Russian, next to his ear. Szara walked east from the theatre, away from the Adlon, unconsciously following procedure. Balked by the Neukölln Canal, he veered south to Gertrauten Bridge, lit a cigarette, watched orange peels and scrapwood drifting past on the black water. It was colder. The lamplights had pale halos as mist drifted off the canal. The Directorate never knew their agents in person. Szara now saw the reason for that. Cherova's vulnerability would not leave his mind. Caught between the Gestapo and the NKVD, between Germany and Russia, she lived by her wits, by looking as she did, by clever talk. But she would have to drink the yellow liquid eventually. Maybe soon. And the idea of so much life, all the emotional weather that blew across her heart, winding up as a formless shape collapsed in a corner, tormented him. Could a woman be too beautiful to die? Moscow wouldn't like his answer to that. Was he a little bit in love with her? What if he was? Was all her capering about, the way she worked on him with her eyes, meant to draw him to her? He was sure of it. How could that be wrong? She'd have to drink the liquid because agents didn't survive. The result of all the elaborate defenses, secrecy and codes and clandestine methods of every sort, was time gained, only that, against a known destiny. Things went wrong. Things always, eventually, went wrong.
The world was unpredictable, inconsistent, volatile, ultimately a madhouse of bizarre events. Agents got caught, almost always. You replace them. That's what the apparat expected you to do, reorganize the chaos, mend the damage, and go on. There were ways in which he accepted that, but when women entered the equation, he failed. His need was to protect women, not to sacrifice them, and he could not, would not, change. An ancient instinct to stand between women and danger sapped his will to run operations the way they had to be run and made him a bad intelligence officer. It was just that simple. And the worst part of it was that the yellow liquid wasn't part of some spy kit. The NKVD didn't believe in such things. No, Cherova had obtained the liquid herself, because she knew what happened to agents just as well as he did, and she wanted to have it over and done with when the time came. The idea made him ill. The world couldn't go on that way. But they had a Jew up on the end of Brüderstrasse, where Szara turned north, a pack of drunken Hitlerjugend in their fancy uniforms, teenagers forcing some poor soul on hands and knees to drink the black water in a gutter, and they were shouting and laughing and singing and having a tremendously good time at it. Szara faded into a doorway. For a moment he thought he was having a stroke. His vision swam, and a terrible force hammered against his temples like a fist. Steadying himself against a wall, he realized it wasn't a stroke, it was rage, and he fought to subdue it. For a moment he went mad, shutting his eyes against the pounding blood and pleading with God for a machine gun, a hand grenade, a pistol, any weapon at all. But this prayer was not immediately answered. Later he discovered a small chip missing from a front tooth. Some time after midnight, having crept away into the darkness, walking through deserted streets toward his hotel, he made the inevitable connection. Cherova, by what she did, could help to destroy these people, these youths with their Jewish toy. She could weaken them in ways they did not understand. She was more than a machine gun or a pistol, a far deadlier weapon than any he'd wished for. The knowledge tore at him, on top of what he'd seen, and there were tears on his face that he wiped off with the sleeve of his raincoat. The following afternoon, he told Martha Hecht what he'd seen. Instinctively she reached for him, but when her hands flew to touch him, he no more than allowed it, unwilling to reject an act of love, but equally unwilling to be comforted. This was pain he meant to keep. To maintain his cover, he had to write something. Nothing political, Goldman had warned. Let TASS file on diplomatic developments. You find yourself something meaningless, filler. Just pretend that some ambitious editor has taken it into his head that Pravda's view on Germany needs the Szara touch. Even with all the bad blood and political hostility, life goes on. A bad job, but you're making the best of it. You want to lead the Reich press office to believe that a little of their fine Teutonic contempt is the very thing for you. For the moment, let them sneer. Mid-morning, in the dining room at the Adlon, Szara submitted himself to the tender mercies of Weinstock. The little man ran his fingers through his hair and studied his list of possible stories. "A Szara needs help from a Weinstock?" he said. "I knew the world was turning upside down. Armageddon expected any day now, but this—" "What have you got?" Szara said. He caught the attention of a passing waiter. "A Linzer tort for my friend, plenty of schlag on it." Weinstock's eyebrows shot up. "You're in trouble. That I can tell. My mama always warned me. Darling son, when they put the whipped cream on the Linzer tort, watch out. What is it, André Aronovich? Have you fallen from favor at last? Got a girlfriend who's giving you a hard time? Getting older?" "I can't stand Berlin, Weinstock. I can't think in this place." "Oi, he can't stand Berlin. Last year they sent me to Madagascar. I believe I actually ate a lizard.
Did you hear the China breaking, Szara? Wherever you were, 11 generations of Weinstock rabbis were going wild up in heaven, breaking God's kosher plates. Gott im Himmel! Little Asher Moisevich is eating a lizard. Ah, here's something. How about weather?
What about it?
It's happening every day.
And?
Well, it's not especially cold, and it's not especially hot, but more than likely such a story won't stir up the Reichsministries. On the other hand, it might. What do you mean, normal? Our German weather is clean and pure, like no other weather anywhere.
Szara sighed. He hadn't the strength to fight back.
All right, Weinstock said as his treat arrived, swimming in cream. You're going to make me cry. Take Frau Kummel up in Lübeck. Actually, she's called Mutter Kummel, Mother Kummel. It's a story you can write, and it gets you out of Berlin for the day.
Mutter Kummel?
I'll write down the address for you. Yesterday she turned 100 years old. Born the 1st of November, 1838. Imagine all the exciting things she's seen. She may even remember some of them. 1838. Schleswig-Holstein still belonged to the Danes. Lübeck was part of the independent state of Mecklenburg. Germany, of course you'll have to say Germany as we know it today, didn't exist. You're to be envied, Szara. What a thrilling time that was, and Mutter Kummel somehow lived through every minute of it.
He took the train that afternoon. A grim ride up through the flatlands of the Lüneburg plain, through marshy fields where gusts of wind flattened the reeds under a hard grey sky. He avoided Hamburg by taking the line that went through Schwerin, and outside a little village not far from the sea he spotted a highway sign by a tight curve in the road. Drive carefully, sharp curve. Jews, 75 miles an hour. Mutter Kummel lived with her 81-year-old daughter in a gingerbread house in the center of Lübeck.
"Another reporter, dear mother," said the daughter when Szara knocked at the door.
The house smelled of vinegar, and the heat of the place made him sweat as he scribbled in his notebook. Mutter Kummel remembered quite a bit about Lübeck, where the old butcher shop used to be, the day the rope parted and the tumbling church bell broke through the belfry floor and squashed a deacon. What Nizhenko would make of all this, Szara could only imagine, let alone some coal miner in the Donbass wrapping his lunch potato in the newspaper. But he worked at it, and did the job as best he could. Toward the end of the interview the old lady leaned forward, her placid face crowned by a bun of white hair, and told him how die Juden were no longer to be found in Lübeck. Yet one more change she'd witnessed in her many years in the town. Polite people, when one met them in the street, it had to be admitted, but she wasn't sorry to see them go.
"Those Jews," she confided. "For too long they've stolen our souls."
Szara must have looked inquisitive.
"Oh, yes, young man, it's what they did, and we, here in Lübeck, knew about it," she said slyly.
Szara, for a moment, was tempted to ask her to explain, for he sensed she'd worked it out, the mechanics of such a thing, how it was actually accomplished, where the Jews hid the stolen souls and what they did with them. But he didn't. He thanked the ladies and took the train back to Berlin and an evening with Martha Hecht, the promise of which had kept him more or less sane for another day. Later on, he would have reason to remember that afternoon. Later on, when everything had changed, he would wonder what might have happened if he'd missed the Berlin train, if he'd had to spend the night in Lübeck. But he knew himself, knew that he would have found some way to be with Martha Hecht that night. He considered himself a student of destiny, perhaps even a connoisseur, that obnoxious word, of its tricks and turns, how it hunted, how it fed. He would see himself on the train to Berlin, a man who'd beaten his way across a lifeless afternoon by banking thoughts of the evening. And though the browns and greys of the German November flowed past the train window, he was not there to see them. He was lost in anticipation, lost in lover's greed. In fact, he would ask himself, what didn't he want? He certainly wanted her in the ways of a Victorian novel kept in a night-table drawer. What magnificent fantasies he made for himself on that train. But that wasn't all. He wanted affection, kindness, refuge. He wanted to spend the night with his lover. He wanted to play the game of temptations and surrenders, cunning no's and yeses. And then he wanted to talk in the darkness where he could say anything he liked. Then he wanted to sleep, all wrapped and twined around her in a well-warmed bed. He even wanted breakfast, something delicious. And what he wanted, he got. In its very own diabolical way, destiny delivered every last wish. Only it added a little something extra, a little something he didn't expect, buried it right in the midst of all his pleasures, where he'd be sure to find it. The Iron Exchange building was even stranger at night. The long tile hallways in shadow, the frosted glass doors opaque and secretive, the silence broken only by an agonizing piano lesson in progress on the floor below, and the echo of his footsteps. But in low light, the studio of the painter Benno Alt was agreeably softened. The shrieks and torments pinned to the wall faded to sighs, and Martha Hecht, at center stage, appeared in short silk robe and Parisian scent, slid gracefully into his arms, and gave him every reason to hope that his thoughts on the train had not been idle fantasies. They had their Victorian novel, in feeling if not in form, and wound up sprawled together across the sofa, for a moment stunned senseless. Then Martha turned the lamp off, and they lay peacefully in the darkness for a time, sticky, sore, thoroughly pleased with themselves, and the very best of friends. "What was that you said?" she asked idly. "Was it Russian?" "Yes." "I wasn't sure. Perhaps it was Polish." "No, Russian. Very much so." "Was it a sweet thing to say?" "No, a rough thing, common, a command." "Ah, a command. And I obeyed?" She was smiling in the darkness. "You did. Somehow you understood." "And that you liked?" "Couldn't you tell?" "Yes, of course." She thought for a time. "We are so different," she mused. "Not really." "You mustn't say that. Such a difference is a pleasure for me." "Oh, day and night, then?" She put a hand on his chest. "Don't," she said. They were still for a while. He looked up at the large window, illuminated by the pale night sky of a city. A few snowflakes drifted against the glass and melted into droplets. "It's snowing," he said. She turned halfway around to look. "It's a sign," she said. "You mean the night we met? Back again?" "Yes, just so. I can still see you in Dr. Bauman's kitchen, making small talk. You hadn't even noticed me. But I knew everything that would happen." "Did you, truly?" She nodded yes. "I knew you would take me off somewhere. A hotel, a room. I thought, a man like you can always have a woman like me." It struck me, that thought. I was so surprised at myself, because I was so good. I'd always known boys who wanted me, at the university and so forth, but I was such a little Mädchen. I wouldn't. I'd blush and push them away. They were so earnest, and then... This thing always happens when you aren't expecting it. The Baumans, the stuffy old Baumans, invited me to their house. She laughed. "I didn't want to go. My father made me." "But you said you knew who I was, that you wanted to meet me." "I know I said that. I lied. I meant to flatter you." "Ah!" He pretended to be wounded. "But no, you should be flattered by such a lie, because the moment I saw you, I wanted everything, to be made to do everything. Your dark shirt, your dark hair, the way you looked into me, it was so Russian. I can't describe it. Something about you, not polite, not at all polite the way Germans are, but strong, intense." She smoothed his hair back above his ear. The gesture seemed to last a long time, and he could feel the heat of her hand. "Isn't that what Germans always think of Russians, when they don't hate them? It's true. Some hate and are hateful. But for the rest of us it's complicated. We are all tied up inside ourselves, almost embarrassed at being in the world. It's our German culture, I think, and we see Russians, Jews, Slavs, all the people in the East as passionate and romantic, their feelings out for all to see, and deep in our hearts we're envious of them because we sense that they feel, whereas we just think about everything. Think and think and think." "What about Dr. Baumann? Passionate and romantic?" "Oh, not him." She laughed at the idea. "But he's a Jew. Yes, of course he is, but here they're more like us than anything else, all tight and cold, self-conscious. That's the problem here in Germany. The Jews have become German, consider themselves German, just as good as any German, and there are many Germans who feel it is a presumption. They don't like it. Then, after the revolution, in 1917, we had here in Berlin the Russian and Polish Jews, and they are really quite different from us. Perhaps rude is the word, not cultured. Mostly they stay off by themselves. But when one sees them, for instance, when they are on the trolley car and it is crowded, they stare, and one can smell the onions they eat." "The Jews from Poland have been sent back." "Yes, I know this, and it's sad for them, but there were some who wanted to go back, and Poland would not let them in. And there are people who said, why must this be always Germany's problem? So now they all have to go back, and for them I feel sad." "And Dr. Baumann? Where can he go?" "Why should he go anywhere? For most Jews it's terrible, a tragedy, they lose everything, but for him it's not like that. The Dr. Baumanns of the world always find a way to get along." "Is this something your father tells you?" "No, something I know from my own eyes." "You see him?" "Socially, of course not. But I work for a man called Herr Hanau, a man from the little town of Wannsee up on the Baltic. Herr Hanau has a small shipping company, one big ship and 3 little ones, and to receive consideration for government contracts he has moved his business to Berlin, and here I am his assistant. So some weeks ago we were awarded a small shipment of machine tools that goes up to Sweden, a great victory for us, and Herr Hanau invited me to lunch at the Kaiserhof to celebrate, and there, large as life, is Dr. Baumann, eating a cutlet and drinking Rhine wine. Life cannot be so bad for him, after all." Puzzled, Szara stared at the window, watched the snowflakes drifting slowly downward on the still air. "How could he do that?" he asked. "Can a Jew like Dr. Baumann walk into one of the better hotels in Berlin and just have lunch?" "I think not. These waiters have a sense of propriety. Alone he would not have been served, or there might have been a scene, but he was with his protector, you see, and so everything just went along in the normal way." "Protector?" "Naturally. Though my father stands ready to help him, to take over the ownership of the mill, Dr. Baumann remains in charge. Baumann Milling does defense work, as you may have guessed, and so Dr. Baumann is protected." "By whom?" It seemed strange to me, these 2 men having lunch. Dr. Baumann and some very tall, reedy fellow, almost bald, with little wisps of blonde hair, an aristocrat, I thought. That's what they look like. Late 30s, no chin, and that hesitant little smile, as though somebody were about to break a priceless vase, and they're afraid they'll let on that they're broken-hearted. Szara shifted his weight on the couch. "I hope you don't describe me to anyone," he said with mock horror. she clucked. "I don't tell secrets, Liebchen." "Who do you suppose he was?" "I asked Herr Hanau. 'Don't meddle,' says he. 'That's von Polanyi from the Foreign Office. A clever fellow, but not someone for you to know.'" "He sounds Hungarian." He felt her shrug. "During the Austro-Hungarian time, the noble families moved around. We have all sorts in Germany. In any event, don't be too concerned for Herr Dr. Julius Baumann, for it turns out he's rather comfortably situated." Szara was silent for a long time. "Are you asleep?" "No. Dreaming." "Of me?" He moved closer to her. "Give me your hand," she said. And in the morning, when the light woke them up, after the Victorian novel, the affection, the honest talk in darkness, and, well, some condition of absence that at least imitated sleep, Martha Hecht tied the little silk robe at her waist and stood before the stove and made blini, thin ones like French crepes, then spread them with strawberry jam from Berlin's finest store, folded them carefully, and served them on pretty plates, and Szara realized, just about then, that had he been able to taste anything at all, they would have been, as he'd imagined on the train to Berlin, delicious. November 5th. A telephone message at the Adlon desk requested that he stop by the press office at the embassy. On the Unter den Linden, in a light, dry snowfall that blew about like dust, thousands of black-shirted Nazi party members were marching toward the Brandenburg Gate. They sang in deep voices, roared out their chants, and threw their arms into the air in fascist salutes. Amid the sea of black there were banners denouncing the Comintern and the Soviet Union, and the men marched by, slamming their boots against the pavement. Szara could actually feel the rhythm of it trembling beneath his feet. He pulled his raincoat around him and pretended to ignore the marchers. This was what most Berliners did, glanced at the singing men, then hurried on about their business, and Szara followed their example. The embassy was extremely busy. People were rushing about here and there, clerks ran by with armloads of files, and the tension could be easily felt. Varin, the second secretary, was waiting for him in the press office, rather pointedly not watching the parade below his window. He was a small, serious man, determined and not inclined toward conversation. He handed over an envelope. Szara could feel the waxy paper of the folded flimsy inside. A radio was playing in the press office, and when the news forecast came on at noon, all talk stopped. "They have a big mess over at Zboshenyu," Varin said when the commentator had finished. 15,000 Polish Jews penned up in barbed wire at the border. Germany's thrown them out, but Poland won't let them in. There's not enough water, hardly any shelter, and it's getting colder. Everybody's waiting to see who gives in first. "Maybe I should go up there," said the journalist Szara. Varin closed his eyes for an instant and just barely moved his head to indicate that he should do no such thing. "Is that what the parade is all about?" Varin shrugged, indifferent. "They like to march, so let them. It's the weather. They always feel spirited when the winter comes." Szara stood to go. "Watch yourself," said Varin quietly. For just a moment Szara had been tempted to lay his troubles at Varin's door, but it was a temptation instantly dismissed. Still, as he walked back to the Adlon, the word Funkspieler drummed relentlessly in his consciousness. Playback, it meant. When a wireless was used, in general the operation of a doubled agent. There might have been an innocent explanation for Baumann meeting with someone from the Foreign Office, but Szara didn't think so. The Directorate had been restless with Baumann from the very beginning. Now he understood that they'd been right. People like Abramov had spent most of their lives in clandestine work, against the Okhrana before 1917, against the world after that. One developed sharpened instincts. On certain nights the animals are reluctant to approach the waterhole. Suddenly there wasn't a choice. He had to be an intelligence officer, like it or not. If Baumann was under German control, all the traditional questions bobbed up to the surface, from the beginning, or caught, then turned. How accomplished? By coercion, clearly, not money, not ego, and not, God forbid, ideology. A frightened Jew was appropriate to their purposes, which were deceptive. In what way deceptive? Toward what end? If the swage wire figures were high, that meant they wanted to scare the USSR into thinking they had more bombers than they did, a tactic of political warfare, the same method that had proven fatal for Czechoslovakia. If they were low, it was an attempt to lull the USSR into false strategic assumptions, and that meant war. At the Adlon he knocked, harder than he meant to, at Weinstock's door. The little man was in shirt-sleeves. A cloud of cigarette smoke hung in the air, and a sheet of paper protruded from a typewriter on the desk. "Szara, it better be important. You scared the shit out of my muse." "May I come in?" Weinstock beckoned him inside and closed the door. "Don't knock like that, will you? Call from the lobby. These days, a knock on the door—" "Thank you for the Mutter Kummel story." "Don't mention it. I thought you needed all the excitement you could get." "Do you know anything about the Reich Foreign Office?" Weinstock sighed, went over to an open briefcase, dug around inside for a time, and emerged with a thin, mimeographed telephone directory. "Oh, the forbidden things we have here in the Adlon. I expect the Gestapo will set fire to it any day now. That'll be something to see. 100 firemen, all wearing eyeglasses." He cackled at the idea. "What do you want to know?" "Do you find a man called von Polanyi?" It took only a moment. "Von Polanyi, Herbert K.L., Amt 9. "What is it?" "I don't know. But then that in itself is informative." "How so?" "When you don't know, chances are they don't want you to know. So, they're not the people who keep track of the Bulgarian bean harvest." Back in his room, Szara drew the blinds, set out pencils and paper, propped up the railway timetable against the back of the desk, spread the code flimsy out under the lamp, and decrypted it. Transmission, 5 November 1938, 0430 hours. To Jean-Marc. A second meeting with Otter is approved. For 10 November, 0115 hours, at 8 Kleinerstrasse, Wittenau. You will be transported to the town of Wittenau, approximately 30 minutes from Berlin by automobile. At 12:40 hours, be at the Köln Fischmarkt, at intersection of Fischerstrasse and Mühlendamm, assigned to cover story of fish market visited by tourists at night. A man in a plaid scarf will approach you. The parole will be, "Can you tell me what time it is?" The countersign will be, "I'm sorry, my watch stopped on Thursday." 8 Kleinerstrasse is an old wooden building facing north, at the eastern end of the street bordering Prinzallee. A sign above the door identifies it as Bet Midrash, a synagogue. Approach subject through door at the end of the left-hand aisle. You are to spend no more than 30 minutes with subject, then return to Berlin by automobile, having arranged meeting with driver. No offer of future exfiltration or resettlement is to be made. Director. November 7th. He arrived at the loft just after 9, a little out of breath, his face cold from the night air, carrying a bottle of expensive wine wrapped in paper. A different mood for Marta. Hair carefully pinned up, red bakelite earrings with lipstick to match, tight sweater and skirt. She gave him a leather case, holding a pair of gold cufflinks set with tiny citrines, of faded lemon color. His shirt had buttons, so she brought one of her own out of a bureau to show him what they looked like. He found them almost impossible to attach, and fumbled grimly till she came to the rescue, grinning at his efforts. They drank the wine and ate cookies from a box with a paper doily in it. He turned the radio to a different station, light Viennese froth that drew a sneer from Marta, but he'd come to associate the serious German composers with the mood of the city, and he didn't want that in his sanctuary. They talked, aimless and comfortable. She picked candied cherries off the tops of the cookies and put them in an ashtray. They would eat supper later, after they made love. But tonight they were in no hurry. It had become, in just a few days, a love affair with rules of its own, a life of its own. A life that radiated from a bulbous old green sofa at its center, an affair with ups and downs, rough moments smoothed over, and unimportant, courteous lies. Something between adults. Marta, a working woman, a sophisticated Berliner with a life of her own, accepted him for what she thought he was, a Soviet journalist who traveled constantly, a man to whom she was deeply sexually attracted, a man she'd encountered in the last days of girlhood, who now loved her as a woman. It was too bad they couldn't go out to restaurants or concerts, but the present reality was uncertain in that way, and they agreed without discussion not to put themselves in a situation where unpleasantness might occur. Life was too short for turmoil. It was best to float with the tide. Szara did not mention the Aesopic letter or the trip to Lisbon. He doubted she knew he'd written it. If she did, she'd also decided it would not bear discussion. They had negotiated a treaty, and now they lived by it. The radio played Barcarolle from the Tales of Hoffmann. She sat on his lap. "This is pretty," she said. "Two lovers on a boat, drifting along a canal." He slipped a hand under her sweater. She closed her eyes, leaned her head on his shoulder, and smiled. The song ended, and an announcer, rattling a paper into the microphone, stated that a special bulletin from Dr. Joseph Goebbels would follow. "Oh, that hideous man," Marta said. Goebbels's delivery was professional, but the nasal whine of his personality was more than evident. As he read, from an editorial that would appear the following day in the Völkischer Beobachter, a kind of choked-off rage thickened his voice. This news, the tone implied, was well beyond shouting. Ernst vom Rath, third secretary at the German embassy in Paris, had been shot and gravely wounded by a 17-year-old Polish Jew named Herschel Greenspan, a student whose parents had been deported from Germany to Poland, then held at the frontier town of Zbochenyu. Goebbels's point was clear. We try to help these people by sending them away from a nation where they aren't wanted to a place where they will be more at home, and look what they do. They shoot German diplomats. And just how long shall we Germans be expected to put up with such outrages? The bulletin ended. A Strauss waltz followed. "This world," said Marta sadly, closing her eyes again and wriggling to get comfortable. "We must be tender to one another," she added, placing her warm hand over his. November 10th. A German dearly loves his fish. Making a show of being a journalist, Szara jotted down impressions on a pocket notepad. "Herring and whitebait," he wrote, "flounder and haddock." After midnight, the stalls of the Köln Fischmarkt began to fill with the day's catch trucked in from the coast. Glistening grey and pink eels on chipped ice, baskets of whelks and oysters trailing seaweed, crayfish floating in a lead tank filled with cloudy brine. The sawdust underfoot was wet with blood and seawater, and the air, even in the cold November night, was rank. The iodine smell of tidal pools, Szara wrote, barrels of cast-off fish heads, stray cats. There were plenty of people around. Vendors shouted snappy fish jokes at their customers. A bit of psychology, lively talk implied fresh seafood. Some local swells and their girlfriends, faces bright with drinking, were waltzing around with half a dripping mackerel. There was even a bewildered British tourist asking questions in slow, loud English, puzzled that he couldn't get an answer. The operative was precisely on time. A heavy man with eyebrows grown together and red cheeks, hair sheared off in a military cut. After the parole was completed, they walked silently to the car, a black Humboldt parked a little way down the Mühlendamm. The operative was an expert driver, and cautious, squaring blocks and ceaselessly crossing back over his own tracks to make sure they weren't followed. They worked their way west through the Grunewald and eventually turned north on the near bank of the Havel, following a succession of little roads to avoid police on the main highways. "I'm told to warn you there's some kind of trouble brewing," the driver said. "What kind of trouble?" "Aktionen, actions against the Jews. A monitoring unit at the embassy distributed a teleprinter message just as I was leaving. It was from Müller's office to all Gestapo headquarters. The timing was specified as at very short notice. You'll probably get in and out without difficulties, but don't dawdle. The treff takes place in a synagogue. I know where it takes place. The point is there won't be anyone around, and it's best for your contact who comes from the east without going into the city. We got him in for Friday night services, and he just didn't leave. The car slowed as they came to the outskirts of Wittenau. The street swung away from the hovel, and the sheds and low buildings of small industrial shops appeared on both sides. The driver pulled over and turned off the engine. The night was still, the air smelling faintly of coal smoke. The apparat had a genius, Szara thought, for finding such places, dead zones, nighttime deserts on the edges of cities. "This is Prinzhalle," said the driver. "Up ahead of you about 50 paces is the start of Kleinerstrasse. Your synagogue is on the corner. What time do you have?" 8 minutes after 1. "It'll take you only a minute to walk." Szara fidgeted in the front seat. A bird started up nearby. Otherwise, the silence was oppressive. "Does anybody live here?" he asked. "No more. It was a ghetto 30 years ago. Then it turned into factories. Only the synagogue is left and a few tenements with old Jews living in them. Most of the young ones got out after 33. Szara kept looking at his watch. "All right," said the driver. "Don't close the car door. It's a noise everybody knows. And please keep it short." Szara climbed out. The bulb had been removed from the dome light, so the interior of the car remained dark. He walked close to a board fence on a dirt pathway that muffled his footsteps, but the night was so quiet he became conscious of his own breathing. The synagogue was very old, a 2-story wood-frame structure with a sloping roof, built perhaps a century earlier for use as a workshop, possibly a carpentry workshop, since it stood against the low shed of a neighboring lumberyard. A sign in Hebrew above the door said Bet Midrash, which meant house of worship. That told Szara that it was being used by immigrant Jews from Poland and Russia. All synagogues in the Pale were identified that way. In France, they used the name of the street, while the wealthy Jews of Germany often named their synagogues after a leader in the community, the Adler synagogue, for instance. Those were grand and glorious temples, nothing like what he approached. Seen in the light of a waning moon, the synagogue on Prinzhalle might have stood in Krakow, or Łódź, seemed to come from another time and place. The impression held. The front door was unlocked, but the frame was warped, and Szara had to pull hard to get it open. The interior took him back to Kishinev. The smell of sweat and urine in stale air, as though the windows were never opened. Behind the altar, above the double-doored ark that held the scrolls of the Torah, was a tiny lamp, the eternal light, and he could just make out 2 narrow aisles between rows of wooden chairs of several different styles. He took the aisle on the left and walked toward the front, the boards creaking softly under his feet. The door to one side of the altar was ajar. He gave it a gentle push, and it swung open to reveal a man sitting slumped at a bare table. The room was narrow, perhaps serving at one time as a rabbi's study. There were empty bookshelves built up one wall. "Dr. Baumann," he said. Baumann looked up at him. His collapsed posture didn't change. "Yes," he said in a low voice. There was a chair directly across the table from Baumann's, and Szara sat down. "You're not sick, are you?" "Tired," Baumann said. He meant the word in both senses, exhausted and tired of life. "We have to discuss a few things quickly, and then we can leave. You have a way to get safely home?" "Yes. It isn't a problem." Perhaps he had a driver waiting, or was driving his own automobile. Szara didn't know. "We want to find out, first of all, if you've come under pressure from any of the Reich ministries. I don't mean having to hand in your passport, or any of the laws passed against the Jews in general. I mean you in particular. In other words, have you been singled out in any way at all?" Szara thought he saw the probe hit home. The room was dark, and the reaction was very brief, not much more than a pause, but it was there. Then Baumann shook his head impatiently, as though Szara was wasting his time with such foolish notions. This was not a question he wished to discuss. Instead, he leaned forward and whispered urgently, "I'm going to accept your offer. Your offer to leave here, for my wife and I. The dog, too, if it can be managed."
"Of course," Szara said. "Soon. Maybe right away." "I have to ask, we want to go to Amsterdam. It shouldn't be too hard. Our friends say that the Dutch are letting us in, no questions asked, so the only difficulty is getting out of Germany. We'll take a suitcase and the little dog, nothing else. They can have it all, everything. One thing we'll need to—" Szara stopped cold and leaned his head to one side. Baumann sat up straight as though he'd been shocked. "My God," he said. "Is it singing?" Baumann nodded. Szara instinctively looked at his watch. "At 1:30 in the morning?" "When they sing like that," Baumann said, then paused, his voice fading into silence as he concentrated on the sound. Szara remembered the parade on the Unter den Linden. These were the same voices, deep and vibrant. Both of them sat still as the sound grew louder. Then Baumann stood suddenly. "They must not see us." The beginning of panic was in his voice. "Would we be better off out in the street?" "They're coming here. Here!" Szara stood. He remembered the road into Wittenau. There was nothing there. By now the words of the song were plainly audible. It was something they sang in the Ratskellers as they drank their beer. "Wenn's Judenblut vom Messer spritzt, dann geht's nochmal so gut, dann geht's nochmal so gut." When Jewish blood squirts under the knives, then all is well. Then all is well. Baumann turned away from the door, and the two men stared at each other, both frightened, uncertain what to do, and, suddenly, perfect equals. "Hide!" Baumann spoke the word in a broken whisper, the voice of a terrified child. Szara fought for control of himself. He had been through pogroms before, in Kishinev and Odessa. They always attacked the synagogue. "We're getting out," he said. It was an order. Whatever else happened, he wasn't going to end his life in dumb shock like an animal that knows it's going to die. He walked quickly out of the narrow room and had taken 2 steps back up the aisle when one of the dark windows flanking the entry door suddenly brightened. A golden shadow flickered against it for a moment, then the glass came showering in on the floor. The men outside sent up a great cheer, and simultaneously Baumann screamed. Szara spun and clapped his hand over the man's mouth. He felt saliva on his palm, but held on tight until Baumann made a gesture that he could control himself. Behind them, the other window exploded. Szara leaned close to Baumann. "A stairway," he whispered. "There must be a stairway. Behind the curtain." They ran up 3 steps onto the altar. Szara heard the stubborn door squeak at the other end of the building just as Baumann threw the curtain aside, and they disappeared behind the ark. There was no banister on the stairs, just steps braced against the wall. He raced up, Baumann behind him, and tried the door. On the other side of the curtain he could hear chairs being kicked around and the other windows being broken to a chorus of laughter and cheers. "Jews, come out!" roared a drunken voice. Szara tore the door open with one hand and reached back for Baumann's sleeve with the other, pulling him into the upstairs room, then turning and kicking the door shut. The second story was unused. A pile of drapes, cobwebbed corners, broken chairs, the smell of old wood, and something else. Burning. He turned to look at Baumann. His mouth was wide open, gasping for air, and his hand was pressed against the middle of his chest. "No!" Szara said. Baumann looked at him strangely, then sank to his knees. Szara ran to the closest window, but there were torches below and dim shapes moving across the alley side of the synagogue. He crossed the room to a second window and saw that the upper story was just above the roof of the lumber-yard shed. It was a very old window, tiny panes of glass and wooden strips, and had not been opened for years. He strained at it for a moment, then drew his foot back and kicked out the glass and the bracing, kicking again and again, savagely, even though he felt the fabric of his trousers rip and saw blood droplets suddenly appear in the thick dust on the sill. When the opening was sufficiently wide, he ran to Baumann and took him under the armpits. "Get up," he said. "Get up." There were tears on Baumann's face. He did not move. Szara began dragging him across the floor until at last Baumann started crawling. Szara spoke to him like a child. "Yes, that's it." Somewhere close by he heard the splintering sound of a door being ripped off its hinges, and he glanced, horrified, toward the stairway, then realized the noise came from below, that they were after the scrolls of the Torah in the ark.
The smell of burning was getting stronger. A curl of smoke worked through the floorboards in one corner. He leaned Baumann against the wall below the window and spoke by his ear. "Go ahead, I'll help you. It isn't far, and then we'll be safe." Baumann mumbled something. Szara couldn't understand what he said, but it meant he wanted to be left to die. Infuriated, Szara pushed him aside and worked his way through the jagged circle of broken glass and wood, tumbling forward onto his hands on the tarred gravel surface of the roof of the lumberyard shed. He scrambled to his feet and reached back through the opening, getting a grip on the lapels of Baumann's jacket and hauling him forward. When Baumann's weight began to tilt over the sill, he thrust out his hands instinctively, and the two of them fell together. Szara lay stunned for a moment. Falling backward and taking Baumann's weight had knocked the wind out of him. Then he began to breathe again, and in the cold air became aware of a wet sock. He struggled away from Baumann and sat up to look at his ankle. Blood was welling steadily from a slash down his shin. He pressed the wound together for a moment, then remembered about silhouettes and threw himself on his stomach. Baumann's breathing distracted him, loud and hoarse, like sighing. He moved the man's hand, which lay flaccid against his chest, and felt for a heartbeat. What he found was a shock, a beating of such force and speed. It frightened him. "How is it?" he asked. "My God in heaven," Baumann said. "We're going to be all right," Szara said. "I'll buy you a dinner in Amsterdam." Baumann smiled weakly, the wind blowing strands of his hair around, one side of his face pressed against the black surface of the roof, and nodded yes. That's what they would do. Szara began to think about the operative and the car, then decided to try to get a look from the edge of the roof. Very carefully he moved forward, scraping his cheek against the surface, staying as flat as possible, gaining an inch at a time, until he could just see over the end of the shed. He could not get a view of the path by the board fence where he'd left the car. The angle was wrong. But he was high enough to look out over part of Wittenau, the hovel, and an ancient stone bridge that crossed the river. His eyes were beginning to water from the smoke. The fire was taking hold. The old wood snapped and exploded as it caught. But what there was to see, he saw. A group of men with torches shifting restlessly in a knot at the center of the bridge. An instant of motion in the darkness. Then there was a scream that carried perfectly on the night air, a white churning in the water at the foot of the bridge pier, a strangled cry for help, the yellow arc of a torch hurled into the water, then laughter and cheering as the men on the bridge headed back into Wittenau. Some of them began to sing. As the fire swept up the front of the synagogue, it illuminated the shed, and Szara scrambled backward, afraid of being seen. Burning embers were all over the roof, producing for the moment only an oily black smoke from the tar surface. He realized it was only a matter of time before the shed and the lumber yard went up in flames. Just before he retreated, he saw fiery shapes flying into the street from the direction of the synagogue door, long dowels on either side of thick yellow parchment. The Nazis, not content to burn down the synagogue, were making a special private bonfire of the Torah scrolls from the Ark, first stripping off the ceremonial satin covers. Now they'll have to be buried, Szara thought. He wondered how he remembered that. But it was true. It was the law. A burnt Torah had to be buried in the graveyard like a dead person. There was a ceremony for it. It was part of growing up in the Pale of Settlement, knowing such lore, rituals for raped women, and all sorts of useful knowledge. For these things had happened many times before. It was another 30 minutes before they got away. After watching the fire for a time, the mob had gone off in search of further amusement. Szara and Baumann stayed where they were, lying flat to conceal themselves, brushing embers off their clothing with the sleeves of their jackets. From where they lay they could see the dancing orange shadows of other fires against the night sky, could hear the showers of falling glass, occasional shouts or cries, but no sirens. The lumberyard caught first. That was bad because of the burning creosote, and then the shed, an afterthought. Szara and Baumann worked their way backward off the roof, dropping to the ground on the side away from the street. They circled behind the synagogue, now collapsed into itself around a column of fire that roared like a wind, and made a dash for the Humboldt. They saw only one person, standing alone in the darkness, a town policeman, wearing the traditional high helmet with polished brasswork and short visor, something like the old-fashioned spiked Pickelhaube of the 1914 war, with the strap pulled up ferociously tight just under the chin. By the light of the flames, Szara saw his face and was struck by a kind of anguish in it. Not sorrow for Jews or synagogues, it wasn't that. It had more to do with a life dedicated to perfect order, where no crime should ever go unpunished. A murder or a piece of paper tossed in the street, it was all the same to this face. Yet tonight the policeman had certainly seen arson, and perhaps murder, if he'd looked in the direction of the river, and had done nothing about it, because he had been told to do nothing about it. Evidently, he had not really known what to do, so had stationed himself across the street from the fire, on the night when the firemen never came. And there he stood, rigid, anguished, in some sense ruined, and aware of it. The car was empty, the passenger door ajar as it had been left. It would make, Szara thought, at least a hiding place, and he directed Baumann to lie flat on the floor below the back seat while he would do the same in front. As they entered the car, the operative materialized, gliding toward them from some shadow he'd used as cover while the mob roamed the streets. Not a mob, in fact, the operative told Szara later, party men, some uniformed SS, an organized attack, directed by the German state. It was not the burning and the chaos that upset the operative. He was reasonably used to burning and chaos. It was Dr. Julius Baumann, Otter, an agent he was not supposed to know about, much less see, least of all to have in an automobile along with his case officer. This shattered unbreakable rules of every variety and set the man's face dancing with bureaucratic horror. He did the best he could under the circumstances, secreted Baumann in the trunk, first prying back a section of the metal jamb to make an air passage. Szara quietly protested as he slid into the front seat. "Be glad I'm doing that much," said the operative. "He may have had a heart attack," Szara said. The operative shrugged. "He will be cared for." They drove a little way back toward Berlin, crossed the Havel on a narrow, deserted bridge, then turned north, swinging around Wittenau and moving east, through the back of the Berlin suburbs. It was artful navigation, evidently from memory. A slow but steady progress through the winding lanes of Hermsdorf, Lubans, Blankenfelde, and Niederschönhausen, where villas and workshops faded into farmland or forest. It was almost 4 a.m. when they reached Pankow, and here the operative took a complicated route that brought them to the Bahnhof. He disappeared into the station for a few minutes and used the public telephone in the waiting room. Then east again, Weißensee and eventually Lichtenburg, where they drove through a very aristocratic part of town, swerving suddenly into the park-like courtyard of a private hospital, the gate closing automatically behind them. The operative opened the trunk and helped Baumann into the hospital. He would receive medical attention, the operative explained to Szara, but they decided to hide him there, whether he needed it or not. Heinrich Müller's teleprinter message had ordered, along with attacks on synagogues and Jewish businesses throughout Germany, the arrest of 20,000 to 30,000 Jews. Wealthy Jews in particular are to be selected. This meant money, which the Nazis especially liked. So, said the operative as they pulled away from the hospital, they needed to put Otter somewhere he wouldn't be found. Else he would be taken to Buchenwald or Dachau, stripped of all assets, and eventually deported. As they turned back toward Berlin, They drove through streets that sparkled with shattered glass. Szara later learned that 50% of the annual plate glass production of Belgium, the manufacturing center for German glass, had been smashed. At times, the traffic police, after checking their Russian identity papers, would steer them politely around the damage. And here and there they saw things. Jewish men and boys, crawling around in the street or capering in the town pond, cheered on by hooting SS troopers and local Nazis. Szara knew them well enough. Schoolyard bullies, beer hall fat boys, unpleasant little men with insulted faces, the same trash you would find in any town in Russia. Or, indeed, anywhere at all. The operative was no Jew. From his accent, Szara guessed he might have origins in Byelorussia, where pogroms had been a way of life for centuries. But the events of November 10th had enraged him, and he swore. His thick hands gripped the wheel in fury, and his face was red as a beet, and he simply never stopped swearing. Long, foul, vicious Russian curses, the language of a land where the persecutors had always, somehow, remained just beyond the reach of the persecuted, which left you bad words and little else. Eventually, as a grey dawn lightened Berlin and ash drifted gently down on the immaculate streets, they reached the Adlon, where Szara was instructed to use a servant's entrance and a back stairway. By then the operative had said it all, virtually without repeating himself, having covered Hitler, Himmler, Goering and Heydrich, Nazis, Germans one and all, their wives and children, their grandparents and forebears back to the Teutonic tribes, their Weisswurst and Kartoffel, Dachshunds and Schnauzers, pigs and geese, and the very earth upon which Germany stood, urged to sow its fucking self with salt and burn fallow for eternity. November 11th. By dusk, the weather had turned bitter cold, and it was like ice in Benno Alt's studio. There was little heat in the Iron Exchange building at night. The owners maintained a certain commercial fiction, pretending that their tenants, like normal business people, hurried home after dark to the warmth of home and family. But Szara suspected that the blind piano tuner, the astrologer, in fact many of the resident shadows, both worked and lived in their offices. Marta Hecht was asleep in the bed fitted into an alcove at one end of the studio, warm beneath a mound of feather quilts that rose and fell with her steady breathing. A dreamless sleep, he suspected, untroubled. When he'd arrived, just after dusk, the street cleaners were still at it in the Bischofstrasse. He could hear them sweeping up the broken glass and dumping it in metal garbage cans. A blanket pulled over his shoulders, he sat on the green sofa, smoked cigarettes, and stared out the tall window. His ankle burned beneath the handkerchief he'd tied over the gash, but that wasn't what kept him awake. It was a coldness that had nothing to do with the building. He'd seen it that morning, in his room at the Adlon, when he'd looked in the mirror. His face seemed white and featureless, almost dead, the expression of a man who no longer concerns himself with what the world might see when it looked at him. Marta's breathing changed. The quilt stirred. Then everything was again peaceful. A healthy animal, he thought. She'd been only briefly disturbed by the events of what they called Kristallnacht, Night of Glass. A clever name, like the Night of the Long Knives, when Röhm and his brown shirts were murdered in 1934. Not just knives, those were for brawling sailors and thieves, but long knives, a mythic dimension. "This is Goebbels's work," she'd said, shaking her head at the sorry brutality of bad elements. Then she'd closed the door on it, coaxing him to her, twining herself around him, refusing to consider the possibility of the poison reaching either of them. But it was Cherova, the actress, who occupied his thoughts. The second secretary, Varyin, and the nameless operative. The war they fought. He'd been contacted at the Adlon and told in no uncertain terms to get out of Germany and go back to Paris. His train left in the morning, and he would be on it. He looked at his watch. After 2:30. It was the morning. In 7 hours he'd be gone. He'd not told Martha Hecht, not yet. He didn't know why. He wouldn't be able to explain convincingly, but that was only part of it. He wished to keep her in his mind a certain way, without tears, or, worse, dry-eyed and cool. He treasured the memory of her as she'd been, the girl who thought that deep down she was perhaps Italian, Mediterranean, softer and finer than the stiff northern people she lived among. The girl in the falling snow. He stood and walked to the window. By the light of the street lamps he could see a boarded-up shop window down Bischofstrasse, yesterday a toy shop, evidently a Jewish toy shop. In a nearby doorway he caught a momentary pinpoint of red. A cigarette. Was this for him? Some poor bastard freezing through a long night of surveillance? An SD operative? Or somebody from von Polanyi's Amt 9, perhaps? Making sure their secret communication line into Dzerzhinsky Square came to no harm, so that Moscow continued to believe whatever Berlin wanted it to believe. Or was it a Russian down there? Or a German described as Nash, some operative sent to make sure nothing happened to him on Berlin territory? Let him screw her. He leaves in the morning. Or was it just a man smoking a cigarette in a doorway? "Can't you sleep?" She was propped on one elbow, hair thick and wild. "Come and keep warm," she pouted, folding back the quilts as an invitation. "In a minute," he said. He didn't want to be warm, to fold himself around her sweetly curved back. He didn't want to make love. He wanted to think. Like the self-absorbed man he knew he was, he wanted to stay cold and think. He remembered a nursemaid in a little park in Ostend. "Come escape with me." Martha flopped over on one side and grumbled as she pulled up the bedding. Soon her breathing changed to the rhythm of sleep. He didn't want her to know he was leaving. It was better simply to disappear. He saw a scrap of paper she used for a marker in the book she was reading. Saint-Exupéry, of all things. No, that was right. And retrieved a pen from the pocket of his jacket. "Dearest love," he wrote. "I had to go away this morning." Then he signed it, André. He doubted he'd see her again, not while the war between Moscow and Berlin went on. He'd caught himself earlier in the evening in the midst of a certain kind of speculation. Her boss, Herr Hanau, owns ships. What cargoes do they carry, and where do they go? No, he told himself, he wasn't going to let it come to that. Hard enough to report the truth about Baumann to Goldman or Abramov and keep her name out of it. Really very difficult, but he would find a way. Whether they loved each other or not, they were lovers, and he was damned if he'd see her sucked into this brutal business. "What are you writing?" "Something to remember," he said, and put the scrap of paper back in her book, hiding his hands behind a vase of flowers on the table. "I thought you'd gone back to sleep," he added. "I fooled you," she said. November 11th. Strasbourg. It was well after 11 a.m., the official minute of the armistice of the 1914 war, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, when Szara's train crossed the border, but the train's engineer was French, thus not a man to permit clocks to interfere with honor. Many of the passengers on the train got off when notified by the conductors that a 3-minute observance would be held on French soil. Szara left with him, stood beneath a rich blue sky in a fresh breeze, held his hand against his heart and meant it. A few kilometers of trees and fields, yet another world. The smell of frying butter, the sound of sputtering car engines, the look in women's eyes. France. Mentally he was down on his knees at the foot of a wind-whipped tricolor and kissing the earth. It was as though the passage across the border had severed a tangled knot in his heart, and he could breathe again. By the time he pushed open the shutters in his musty apartment and welcomed himself back to his courtyard, busy, loud, and smelly as always, Germany seemed like a land of apparitions, a dream, a play. It made no logical sense. Truly, he believed that people were people, but his instinctive sense of the world told a very different story. He leaned on the windowsill, closed his eyes, and let Paris wash over him. The apparat did not leave him to his pleasures for long. An hour later, Odile was at his door to tell him he was expected at Stefan Leib's shop in Brussels that same night. Dutifully, he took the train up to Belgium. Goldman shook his hand, welcomed him back like a hero, locked the door and pulled down the shades. If they'd given him a little room to breathe, things might have turned out differently. He would have shaped and crafted a functional deception and told them the part of the truth they needed to know. They had a compromised agent in Berlin. Not necessarily. Baumann and von Polanyi could, at the Kaiserhof, have been discussing the price of pears. Or Amt 9 might be the section of the Foreign Office that ordered clothes hangers from wire manufacturers. But as a rule, what you got in the intelligence business was a protruding corner, almost never the whole picture. That nearly always had to be inferred, but it was enough of a corner, and Szara knew it. Von Polanyi was an intelligence officer. Herr Hanau seemed to have said so. Weinstock had more or less confirmed it, and that was certainly more than enough to set the dogs running. Other sources would be tapped. You had the corner, somebody else had the top of the frame. A file already held the name of the artist. A local critic would be sent in to steal the dried paint off the palette. Result? Full portrait with provenance. Funkspiele. Playback. He had quite a bit, actually. For instance, the Germans were playing Dr. Baumann in a very effective way. They didn't have him sneaking around dead drops at midnight or playing host to journalists who climbed over his garden wall. They took him for an excellent lunch at the best hotel. Really, there was a lot Szara could have told them, more than enough. From there, they could have either declared Baumann innocent or turned the game back around on the Germans. But he would not give them Martha Hecht. He would not compromise himself. He would not permit them to own him that completely. And if you were going to report pillow talk, because that's exactly what they called it, and that's exactly what it was, you had to put a name and address to the head on the pillow. So, Szara lied. A lie of omission, the hard kind to discover. And in a way Goldman abetted the lie. With the death of Seneschal, one of the Paris networks wasn't all that productive because there was no realistic way to regain control of Lotte Huber, and she'd been the star of the show. This had the effect of expanding Baumann's importance to the stature of the Opel network itself, and Goldman, as resident, was neither more nor less important than the network he ran. There was competition anywhere you cared to look. Hundreds of networks spread out all over Europe, Asia, and America, every one of them run by an officer of the GRU or the NKVD who wanted success, promotion, the usual prizes. So Goldman wanted to hear everything, especially everything good for Goldman. Szara described Baumann truthfully, grey, suddenly old, under frightful tension. It could not be otherwise, Goldman said sympathetically. He almost died at the second meeting, Szara pointed out. Do you know that for a fact? No. It was my impression. Ah. This information produced from Goldman a reminiscence of Spain. Some poor soul infiltrated into the Phalange in 1936, when the Republican side still had a chance to win the war. He too was grey, Goldman mused. He too suffered. The pressure of living a double life consumed him. The Bulgarian case officer watched it happen, and he died in Paris a year later. Of what? Nobody was really sure. But Goldman and others believed it was the strain and constant danger of duplicity that finished him. And Baumann was not Proniknovenia, an agent in the heart of the enemy camp, as the man in Spain had been. "I appreciate the problem, really I do," Goldman said. "Just servicing a drop is enough to make some men quake with terror. From one personality to the next, courage is eternally a variable. But it is our job, André Aronovitch, to make them heroes, to give them heart." Thus Goldman. An attitude sharply confirmed when Szara offered warm news of Chirova. "She is for the cause," Szara said. "I know she was coerced, originally, induced and threatened and paid and what you like. Things have changed, however. An émigré from Russia she may be, but she is no émigré from human decency. And the Nazis themselves, by being as they are, have made us a gift of her soul." "What did she look like exactly?" Goldman asked. But Szara wasn't falling for that. "Tall and thin, plain, for an actress. I suppose the grease paint and the stage lighting might make her attractive to an audience, but up close, it's another story." "Does she play the romantic lead?" "No. Maids." "Aside from the work, do you suppose she's promiscuous?" "I don't believe so. She's not really the type. She claims to have had a lover or two in Berlin, but I believe most of that has actually been done by her associates. She is constantly around it, and she is no saint, but neither is she the devil she pretends to be. If I were you, I'd direct Chauverly to handle her carefully and to make sure nothing happens to her. She's valuable and certainly worth protection, whatever it takes." Goldman nodded appreciatively. He seemed, Szara thought, more and more like Stefan Leib as time went by. Hair a little too long, corduroy jacket shapeless and faded, the introverted cartographer, absent-minded, surrounded by his tattered old maps. "And Germany?" he asked. "In a word, if you like." "An abomination." Goldman's mask slipped briefly, and Szara had a momentary view of the man beneath it. "We shall settle with them this time, and in a way they will not forget," he said softly. "The world will yet thank God for Joseph Stalin." With Kristallnacht, a kind of shiver passed through Paris. The French had their own problems, communists and the Comintern, the fascist Croix de Feu, conspiracy and political actions among the various émigré groups, strikes and riots, bank failures and scandals, all against a deafening drumbeat from the Senate and the ministries. Stripped of all the rhetoric, it came out, trouble in Germany and Russia, now what? They'd not really gotten over the Great War. There was a political sophism afoot that the French did not die well, that they loved life a little more than they should. But in the 1914 war they had died anyhow, and in great numbers. And for what? Because now, 20 years later, the trouble was back, 300 miles east of Paris. Troubles from the east were nothing new. Napoleon's experiment in Russia hadn't gone at all well, and with a defeat at Waterloo in 1815, Russian squadrons, among them the Preobrazhensky Guard, had occupied Paris. But the French were never quite as defeated as you thought they were. The Russians had in time gone home, bearing with them various French maladies, of which two proved ultimately to be chronic, unquenchable appetites for champagne and liberty, the latter eventually leading to the Decembrist uprising of 1825, the first in a series of revolutions ending in 1917. But the present trouble from the east was German trouble, and the French could think of nothing worse. Burned in 1870 and scorched in 1914, they prayed it would go away. Hitler was such a cul, with his little moustache and his little strut. Nobody wanted to take him seriously. But Kristallnacht was serious. Broken glass and broken heads. And Frenchmen knew in their stomachs what that meant, no matter what the politicians said. They tried to maneuver diplomatically with Stalin, figuring that with an alliance on either side of Hitler they could crush the shitty little weasel between them. But maneuvering with Stalin, you thought you had it all agreed, and then something always just seemed to go wrong. The days grew shorter and darker, but the bistros did not grow brighter. Not this year they didn't. The fog swirled along the Rue de Cherche-Midi, and Szara sometimes went home with the carefree girls from the cafes, but it never made him all that happy. He thought it would, each time. Oh, that strawberry blonde hair and those freckles. But only the usual things happened. He missed being in love. Definitely he missed that. But winter 1938 didn't seem to be the season for it, so he told himself. Life ground on. Baumann reported obediently, milling more swage wire every month as the bombers rolled out of the Reich factories. Or maybe didn't. Or maybe did even more than Moscow knew. The lawyer Vallet, Hector, picked up a new agent, a mercenary Bavarian corporal called Gettich, who assisted one of the German military attachés. Odile's husband ran off with a little Irish girl who worked in a milliner's sewing room. Karnoff now wore a thick sweater in the cold upstairs room on the Rue de l'Osseux and stolidly punched away at the wireless telegraph key. The eternal Russian peasant in the technological age. To Szara he became a symbol, as the journalist for the first time saw Opel clearly for what it was, a bureaucratic institution in the business of stealing and transmitting information. It was Kranoff who handed Szara the decoded flimsy announcing the accession of Lavrenti Beria to the chairmanship of the NKVD. The official triumph of the Georgian Ghost meant little to Szara at the time. It was simply one more manifestation of a bloody darkness that had settled on the world. When Beria cleaned the last of the old Bolsheviks out of high positions in the intelligence apparat, the purge ended. In the middle of December, they came at him again, this time from a different angle, and this time they meant it. A stiff, creamy envelope addressed to him by hand at the Pravda bureau, the sort of thing journalists sometimes got. Le Cercle Renaissance invites you. A square of clear cellophane slipped from within the card and floated to the floor at his feet. He didn't bite the first time, so they tried him again, just before Christmas when nobody in Paris has enough invitations, and this time somebody took a Mont Blanc pen and wrote, "Won't you please come," below the incised lettering. It meant the barber, and it meant the dry cleaner, and it meant a white shirt laundered to the consistency of teak, expensive indignities to which he submitted in the vain hope that the invitation was precisely what it said it was. He checked the organization, the Renaissance Club. It did exist, and it was extremely exclusive. One of the excluded, a guest at a gallery opening, shot an eyebrow when he heard the name and said, "You are fortunate to be asked there," with sincere and visible loathing in his expression. The address was in Neuilly, home to some of the oldest and quietest money in France. The street, once the frantic taxi driver managed to find it, was a single row of elegant three-story houses protected by wrought iron palings, discreetly obscured by massed garden foliage even in December, and bathed in a satin light by Victorian street lamps. The other side of the street was occupied by a private park, to which residents received a key, and beyond that lay the Seine. A steward collected Szara's dripping umbrella and showed him up 3 flights of stairs to a small library. A waiter appeared and set down an ivory tray bearing a Cinzano aperitif and a dish of nuts. Abandoned to a great hush, broken only by an occasional mysterious creak, Szara wandered along the shelves, sampling here and there. The collection was exclusively concerned with railroads, and it was beautifully kept. Almost all the books had been rebound. Some were privately printed, many were illustrated, with captioned sepia prints and daguerreotypes. On the platform at Ebenfurth, Stationmaster Hoffmann waits to flag through the Vienna-Budapest mail. Flat cars loaded with timber cross a high trestle in the mountains of Bosnia. The 703 from Geneva passes beneath the Rue Lamartine overpass. "So pleased you've come," said a voice from the doorway. He was rather ageless, perhaps in the last years of his 50s, with faded steel-colored hair brushed very flat against the sides of his head. Tall and politely stooped, he was wearing a formal dinner jacket and a bow tie that had gone slightly askew. He'd evidently walked a short distance through the rain without coat or umbrella, and was patting his face with a folded handkerchief. "I'm Joseph de Montfried," he said. He articulated the name carefully, sounding the hard T and separating the two syllables, the latter lightly emphasized as though it were a difficult name and often mispronounced. Szara was amused. A cultured Frenchman would as likely have gotten the Baron de Rothschild's name wrong. This family, too, had a baron, Szara knew, but he believed that was the father or the uncle. "Do you like the collection?" said with sincerity, as though it mattered whether Szara liked it or not. "It's yours?" "Part of mine. Most of it's at home, up the street, and I keep some in the country. But the club has been indulgent with me, and I've spared them walls of leather-bound Racine that nobody's ever read." He laughed self-consciously. "What have you got there?" Szara turned the book spine toward him. "Karl Borns, yes. A perfect madman, Borns, at his funeral cortege on the Zurich Local. The Local!" He laughed again. "Please," he said, indicating that Szara should sit down at one end of a couch. De Montfried took a club chair.